The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. All Fool Tour players reunited on American soil for one more epic battle and their last chance to qualify for the GCT Finals, the 2025 Sinkfield Cup in St. Louis. Knockout blows and leads were traded early, but before long, top seed Fabiano Caruana was deadlocked at the top of the standings with Indian #1 Praggnanandhaa Rameshbabu. But with neither frontrunner able to pull away, a playoff looked inevitable going into the final round. This prediction proved accurate with both drawing their games, forcing rapid tiebreaks. Much to the chagrin of the co-leaders, Wesley So wasn't done competing, winning his last game to catapult into a tie for first and a spot in a three-way blitz playoff. A finals appearance was out of the cards for Wesley, with both of his opponents already clinching, which gave him all the motivation he needed, conquering his rivals to add his name to the trophy a second time as the newly crowned 2025 Sinkfield Cup champion. After a year battling around the world, the field for the 2025 GCT Finals has been set. The top 4 tour finishers are here in Sa Paulo, Brazil, ready to compete for a chance to become the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion.
And welcome to vibrant Sao Paulo, Brazil for the finals of the 2025 Grand Chess Tour. Well, the tour is now officially on its 5th continent, and it's the first finals since 2019. And we have 4 illustrious players who are going to do battle: Fabiano Caruana, Levon Aronian, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Praggnanandhaa. And they'll be competing for $350,000 in prize money. Well, to call all the action, we're going to jump to the studio with Nazi, Yasser, and Cristian.
In basketball, it's the Final Four. In soccer, it's the World Cup. And now for the 2025 Grand Chess Tour, the finals have come to Brazil, where 4 of the tour's top players will fight for the championship. Our coverage from Sao Paulo starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome to the Grand Chess Tour Finals. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm delighted to be here with my amazing co-hosts Yasser Seirawan and Cristian Chirila.
I'm delighted to be here with you both. Cristian,
great to be back.
It's wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Hello everyone, welcome to the Grand Chess Tour. It's all come down to this. After a year of competition, we are in the finals, the playoffs. Who's gonna win? I mean, it's really a toss-up of these great champions. Tell us, Nasi, the roster of the players.
Let's have a look. Yes, sir. These are the top 4 players who've made it to the finals. We have French #2 Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the top Americans Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian, and the Indian superstar Praggnanandhaa.
The format's going to feature match play. Tell us about it.
It is quite a complicated format.
Okay.
We have a 4-player knockout event with semifinal, final, and the 3rd-place matches. Each match consists of 2 classical games, 2 rapid games, and 4 blitz games.
Right.
Take a look at those point systems, Yasser.
Hey.
In classical, each game is worth 6 points, so a player can get 12 points total.
Wow.
In rapid, it's worth 4 points. In blitz, 2 points.
So in the rapids, I can win 8 points by winning both games, and in the blitz, I could win 8 points by winning all 4 blitz games. And I see the time controls are featured on our tour, and those are the traditional time schedules. Tell us about the schedule.
Right, today's day 1, players will be playing classical game 1. They'll be back tomorrow for classical game 2. And after that, we move on to the rapid and blitz portion. And if they're tied after that, we will see playoffs on Tuesday.
On the same day? Wow. And Cristian, tell us how our champions got here.
Well, first of all, I have to tell you how excited I am because we're bringing back the finals after 7 years of absence since 2018. So let's take a look at the 4 finalists and how they got where they are. today. And we're going to start with this man right here, who's had an absolutely brilliant second part of the year. Poland, he started off slowly, 4th place. Romania tied for 6th, but then in St. Louis on home turf, take a look at those placements. First, at the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, got the 13 GCT points, very, very crucial. And at the Sinkfield Cup following that, in 4th position, quite a good placement as well. The next one on the roster is the 4-time US champion Fabiano Caruana, who's always at the top at the Grand Chess Tour. In Romania, though, he started off slowly, only 7 points in that one. Croatia, even worse, only 3.5 GCT points, and he knew exactly what he needs to do in St. Louis on home turf as well. He needs to get some very, very good placements, and that's exactly what he did. At the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, 2nd place, 10 GCT points, Sinkfield Cup, tied for 1st, and booked his tickets to Brazil. The 3rd player on our roster is Praggnanandhaa Ramesh Babu, and I have to say, he's had quite an amazing year so far, not only in the Grand Chess Tour, but in other events as well. In Poland, he got 3rd. He tied for 1st in Romania, and in fact, he won that playoff. In Croatia, 9th, quite a disappointing event, but then came back at the Sinkfield Cup, tied for 1st, and booked his tickets to Sa Paulo. And the last player on our roster, I have to say, he's the most consistent player in 2025 at the Grand Chess Tour. Take a look at that. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Poland, 2nd place. Romania, tied for 1st. St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, 3rd. And then a lot of things had to go wrong for him to not make it to the finals. He was as consistent as usual at the Sinkfield Cup, tied for 1st. And he's right now in Sa Paulo.
Tied for 5th.
Let's go to Brazil, in fact, with our 2 analysts on the ground, Anastasiya and Maurice. How's the weather there?
Well, thank you so much, Cristian. The weather has been a little, they call spring weather, a little cloudy, but there's nobody who's feeling any kind of clouds over this parade, Anastasiya. Everyone's very excited about the start of this event.
Absolutely, Maurice, and I'm also excited. I'm also excited to be here with you in São Paulo, in Brazil. It's a great pleasure for all chess fans here and all around the world to have São Paulo as the capital of chess for the moment. And, you know, yesterday we had an exciting opening ceremony. So many chess fans showed up, and it didn't stop there. Today we had a fantastic side event for children. You know, more than 200 children came to play in the tournament organized by Federation and local organizers right next to the main playing hall for the players, for GCT players. So you can see all these kids and you can see the prizes, and you can feel all this excitement. And I know that actually more than 1 month before the event, every single ticket was sold out. And it means that all these kids will come to the playing hall today and will watch the players of GCT finals making their first moves on the board. I'm very excited about it.
It's really wonderful. A sight to see. You should see how much of a buzz we have here. And you talk about Sao Paulo as a city for chess. Sao Paulo happens to be the largest city in the Southern Hemisphere. It is a buzz of economic activity. You certainly can go to parties. We want to talk about that, getting in trouble here. We also talk about the museums and, of course, the monuments. It literally has everything. And now it has, once again, a major chess event. So it is really an ideal place, and the sponsors are looking forward to building more events like this in Sao Paulo. Of course, we're all about the players. Only one player in the event, Fabiano Caruana, has ever won the Grand Chess Tour. So the rest of them are super hungry to make it to the top, especially one Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who has come in 2nd on the tour 5 of 9 times. You can best be sure that Maxime is really going to put it all. We see Fabi here. The playing hall is absolutely spectacular. Beautiful colors. The Americans playing each other. It's going to be a super exciting event, and we will be giving you all the action here from Sao Paulo as this tournament is set to begin. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice and Anastasiya. Those junior players, boy, when I see those pictures, they're just fantastic. Tell us about the pairings. They're too cute, aren't they? Yeah.
Let's have a look. Yes, sir. We start with the Praggnanandhaa playing against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and the second board will be Fabiano Caruana against Levon Aronian.
Maurice mentioned it, but tell us again, what is the prize fund?
There's a big prize fund for these finals. Total prize fund is $350,000. First place winner takes home, 150,000. Second place, 100,000. Third place, 60,000, and fourth place, 40,000.
Let me in, Coach. I'm ready to play. As we take a look at the playing hall, there's the stage of these two, and a very familiar face to make the opening moves. Come on, says Garry. Give me a good move. E4. E4. Come on, Prag.
I think he's going with the D4.
No, that's so Karpovia. Thank you, Garry Kasparov.
I'm sure we'll have him on the show.
Exactly. He takes a great deal of pride, of course, in these. As we get started for this opening, a quick look at what Fabi likes to play as white.
Usually he plays E4 56% of the time, D4 23%, and other moves much less often, C4 12%, Knight f3 8%.
Tell us about Prag's proclivity in the opening.
He must be an E4 player as well.
I think so too. I didn't realize it would be.
That's my guess. Let's see.
Yes.
E4, best by test.
Almost 58% for E4, and D4 and C4 equally split with 21.1%. Never plays Knight f3 pretty much.
Who wouldn't have guessed that? E4, that's what we're talking.
Yeah.
Favorite move.
I think we have a...
And with the classical games being weighted so heavily, you know you want to win in classical.
Yeah, oh, that's huge.
So that's
for
why
a
you
start
start with this
with 6
aggressive
points.
E4, and I do expect Prag to do something very similar, but let's wait and see, because perhaps he will go with Kasparov's D4.
I think the arbiter's making some announcements. I noticed a full house.
Yeah, I heard the applause. I couldn't see. It was a darkened theater, but very, very impressive. Our congratulations to the organizers for the staging. It looks just really beautiful what Superbad has done for this
And you see you have the player cameras on the sides as well. That's for the
Yeah,
audience
that
to
looks
see it as
nice.
well.
That really looks
they
nice.
get up and close with the players, the people in the audience.
Hey, man, our technology
Oh,
is
yeah.
just leaps
Getting
and
better and
bounds.
better.
It's evolving.
Exactly.
How long has it been since these two faced each other?
Not long. Not long.
I'm telling you, these guys, if you threw in the rapid and the blitz and, oh, my goodness, seriously, I'm thinking upwards of 200 tournament games against
Well,
each
I'm
other.
pretty sure they just met at the American Cup in a match setting.
Yeah.
Like this is what we're going to see in this one as well, match setting. I do think that they just met at the American Cup in a match setting. With Levon, if I'm not mistaken, getting the best of Fabi.
Yeah, I liked what Garry Kasparov said about his opponent, rival, Karpov, that he was his perpetual opponent. I think Fabi is feeling like he's facing a perpetual
And
opponent.
we're off. We do have one E4 in Fabiano's game.
As our pie chart just revealed. And he knew he was going to get a French because Levon has been playing a French like a religion these last few months.
Yes, he
It's
played it
definitely
here in
his,
St. Louis.
his favorite opening right now, yes,
Yeah.
by far.
A lot of games in Sinkfield Cup and even Rapid and Blitz. It was all French games. And you won very well for Levon.
Exactly.
It does go well. He did have some missteps in the opening, but he usually does not get punished for it. So he had losing positions out of the opening.
And the L.
In forced lines,
Yeah.
but then he doesn't get punished. So, luck is on his side in the French.
F2, F4, I just noticed that knight on C3 to E2, paving the way for C2, C3 has been popular, but this is what we call the classic, the old Steinitz line of play.
Look at this move, A3.
Okay, that's a different twist. Bishop E3.
I mean, it can transpose still to some of the main lines, but with this move order, I see there's only 7 games in the database currently.
Okay, so Fabi
Where
is
is
the
Fabi's
first, the first to deviate from the standard practice. Again, Bishop E3, Queen B6.
Levon does look surprised.
It is surprising. And tell us a little bit about the move A2, A3, Cristian. Only a couple of times, a handful of times. What's the idea?
Well, there is one idea that you should not fall into.
Okay.
After A3, C takes D4, you might be thinking,
That's
I
a
will
good
just pick it back up on D4. you're lost after knight d e5, and this is the key idea behind this one. That's why a3 is not such a popular move, because you take on e5, you take on e5, and then queen h4 comes. I get my knight back with dividends in this one. So definitely not something that you want to see. After c takes d4, which is by far the preferred move by the engine, knight to b5 is the move. And I'm going to play it in this manner. I'm going to take it with this knight on d4. Perhaps you want to reinforce the defense of that pawn with the move bishop to c5. I have a feeling if you take, it's going to happen exactly the same. Knight takes d4, knight takes d4, knight takes e5.
Hello.
That's it. Hello to that queen h4 once again. So what I'm expecting after bishop to c5 is somewhat of a flavor from Fabi. b4, but maybe h4. Maybe h4, because this one takes away. It's not only an attacking move, but also a defensive move as well, because it takes away the h4 square for the queen. So now knight takes d4 comes into play. You no longer have those sacrifices in the center with knight takes e5. So h4, queen to b6 is going to be the battle between, am I able to regain my pawn in time on d4? And now I have to go for it. I have to go b4, bishop to e7. Not knight takes d4. It seems like knight takes d4 is not as good because you allow black to immediately jump on the offense on the queen side. So it's a battle of tempes right now. Who's going to be able to consolidate? If white manages to play c3, consolidate on d4, and consolidate the queen side as well, I have a great position. I'm going to have a free attack on this side. But black, what black is going to try to do, take advantage of the fact that I have so many pieces aimed at your queen side, and you're a bit overextended. This one is very intriguing. Look, Fabi has a lot of prep in his backpack. He's coming with a lot of prep to Brazil. And with his second as well, Gregory, he's there as well. So, well, we shall wait and see how Aronian fares in this one.
You just gave us the computer-generated line.
Some of that, yes.
Yeah, but in
h4 is, by the way, not the main move.
Okay, please.
b4 seems to be the one preferred by the engine. But knowing Fabi, I have a feeling it's going to be h4.
So once again, c d4, knight b5,
bishop c5.
Bishop c5. In case of b4, because I'm threatening knight d6 check.
Now I go bishop e7. You no longer have these attacking ideas with h4, so you don't get your h4.
You provoke me to play b4.
That's the thing. I'm provoking you so that I can take advantage of that with the move a5, right? In this position, a5, in fact, is quite a good move. You don't want to go b5, because then I will have this extra square c5, transfer my knight into the center with knight c5, knight e4, which gives me the better position. So,
Christian, could we try Yasser's idea, knight d6 check after bishop e7?
Absolutely, absolutely.
I'm not sure I want to take credit for it
Not yet, right? If it's good. Then.
If it's good,
take a knight b6.
I don't have a good
after
follow-up.
b5, where does the knight?
Knight a5. It looks artificial, but I am headed towards c4.
Queen d4?
Queen d4,
Queen
castle.
D4.
I will take the pawn on d6 most likely later on, and I do have the extra knight c4.
Fantastic bishops on d3 and b2?
Yes. Look, it does look dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go bishop b2, you're threatening checkmate in one move. But I do go f6. You get your bishop on d3. I will go knight to c4. So you get activity on this diagonal, but I will be a pawn up after queen takes d6. So that's my pawn. And then this knight on c4 does such a tremendous job of, well, pretty much keeping your pieces in check on the queen side.
Lovely. Thank you, Cristian. We got so excited by A2, A3, we forgot there's another game in progress. Let's jump over to the game between Prague and MVL. It looks like a Catalan. Let's just see how we got here.
Yeah, it started with d4, and as we saw, e4 is his preferred move.
Yeah.
So
and now bishop d6. Well, talk about stepping off the well-beaten track. I mean, people have been playing bishop b4 check, as well as d5 takes c4, almost to the obliteration of everything, and bishop e7.
Of course, yeah.
Bishop d6 is like an orphan. Nobody plays bishop d6, but MVL has prepared something special against the Catalan. Bishop g2, castles.
It definitely has been played before. There's still hundreds of games in the database. But I'm curious, what is his main idea? Is he going to take on c4 or play c6, b6? How is he going to develop the queen side?
Yeah, I'm with the C6, knight d7, queen e7 crowd, where you take on c4 one day and play for e6, e5. I mean, why is the bishop on d6? Well, because it kind of controls a bit the e5 square.
You want to play for e5, I think.
Exactly.
Something like knight d7 and then e5 later on.
Precisely. So bishop d6. Well, let's just continue. Help me out here, Cristian. The prescribed theoretical moves in this moment after castles?
After castle, you have options, obviously, but one of the main lines being c6. Now, if you want to play it in the spirit of this idea of bishop to d6 and try to play for e5, perhaps you go knight c6.
Whoa.
Which is a bit strange looking, right? But I do have, again, that very... it's almost like a Rogozin style. When you go bishop to b4, then the bishop gets attacked, and then you return to d6 and play for e5. It's very similar to that. But of course, this comes at a completely different time with a bishop on g2. It's a completely different position, because this bishop on g2, once e5 comes, is going to get open and is going to get very active. So these are the type of ideas in this one. After knight c6, b3 seems to be the main line. D takes e4, b takes e4, and e5. And then we get into all sorts of crazy variations. But Maxime Vachier-Lagrave seems to be quite well prepared in this one. This must be home-cooked preparation coming specifically for Prague, specifically for this event.
How many times have they reached this position?
This one with e5. 79 times.
So that's
it's not
frequent.
That novel. It's not that novel, yes.
I didn't realize it was going to be that high, because, I mean, obviously the Catalan has 10,000 games, but 79, I thought it was even more rare.
People have played it before, but look at the clock right now. Obviously, we're still in the early stages of the game, but 1 hour and 30 minutes plus 55 seconds, so he gained some time, MVL, 1 hour 26. Prague is still trying to remember what he needs to do, and by the way, that's not the position we have. I don't think Castle is on the board yet.
Yeah, I think we've just had castles by black. And
yes.
Prague is thinking. I mean, there are a lot of times that you do want to delay castling because you want to get in something, whether it be knight c3 or queen c2 or something, even as crazy it seems, early bishop g5. Any alternatives to castles at this exact moment?
You can start with knight c3, I believe.
Which looks very reasonable.
Yes, knight c3 has been played before. Castles, by far, 60 games out of 70, only 3 games with knight c3, and 2 games with queen c2, knight bd2, etc. Castle seems to be the main line. Like after castle, the question is going to be, how will MVL approach this position? Will he approach it with c6, which is very typical? Right, we're going to get this type of structure. The pawn on c6 trying to tame the bishop on g2, then knight d7, followed by e5. Will he do that? Or will he look for a more not conventional approach, right, with knight to c6 and go for that e5? These are my 2 top options, but again, after castle, look at how many games and how many moves you can play in this position. C6, h6, knight c6, b6, so many moves in this particular position.
I wouldn't have guessed that there's that many.
Hundreds of games.
It's the catalog.
No, a lot of moves. I would have thought it's either c6 or knight c6.
It's the catalog.
Yeah.
And you're telling me h6 is a move?
b6, knight d7, all of them.
I must say that one of the things that sticks out for me is when I play the move bishop d6, and I don't have the square c7, I'm always a little bit afraid that my opponent's going to play a c4, c5.
Especially when you go knight c6.
Right? And I'm just stuck. I got to go back, and I'm thinking to myself, why did I inspire my opponent to grab space with c4,
Inspire
c5?
or provoke, right? Because at some point after c5, we move bishop e7, and then you will start to attack those pawns, right, with the e5 or b6 breaks.
You know, I have an angel on my shoulder here.
Let's move to the other one.
Sorry, actually, we have Maurice with a very special guest. Over to you, Maurice.
Well, of course, we have the brainchild, the original thinker here who has created all this wonderful events, the one and only Garry Kasparov. Garry, you must be extremely proud to see, first of all, 10 years of the Grand Chess Tour, all these continents, and now we're in South America, Sao Paulo. Tell us the feeling you have as you stood on stage yesterday, being able to introduce this event to a brand new audience.
it's hard to overestimate the importance of us playing here, this tournament in Brazil. It's not just opening a new continent, because chess was not big in South America. So actually yesterday on stage I made a mistake. I said it happens. It's the first major chess event in the continent since Aluki Capablanca. Completely forgetting Petrosian Fischer in Buenos Aires. But again, it could be excused as Brazil, and it did happen in Argentina. So but it's very important that we expand the geography of the Grand Chess Tour. So to become truly global, you have to move around. So it's we started in North America, St. Louis, moved to Europe. Now it's Eastern Europe, and we may expand even further there. But having Brazil, having South America, I mean, that's definitely just, makes it a world class event. And I also think that Brazil has, phenomenal untapped potential. So this country is virtually non-existent in the world of chess. And it's way over to a lot of money here in Sa Paulo. So there were few attempts to actually push chess into education. But it seems now that's a good moment. I think there's an interest. So I already can sense it. So there's a few talks. So I feel that Brazil could actually be a game changer for us in Latin America. But also it will add for the global chess prestige.
We saw the fans here. We saw the kids here this morning. Hundreds of kids. It seems like there's a baseline already.
Absolutely. Yeah, we had yesterday, last night, we had a full house. That's very important. And it's Sa Paulo. It's the financial, industrial capital of Brazil. So the fact that there is such an interest, and again, we definitely start from the scratch. I mean, it's not that we had a big infrastructure here. The country? If you look for the whole continent, I mean, there's not much happening. But Brazil is probably just close to the bottom. So with chess development, it's like sleeping giant. If we can untap this potential, it will have a phenomenal impact for chess, not only in this continent but globally.
You see the great players here in the event. What are your feelings about these four? We've got 3 vets and 1 youngster coming out of Asia, which you guys went to India in Praggnanandhaa.
Look, it's I think many surprised that there's only 1 youngster and three veterans. So actually we have 3 generations because Levon is it's a real veteran. Yes, and then you have 2 in the middle. Yes, you may say so. So though obviously by modern standards they're already veterans. Yes, MVL and Fabi, and then Prag. So and again the good thing is that it's this event. It's this. I was asked 10 times probably. Who would you pick up? This is because it's super bad, so it's betting. So tell us, how to bet. I said, it's the beauty of the event is we don't know, and we will not know until the very last moment. So it's not by accident that we had few events for them to qualify, and to qualify it's a hell of a work and an accomplishment. And I think that this is the whole system, guarantees it was almost 100% certainty that until the very last move, we will all be, just very anxious to know what comes next.
It's a great format, absolutely.
By the way, you saw what's happened.
Yeah, I was about to say, we weren't going to talk too much chess, but this opening line, Garry, H4, we got A3. I mean, Fabi is known for his very deep preparation, but it's just, to see someone playing A3, H4, this is just like in exhibitions, in similar exhibitions. Yeah, we were used to this kind of play back in the day.
But H4, I mean, it's natural, that's this machine recommendation. You had to cover the square. I don't know, maybe it does work.
You have seen some of this preparation. I remember there was a game, I think it was Aronian was playing someone that was a draw back in the Sinkfield Cup.
Yes.
And they played this French. It was a French.
No, actually it was Caruana.
Oh, it was
Fabi.
Okay.
It was Fabi.
So they played
this very long line.
Very long line in French. And you said something like, I'm using a broken knife.
Oh, no. Actually it was one game with it was another game. One was with Caruana actually, which is this line, not A3 Bishop A3, but then another one was he played not the MVL, but
it was Aronian against somebody. We'll check
exactly, absolutely.
The facts there.
Oh, this is with all this the sacrifices.
Insane line.
Absolutely insane line. Yes, and it's all computer.
How would you compare that kind of preparation when you see that now as somebody who is grounded in the Botvinnik school and in classical chess? You watch what's happening these days. What they're playing just seems like outer space chess.
I have to admit I have mixed feelings about it. On one side is this is, I mean, I'm sure Botvinnik would be delighted because this is such a deep preparation. They do all this work. On the other side, you know, what about the beauty of being wrong? It's because I remember this. It's a, you know, this is kind of very funny, and it's somehow a very disturbing effect when I checked my analysis. It's because we did tons of analysis, and you know it's in the 80s. You know, you move the pieces, and you know the level of concentration during the analysis, even many hours, it's not the same as at the chessboard, and of course there are mistakes. But I still was very proud of this, you know, especially, you know, the notebooks, you know, myself or Nikitin is this. And then, you know, this in the 90s when we had computers, you know, I was gradually checking it. And I just realized it's like, you know, I thought I had this, so this is the Excalibur, you know, the magic sword. In fact, it was a broken knife. It was truly shocking, you know. So now it says now they are it's coming as close as possible to having Excalibur. So because it's computer in many instances, you know, just guarantees that the analysis is near perfect. And then nothing is perfect because every time we have new generation of computers, you know, we find something else. But I also think it's also shows, for instance, this game that it's not just about, you know, having a computer. Everybody has the same computer. No, the same computer, the same computing power at your elbow. But it's about creativity, because I'm doing so many lectures now, and my message is that it's not just about a computer. It's about how you can use it. So it's about your ability to actually get a maximum effect. And here again, this is A3, H4. So you have to think about it. Yeah, obviously you look at the screen, but it's about synergy. It's about how you can, you know, add this a little dose, a critical dose of human creativity into this into the machine calculation. And that's, you know, that's Fabi is well known for that. And I can bet you that Levon is surprised. A3, H4, so but maybe it's some kind of effect, because now after Alpha Zero, many chess players, they look at H4, A4 with more appreciation.
Garry, your insights are always invaluable, and we know you're a busy man. Thank you so much for everything you've done for chess, for your vision for the Grand Chess Tour, and we are deeply proud of everything you have done as an ambassador for the sport. Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you, Boris.
Guys, Garry Kasparov, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Garry. And I just echo the words of Garry there. When I started playing chess, H2, H4, Rook, H3 was my cannon opening. I usually followed up with A4, not necessarily A3. So a slight improvement by Fabi on my H4, A4 ideas. Now, let's get back into it. I saw when you put in the move H4, an orange bubble appeared over the move H4. And that engine that you have on your screen, Cristian, claims H4 is a mistake.
And that's exactly what Garry was talking about as well, the synergy between, you know, the player, the human player, as well as the computer.
Right.
You need to be able to work with the computers and work in an efficient way and find this type of moves that the computer perhaps at first does not recommend, right? Because these are the type of moves that your opponent will be missing in his preparation.
Because the computer rejects it?
It's not showing it.
Exactly.
It's not showing it.
So
then
you overlook
just
it.
make the move, and then you see if it works. This is the way players in seconds and those type of guys usually work with computers. And the way you gauge the strength of this type of idea is how easy it is for your opponent to find a natural path towards equality. And I've been looking through the lines. There's no natural path in this position to get back into any sorts of decency. I mean, look at this. Queen to b6, b4, bishop to e7, bishop to d3. I will have to spend some time to actually find the variation that I was looking 5 minutes ago at, because it's so convoluted in this one. So let's say after bishop to d3, you go a5, right?
Okay.
Which seems to be the best move. I take on a5, you take, I go bishop to d2, you go back to safety on d8. Now I go knight to g5.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Perhaps. The best move right now is to go knight to c5, quite by far, and allow me to take on h7, then go g6.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What exactly is this position?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What exactly is this position, guys? Because I'm looking, look, the engine, I understand what's happening with the engine. The engine is telling me that it's more or less zeros. At
zeros.
0.16 minus 0.16, so black has an edge. I don't believe it, obviously, but trying to understand this type of situations from afar, without an engine in front of you,
a mess.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
It's simply impossible. So I don't think he's going to go for this. But what else? After knight to g5, for example, what else? Maybe you're going to go h6. Now I'm going to go queen to h5. Now you have to castle. Bishop h7 check. And bishop to d3, I guess you go back. Bishop to g6 is a move. In this position, of course, you cannot take, because after taking, actually you can. And bishop takes
no
g5,
mate?
a takes g5. Apparently there's no mate after knight d takes e5 or knight c takes e5. Again, I'm showing you alien chess that could be happening, that most likely Fabiano knows about, because he's looked at this. It's obviously that he has prepared this one.
Wow.
We have a move.
And we do have a move.
h5?
And that's the problem.
Of
that
all
is
of
the problem.
Of all the moves that could be a response,
I like this move.
You like it?
I like it. Why do I like it?
Fabi
Because
hasn't looked at
Fabi
it.
might not be well prepared against this. Look, the advantage is back in white's court. But it's not such a high advantage. Is some way, some tool to get your opponent out of preparation, right? You make an inferior move. You're not losing on the spot by any stretch of the imagination, but at least your opponent doesn't respond instantaneously, right? He's out of the book as well, it seems like, for Fabi, and we have a fight, guys, in this one.
Yes, sir. How do you like this modern chess, h4, h5?
I feel like I've been born in the wrong place. Again, I'm seeing an orange bubble clearly over the move h5. Cristian, why does the computer think h5 is a mistake?
Because the computer was saying black is slightly better before this move h5
with queen
to
b6. Gotcha.
And now white is better after h5 with a variety of moves, including rook h3,
rook h,
knight takes d4 is also a move, bishop to e2, some natural moves as well. My guess is that he's just simply going to take on d4. Finally, again, this is the whole crux of the position, the fact that you don't have this queen h4, right? This was the defensive idea of the move h4 that he just played. So you can just pick up the pawn on d4.
Well, first of all, yes. Secondly, when you're in this position with the French, with the pawns on h4 and h5, it's overwhelmingly in black's favor if you get to play knight f5. You get a knight on f5.
Caro-Kann knight, right?
It's a beautiful thing. When you're not playing knight f5, having the pawn on h5 is terrible. It's more in white's favor because you always have to look out for the sacrifice f5.
And
then
my knight has a beautiful place on g5 as well.
And you have...
But
so,
yes, sir, maybe Levon can play g6 and knight e7, knight f5 can still happen.
Okay.
Just the different knight is going to f5.
If you don't mind, I'll just play what I would think is primitive chess, the most direct and basic. I'll play b2, b4 for just a moment. We go back.
e7?
Yeah, okay. I'll take a pawn because I don't like being a pawn down. So,
if I take on d4 now, are you retaking with the queen? Because h4 is hanging?
Yes, that is the drawback of what I've done, which is it does require me to recapture with the queen, as you say, Nazi, to protect the pawn, keep the pawn protected.
I guess castle, but I don't like this position for black, precisely because of what you said. f5 eventually will come.
It's coming, right? If you go castles and I play just, again, all the
Bishop
basic
d3.
natural moves, I'm looking to play f5. Maybe even I'm looking to play g4.
That looks
By the way,
terrifying.
rook h3, guys, rook h3 is on the board.
No. Rook h3. He says
And
no
he
natural
did.
So maybe he actually knows.
And he did it a la tempo, as if, of course, my opponent's going to play h5, I'm going to play rook h3.
That is bad news for Levon. That is actually bad news for Levon.
Yeah, let's toss it to Sa Paulo and Maurice. Over to you, Maurice.
Guys, I got to tell you guys, we had Garry in here. Garry was trying to leave or was about to leave when the move h5 landed on the board, and he stopped and then did one of these, like brought his head down to look real close as he has to get his eyes focused on this move h5. Like, what kind of move is this? And he said if it were back in the Botvinnik days, people play like this, they would get thrown out of the tournament, just disqualified, laughing, of course, making a joke. He said this kind of move, he just can't believe this century, as you mentioned, Yaz, it's like, how are they playing moves like this at this level? We are all shocked by, well, H4 was a bit stunning. H5 for sure is one of those things I could never explain to my students. I might BS a little bit and talk about, yeah, you're trying to guard some light squares on the king side, but moves like this, you got to just shake your head. Is this real? Are we seeing moves played at the very elite level? Sure, there's rationale behind it, but it's super hard to explain. Guys?
Maurice, just follow up with what you said with the move Rook H3. Look what Fabi did.
Well, Rook H3 landed. Yeah, I see Fabi, and Fabi played it very quickly at that. Well, I can understand H4, Rook H3. We've seen that in other openings as well. So I'm not totally stunned by that being the move. I'm surprised that he played it so quickly, however. Right. That is pretty shocking, because would you think that he had prepared the move H5 in advance? I mean, it's amazing. There's other moves to look at, and then he just went bing and played it right away. So it's either befuddling or it's extremely impressive, the way these guys are handling these kind of positions. Don't know what to say. Just got to tip your hat and wait for the rest. The drama will unfold.
Thank you, Maurice. Yeah, H4, H5. I can imagine Garry stopping in his tracks and doing a what kind of thing. Rook H3. We're going to leave this one on pause. We're going to check in on the other game between Pragg and MVL, as you heard from Cristian at the top of the show about how the players got here. It's been MVL who has been the most consistent of all of the qualifiers, and he surprised us with the move Bishop D6. And I was a little bit surprised by, well, not a little bit, I was a lot of it surprised by Queen D3. Tell us about Queen D3.
After Queen D3, which is a novelty, there's no games in the database.
This is a new move. Yeah.
However, if Black took on C4, it could transpose to some lines after Queen C2, because when you retake on C4, it doesn't matter if the queen was on D3 or C2. However, Maxime played B6. We're wondering how he was going to develop the queen side. Here's the answer. He's not playing C6. He's still looking to play E5 in the future, I believe. So he wants to play maybe Bishop A6 is something to consider as well.
Well, especially because we put the move Queen D3, a novel approach by Pragg for this particular position based on what you just told me. And then, indeed, I mean, suddenly you say, well, look, let me pin that pawn. I'll play Bishop A6.
Can provoke B3.
Yeah.
And then C5, Rook C8 is also an idea.
So let's say Bishop A6, and then you were, okay, give me the pawn.
Yeah, so we're not guessing any moves.
C takes D5.
Pragg already took on D5.
Pragg probably didn't like the look of the bishop coming to A6, so he took on CD5. And now, while ED5 is perfectly natural, when I see the bishop coming to A6, I kind of like something like this. Like, this would be a terrible, terrible thing for white to do.
To walk into that, yes.
Yeah, I mean, that would... This is where you're wearing a big red face right about now.
After knight d5, I would be worried about knight g5.
Knight g5. Okay, very Catalan-like response. And there's a checkmate on h7 that probably provokes me to playing, I don't know, knight...
And maybe now e4 was my idea.
And that looks very, very strong.
And I think because of this, MVL took with the pawn on d5.
Exactly. You've got this very nasty little threat going on here. Okay, so that answers that question. E takes d5, and before we continue to look at this position, how do these two players match up with one another?
Let's look at their lifetime score.
In classical.
MVL has +1 and 5 draws. Pragg is looking for his first win.
I got the rapid screen, I got the blitz. I'm looking for more data, but 6 classical games. And
I think we'll fill those in as the tournament goes on.
I hate cliffhangers. All right, so there you see that actually it's MVL who has a pull.
And they will get to play each other in classical, rapid, and blitz in this event in just next couple of days.
They'll be changing colors for their match tomorrow. And I'm going to throw it back to you, Cristian. This specific position, all of these Catalans have a lot of things similar with one another. How does the engine evaluate the current position?
Well, first of all, I have to tell you we're completely out of theory.
Yeah, Queen D3 was the novel move.
At this point, yes. And at this point, after E takes D5, it seems to be very close to equality still. Slightly better for white, of course, the typical opening advantage for white, but not much. Take knight to C3, my guess is that this is how you're going to continue developing. Bishop to B7. The big question is going to be for black, will you play C5 or will you try to keep the pawn on C7? Probably you will at some point decide to go C5. That's going to change the structure of the position. So the question is, how does white prepare for that? Because you know what's coming. It seems knight B5 seems to be the best move in this one. Bishop E7, Bishop F4.
Very natural move.
C6 or C5 directly, and still the position is very balanced. Again, we're out of theory, but the position remains extremely complex and balanced at the same time.
So can we say Maxime has almost reached equality?
Difficult to say. Difficult to say. I don't think
it's imbalanced, but that last position that you showed me, I was jumping to D6 and feeling good.
Yes, knight B5, bishop here, C6, knight to D6, which is, by the way, for whatever reason, not the best. And right now it's black who is to be favored.
I thought I won the two bishops. I thought I did good.
Slightly. Right now it's back to white, equal. It seems to be knight to E4 coming in the position, followed by C5. The bishop pair does not seem to be as important.
I think engine doesn't respect the two bishops.
Not that much, at least not in this position. Yes.
Yeah.
Feel like Rodney Dangerfield over here.
But guys,
who's going to, just a second, Cristian, who's going to win the tournament?
Let's look at the pie chart.
What does the stats tell us?
Ben prepared a pie chart for us. Fabi is a favorite at 34.7%. Second is MVL. That's a bit surprising, but not really when you think about how consistent he's been throughout the year. Third is Levon, and I don't think Prag's going to be very happy with this pie chart. He's
going to try to prove the statistician wrong, but I got to tell you, Pragg, as you mentioned, Cristian, at the top of the show, he's coming into this event as one of the hottest players of 2025. What he did in the first half of the year was incredible.
Very likely to be the next candidate as well from the FIDE Grand Points. Right now he's leading that chart and with quite some authority in that regard as well. So we believe that he's most likely going to be the next candidate. He's won Tata Steel. He's won in Romania. He's won a lot of classical events.
Would you have guessed him as the lowest of the four competitors?
It's surprising, yes. Yeah. It is very surprising, and I'm not 100% sure why that's the case, but I can probably guess it's because of his poor performance in Rapid and Blitz so far in the Grand Chess Tour. And that's why I'm a bit worried for Fabiano. I don't understand why his percentage is so high, because in Blitz he hasn't shown consistency at all throughout the event. He played a couple of Blitz events, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. He did amazing in Rapid, very poorly in the Blitz. And he played Croatia as well, which was probably his lowest ranking at the Grand Chess Tour so far. So he hasn't shown a lot of consistency in those other formats. In Classical, however, we see what he comes up with, and we know how overweight those Classical points are.
Right. See, the way I had broken it down in my mind was Fabi was the favorite at 30%, and the other three competitors got 25% each. You know? So, in other words, it's 105% was going on in my mind. I thought it was much closer. I'm making Fabi a slight favorite, and the other.
You know, if we split it up into who is favored in Classical, who's favored in Rapid, and Blitz, it would be a completely different pie chart.
True that. Current position. Sorry, Cristian, you were about to break it down for us. Queen D3 in the current position. Oh, sorry.
Well, I was just saying that after his last move, G6, I'm officially concerned for Levon. But not by chance, because Queen to B6 was by far the one move that keeps close to equality in the position. G6 and Queen B6, by the way, he was really reluctant to play this move. He feels like the Queen on D8 is the one protecting his king. He doesn't want to move it away. He doesn't want to have to calculate B4 and all the craziness that's happening after this move. So that's why Levon played G6. This was your idea, guys, just to get the knight on F5, knight E7, knight F5, perhaps, right? But now already the engine loves White's position, and Fabi knows it because he played it fast. He's seen this position before. The big problem that black has is what do you do with this knight on d7? And that's why he retreated with the bishop to e7, so that he goes knight c5, knight e4. The problem is this seems to be somewhat slow. I just simply go bishop to e3. You go knight c5. I go queen to f3. What I have in this position is this move g4 whenever I want it, right? So the problem is you're going to castle. You know what's coming your way. Your g4 is going to come, and that's going to blast open your position. That's bad news for your king. So after queen to f3, you can take on h4, but after bishop e7, g4, or castle first, already the engine is saying that white has not a decisive, but a very, very strong advantage.
Sure looks
in this one. It feels like maybe you will be able to go bishop to d7, get the queen out of the way. The question is where? Right now you don't have that many good squares. And then go long castle. That's easier said than done, but this is definitely what I think Levon is going to be striving to achieve. Bishop to e7 is the move. Fabi is finally taking a thing.
Small pause.
And I mean, Cristian, you said it in the beginning. Levon has played this opening many times.
Yes.
And many times he gets in trouble, but then gets out of it. He doesn't get punished.
He somehow does survive. Yesterday, they had a marvelous opening ceremony in Sao Paulo. We have a package to share from you of the activities last night. Let's take a look.
Hello chess fans, and welcome to the opening ceremony of the Grand Chess Tour Finals in São Paulo, Brazil. Here I am at the World Trade Center. Everything is ready for the start of the ceremony. All chess fans are here, all the finalists, and also legendary world champion Garry Kasparov.
Today is the historic moment for Brazilian chess and for world chess. Top world chess move to South America and first time in Brazil.
Yeah, it's great to be in Brazil. I know that chess is very popular in South America, and we can see today so many young fans, so many fans of all age.
It's nice. There are a lot of fans, a lot of spectators. That's what I expected, because from my experience last time I was here, there was a huge amount of chess fans, and I know that Brazil in general has a really big chess community.
The crowd has been really good. We have so many spectators, but also so many kids coming up, and it's amazing to see.
After I saw this, my demand to every single organizer to have capoeira at the opening ceremony. It gives me the mood to be creative and aggressive.
It was an amazing opening ceremony. The whole excitement is here, and I'm sure we are going to have very exciting games. So let's go back to the studio.
Thank you, Anastasia. That was beautiful, and look how large the crowd is. As she said at the opening of the show, tickets were sold out a month in advance, and that's always
surprised, but also they're here for the classical game.
Right.
You know, for Rapid and Blitz, a lot of people show up because it's more fun to watch. But no, we have full house for the classical game.
The World Trade Center. I mean, every time I associate those words, you know, 911. World Trade Center, Sao Paulo. Wow. Thank you to the audience. I mean, there was a period there when audiences weren't allowed. And I just thought, oh man, that just takes out so much of the fun in chess. Spectators are making the comeback. Pandemic's over.
It's very nice to see. I think they'll be back in St. Louis as well.
I know, for our match of the Clash of the Legends coming up. As we take a look at the audience there. Cristian, we've got two very, very nice games on the board. All the pieces. What have you picked up there?
Well, I just want to see other ways in which you can play this position. If you are worried, like me, that you're going to lose the bishop pair after this bishop b7, knight b5 idea that we've seen.
Yes.
With your knight that you were landing on d6, and the engine was saying, you know, don't worry about it. You're perfectly fine. But what if you don't have the engine in front of you and you are worried? Why don't you start with c6?
For example.
Right. c6, then still bishop to b7 later on. You take a more slower approach in the position. How do you play as white? Do you go for e4?
That seems the most natural.
One of the big considerations in this position. The problem is once you do this, take, most likely bishop to b7. This is going to be the battle between me landing a knight on d5, which is going to be a beautiful knight in the middle of the board.
Me landing a knight on e5.
I have the IQP as white. You do have somewhat of a threat against the king, but the bishop on g2 is not on d3, which might be a problem because you're trying to attack my king, right? With the bishop on d3, you would have an immediate checkmating threat, and you already see all of my pieces towards your king, aiming towards your king. With the bishop on g2, not so much, right? So I feel like this would be an easier path towards equality for black. For MVL, yes.
Okay.
Just starting with c6, do not worry about knight to b5 and getting the dark square bishop off the board. Just go c6 and play it slowly. Increase the strength in the center and the stability in the center as black, and say, you know what, if you want to do something, you have to strike in the center and change the character of the position.
Well, for me, when I'm looking at Prag's moves, queen d3, it's clear he's bracing for the move e2, e4. So if we go just a few moves, and I wanted
he did play knight c3. Yes.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you, Nazi. I mean, you're a big Catalan player. You love this bishop on g2 in ambush. You want to play e4, but you've just seen how Cristian has diffused it. Do you play the move knight h4 as a threat?
Just knight h4.
That's in your yes, that's in your bag of tricks, if you will.
Absolutely, because when we play e4, if it doesn't really give you an advantage, I've been told that then it means it just equalizes very easily for black. You trade more pawns, and I don't like those type of positions.
Right.
Exactly. So let's keep the position more complicated. Play knight h4.
Right.
The idea of knight f5. Probably rook e8.
Yeah, just that makes sense.
We can still.
Are we?
E4.
Are we? Or
because if you take with the bishop at the end, it's a double attack, right?
Right. That's a different. Just to show what the audience, what Nazi was saying, the double attack is gift me the pawn on c6, or your choice, gift me the pawn on h.
Look at a crazy move here after bishop b4. Can I play bishop a6?
Ooh. Okay, I'm a pawn grubber, so you have
take on h7.
Check.
Take. King h8, queen a6.
And
I don't have any compensation, do I?
Okay, we're going to give ourselves a pause and throw it to Sa Paulo and Maurice.
Yeah, you know, your bishop capturing that h-pawn with check reminds me of the position that's happening in the other game right now with Levon threatening to capture an h-pawn with check with his bishop as well, with a queen behind it. Talk about popular or common batteries. And I think this moment is really interesting, this idea that bishop e7 was played, and he's looking to play this move. Now, Fabi has to think, it is clear that he's about to drop this pawn. Is he losing it? Well, that's a different way of saying it. Or is he sacrificing it? Certainly, it is something that will be on his mind. I think the move g3, we'll all agree, is just ridiculous. Nobody wants to play g3 in this position to defend this pawn. It just doesn't seem like this is what you should be pressing pawns to do. A very natural move. The Indian ignores the pawn and plays the move bishop to e3. And then after bishop takes on h4 with check play g3, all right? Black can say, at least I stole a pawn for this horrible-looking position. How should white play now? Well, what's interesting in this position is that white can simply play the move queen to f3 and castle, as Cristian pointed out. But Cristian also said this move, which what got my attention, was the move g4. We don't want to play chess like this, but apparently it is quite strong because after bishop check, the king can simply cruise on over to d2 saying, you got nothing. I'm not worried about any attacks on my king. I will still be breaking through on the other side of the board. I'll bring my queen f3, bring the other rook into the game. I'll castle by hand, and I'll still have the advantage. This kind of chess is clearly rich, enterprising, seems unnecessary from Fabiano's viewpoint. Why do I need to play like this when I can play the queen f3 line and then just castle in the position? We could go back to this position here, castle, and then play for g4. But it is still a pawn down. It is clear he will be a pawn down for now, but with all the positives in his position, you got that bishop sitting on c8 for black that cannot get in the game, and the other black pieces, as a matter of fact, that look like they're not going anywhere anytime soon. This would be a massive advantage for Fabi. But here you notice he is not playing a tempo as he was. He has finally pressed the pause button because this is a critical moment. He is giving up a pawn for the long haul. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Respect the pawns. I like that.
And I'll point out, this is the first time Fabiano has taken a long think.
Right.
He's definitely considering to sacrifice a pawn.
Oh,
I don't
no
think
question.
we'll see g3.
No, I like the bishop e3. I like the king d2 walk as well.
Like king d2?
Yeah, I do. As a junior player, I love moving my king in the opening. I just wanted to say that, you know, I was looking at that audience in Sao Paulo, Brazil there, and I was reflecting on the fact that we're 10 years into the Grand Chess Tour, and the Grand Chess Tour is played all over the world. We have played in Africa, and I remember some of the pictures from Africa and the audiences that came to the games. Europe, of course. Asia, we had a tournament in India, and of course, America. And when I see these spectators, I just think to myself, yeah, that's, as a chess player, chess grandmaster, I just love it when the audience turns out. Little kids ask me for my autograph and stuff. I just think, okay, this is the best.
It makes the whole atmosphere so exciting. And
agreed. And
oh, wow.
G3.
Combinator's curse.
Nobody wants to play like this, said
I mean, we all agreed with Maurice when he said this.
Yeah, exactly. I did, most certainly. G2, G3. With the inclusion of rook H3, Cristian, did that...
Obviously, it proves that don't connect very well with each other. Right?
Like, what just happened?
But as Maurice just painted a very beautiful picture, it's not that easy to give that pawn on H4, right? Because you don't have immediate term compensation. You have long-term compensation by just simply having the pressure on that pawn on H5. And very often, after bishop to E3, bishop takes H4, you go bishop E7, now you go G4 once again, or you can start with queen F3. Again, it's not short-term compensation, it's long-term, because you're going to pressure that pawn on H5, and you're not getting it as fast as you would like to get it back, right? You go G4, black always has the option of just simply pushing H4, and then you have to corral the pawn on H4. So these are things that Fabiano is considering before the move G3. Now after move G3, he's still better, but his advantage, take a look how it's dipping around the equality mark. Knight to C5, and it does seem like finally black, and I do think we have a move, yes, knight to C5, is on the board. Yeah. He's definitely filling the position right now, Levon. He's happy that he played G3. I'm sure if we ask him, and Maurice will most likely ask him after the game, were you worried that Fabi might just go queen F3 castle and then go G4? I'm sure he's going to say yes. Yeah. Bishop to E3, bishop to D7 again. It was always the problem of that bishop. And it does seem like right now I'm gaining some speed. I will be able to go queen to C7 next and then long castle in this position. So let's say something like queen to F3, knight to E4. I can start with that move. Would you castle?
Yeah,
probably.
Sure.
Queen C7 is one way. You can also launch an immediate attack with B5.
Whoa.
It seems like you have to take this. Okay. But then after rook to B8, after queen to B8 as well, you can see all of the pieces, all of black's pieces are aimed at the white king, right? So you can start queen B8, queen B7, rook B8, and then some sacrifices, bishop takes A3, are starting to look very tempting.
So black is not in a rush to castle at all?
No. It does seem like he has this option of B5, or you can go queen to C7 and try to castle, like this. Queen to C7, rook to H2, you have to do something with this rook at some point,
right.
And now you just go castle, and then we have this type of situations. I do think that this is the type of position that the game is headed towards after this last few moves, G3, knight to C5. Definitely Levon, once again, with the back on the wall. He's right back into the game in this one.
Thank you, Cristian. I have to say that H4 and A3 was surprising, and somehow we've got an equilibrium.
You could say he's getting lucky, but he's not. No, he just loves playing this type of positions.
He's slippery. Let's jump back to Maurice in Sao Paulo. Maurice.
You know, it's funny listening to you all, and the reality is we're all in shock. Like, the move G3, with rook H3 included, it's such a almost a kind of a scared move, if you will. I'm not sure I'm getting my pawn back. I don't want to risk it. And I will say part of the reason is connected to the number of points that you get for winning the classical game in this event. 6 huge points. You drop 6 points because you played a bit risky. Hey, you went for it. You decided, I'm just going to give up this pawn and I think I have comp. Well, that could bite you in the butt later and you lose the game and you're thinking, why did I do that? Why didn't I just play it safe? And I think that's what's going on here for Fabi. His mindset is, I don't need to really take this big chance, even though his opening itself looked like a big chance that he was taking. But he decided he's just going to have to pump the brakes. I don't want to really just give up this pawn. Let's not take a big chance and maybe lose this game with the white pieces, no less. And he would be behind the 8 ball trying to figure out exactly what to do in this whole match. So that's, I think, what made him play this move G3. It's easy for us to talk on the sidelines, of course. But, man, watching the chance he had to just go for it and just sack that pawn and get a great initiative, it is really sad to see now the setup of G3 and Rook H3. And I've got to tell you, as somebody who is the opposite of Yasser, who in my play day, I love to sack pawns for compensation, seeing this happen, it does make you feel a little bit sad that we're not going to see that game actually unfold.
True that, Maurice. I mean, the mystery of chess and sacrifices, G2, G3, in conjunction, especially with Rook H3, that looks so confounding.
And if you look at the position now, it makes you question, why or how did
Rook H3, did you capture something to provoke your rook to go to H3? Wouldn't you rather have it on H2? In this particular setup, this particular pawn structure, White's trump, if you will, is the D4 square. And I'm sitting there saying, okay, where's my king going? Normally, I would put it on the king side, but I would want to do something right away to kind of, I want to say, discourage my opponent from playing knight e4. I'm not saying it's the best move. I'm just saying what I would aspire to achieve, let's just say. C3, queen here.
The big question is, are you still castling long, or are you going to attack your king?
Probably not. I'm probably going to play king f2 to g2. And I'm actually thinking that, you know, if you put your knight on e4, maybe prematurely, please do. You're by no means obligated to do this. And I would embrace, I would love for you to go for, you know, give me the 2 minor pieces, because this is a position where the minor pieces, it's not a position for the rooks. The rooks don't have open files.
I agree with you, but I'm a little bit scared of the h-pawn.
Never mind. I'll put my king on h1.
Yeah, black is left with a very bad white squared bishop, so because of that, I'm with you here.
Exactly, and the minor pieces actually will have a massive role to play. So something like reinforcing the knight, of course, bishop e3 reinforcing the knight also makes perfect sense. If you take certain page from an open Sicilian book, you'll see sometimes players doing very strange things in open Sicilians where they try to put their bishop on b2 just to take the sting out of those attacks over there.
Yes, sir. I think Fabi heard you. He played c3.
Okay. Reinforcing the knight. It's a very slow way of playing it compared to the whole queen f3 sacrifices.
But where do you castle right now?
I'm not. I'm going to play king.
You're just going king f2,
yeah,
right?
By hand, yeah.
But if you go king f2, you have to go rook h2, rook d2, get the rooks out of that conundrum on the right side.
Look, I didn't put it there. I'm trying to unwind.
It's such a strange position for that.
Exactly.
And trying to read the body language, Fabi doesn't look happy anymore with his position, and Levon was walking away from the board very confidently.
Now, the thing is, I can see and understand Levon from his body language. Fabi, for me, is a mystery. I don't know when he's happy or unhappy. He has a very good poker countenance at the board. It's very hard. When he's nervous, he doesn't show it. I mean, Hikaru, on the other hand, he looks like he's having a panic attack. You know? But you had, Cristian, the Catalan.
I was looking at the Catalan and just trying to understand the plans available for black, because Prag did go for this knight to h4 idea that Nazi prescribed. Knight to h4 with the idea to just simply get the knight to f5, right? At the same time, we're opening the bishop, so there could be some ideas connected to that. Black has a couple of ways in which you can combat this.
Okay.
Make a space for your bishop on f8.
This
is a very typical way. Rook to e8, knight to f5, bishop to f8. But from a practical perspective, I'm looking at this position. I don't like it that much. Bishop to f4. And I will just show you a way in which things can go wrong for black quite quickly. If you go rook to c8,
okay,
rook to c1, you go a6 to control this square, b5.
Looks natural.
And now you think you're ready for c5, right?
Also
but you're not, because now the knight jumps back to e3, and you're having huge troubles with the pawn on d5. In fact, you're almost lost on the spot.
Wow.
Let's say you go something like c4, queen c2, knight b8. Finally, it looks like you defended the pawn on d5. Not so fast.
Whoops.
Bishop to g5, you're in trouble. You're losing this pawn. In fact, the best move is to sacrifice the exchange. It can go wrong against this pawn on d5 very easily if you allow the knight to jump to f5. That's why I think, after some thinking, MVL will choose to go g6.
Ooh.
This comes with its own set of problems, right? Because you are giving me the dark squares on that side around your king, so I will immediately pounce on them with a move bishop to g5. Bishop e7, the only move in the position. Makes sense, because otherwise you're pained you're going to lose the pawn on d5. So bishop e7, knight to f3. The knight is not doing anything on h4 anymore. I have to bring it back into the game. And how is this position? And I understand objectively it's very close to equality, but from a practical perspective, doesn't this feel a little bit easier to play for white?
It does.
For me, it does.
Right.
I guess for you guys also. So MVL is going to have to find a very precise way to get out of this and equalize completely. And that's why when you asked me a few moves ago, do we think MVL equalized? Not so much. The engine might be saying that it's very close to equality. I don't think he equalized fully, because he has the more difficult moves in the position. That's the problem.
He's being challenged with some serious questions.
Yeah.
Well, we've got two very, very nice games that were unfolding. We were a little bit concerned that somebody was going to play some heavy theoretical moves, and
we're worried about a quick draw.
Quick draws.
Not happening.
That's not happening. We've reached that point. We're going to take a break, and we're going to check in with our good friends at Q Boutique to see what they have for us. What's on offer for today? Well, the 2025 Grand Chess Tour. Check it out, this amazing t-shirt. It features the tournament locations for the 25 GCT Tour. That includes Warsaw, Bucharest, Zagreb, St. Louis, and Sao Paulo, Brazil. It's available online at qboutique.com if you're come and visit us in person.
And now let's stump the commentators. Let's see what the question is for today.
I do so well on these.
Out of 16 classical games played in GCT finals, only 2 were decisive. That's shocking.
Wow.
Name the 2 players to win a classical game in Grand Chess Tour finals. Levon Aronian, Magnus Carlsen, Fabi, or MVL? This is such a tough question.
I think MVL defeated Magnus and won London.
Thanks for sharing that, but...
So I'm going to go with D, but now I got to think about my second choice.
Yes, we'll have to think about it. And
do we have to give our answer right now? Or
no, we get to think. We get to think during the break.
Well, we can also cheat.
No cheating allowed. I'm especially looking now at
You're looking at me right now. Okay.
Well, as we go to break, Fabiano Caruana and Eric Rosen sat down to play a game of chess on a wobble board. Take a look, and we'll be right back.
That was a front promo. Hello, chess friends. Hello, members of the Chess Club. I'm Yasser. I'm here at the World Chess Hall of Fame with 2 marvelous combatants, Fabiano and Eric, who are about to play on a chessboard from Q Boutique. Q Boutique has lots and lots of chess boards. This one is for the championship of wobbly chess. As you can see, gentlemen, be sure to put the P's directly in the middle of the square. You'll also notice that there's a lot of chess books on you by me, as well as S-chess pieces. So it's going to be a big, big contest. Are you feeling well? How are you feeling, Fabi?
Feeling pretty good.
Are you ready for your first venture into wobbly chess?
I think so.
Eric?
I'm a little bit shaky, but I'll try and ease my way into it.
Okay, as you know, I will be the neutral arbiter. What are we playing today, by the way?
2 minutes and 1 second plus 1 second.
What's the extra 1 second for?
Might need it.
Might need it. All right, gentlemen, if you're ready, start the clock and let's go. Okay, good luck. In English, huh? Seizing the center. What?
I'm out of my prep.
I even had this position in the St. Louis Masters last year against Mark Hyman.
The champion of gambits is being offered upon. Whoa.
Call this one a gambit.
Eric is definitely
To attack a little bit.
in an aggressive mode. Hyper aggressive. No having said A, say B, huh?
My position already feels wobbly.
Feels like somehow you're down in development too.
A little bit.
Yeah. Okay, but counterattack.
It's all right.
It's all right. Now that wasn't me. I'm not saying. Whoa. Okay. Things are definitely heating up in the wobbly position. Wobbly, I'm ready for. I'm not ready for the spin.
It's already one connect for
A real threat at last. This will be known as the 4 pawns wobbly attack. Uh-oh. What's very interesting is there's a kind of a feature on the bottom of the set that makes a distinct sound when the pieces are landing on the board. Interesting. Gives it
It's also a mirror.
heft.
If you,
Pardon?
it's also a mirror.
Yeah, if you need to look at yourself. Just-
It's so tempting to sacrifice.
Sacrifice.
I can't resist.
You have to be true to your nature.
Right. Nope.
Whoa, that queen is having a hard time. So it's yours.
Not sure what
Pieces
to,
don't fully follow.
yeah, I'm not sure what to do with that move. Difficult. Difficult to adjust after a move like that. I mean, the queen is not even recovering.
Shadoob. Ooh, Eric is in full battle mode.
I feel like I'm in trouble though. Oh,
It's blocking your diagonal.
or you sacrifice too much.
He's a cool defender, this Fabi. Bishop is definitely, it's got girth. Look at you, you pawn grub. I'm proud.
I'm trying.
I understand. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Wow. That was quite the move.
No.
Oh no.
Oh no, my king.
Nicely done, gentlemen. And there you have it. The first game of the Wobbly Championship. Be sure to become members of the Wobbly Chess Association. Gentlemen, thank you for participating. Your friends at Q Boutique would like to wish you well as the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries and the St. Louis Chess Club. Be sure to join our social media. Bye for now.
The Grand Chess Tour Finals are back, and this time the stage is set in Sa Paulo, Brazil. The top 4 players face off in rapid, blitz, and classical showdowns, each move pushing them closer to a share of $350,000 and the ultimate crown. It all comes down to this. The battles are fierce, the stakes are high, and only one will stand as the Grand Chess Tour champion.
Two legendary world champions, Garry Kasparov and Vachier-Lagrave Anand, will do battle once again in Clutch Chess, The Legends, a special exhibition match celebrating their incredible legacies. Kasparov, a chess icon who held the title for 15 consecutive years, and Anand, a 5-time world champion, will compete in an epic Chess 960 match with $144,000 in prizes on the line. Catch this unique moment in chess history live from the new state-of-the-art facility at the St. Louis Chess Club. It's an unforgettable event you won't want to miss. Clutch Chess Champion Showdown.
And welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 1 of the classical game.
But we have a challenge. The gauntlet has been thrown before us.
So let's answer the question. Let's take a look. The question was that out of 16 classical games played in GCT finals, only 2 were decisive. Who were the players who won the games?
You go first. Ladies first.
MVL was one of them, and I'm going to pick Magnus as the second player.
I'm torn between Magnus and Fabi, but I'm going to do the same. You're my co-host. I can't go against you. Magnus and MVL.
I'll go MVL and Levon.
All right. And the answer is, drum roll. It could be Fabi. It was 2019. Nicely done, Nazi. You
it's
laid the
go
ground.
Wrong when you pick Magnus.
Yeah,
we all picked MVL though.
Yeah, I knew. I remember. I confused, and MVL confused me. I remember him winning against Magnus.
Well, that would make sense because if he won, then Magnus has to equalize the score.
Exactly.
So he won again in class. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
You see, you guys use logic.
Gets you every time.
I'm catching up.
Yeah. Where are we? Where would you like to take us?
Well, let's jump into Fabi's game against Levon. We do have a move.
Okay, I'm going to refresh my board.
Bishop d3. So both of them
After bishop to d7. So c2, c3, one of those little petite moves that you get in that just says, okay, I'm reinforcing the knight. I want you to make a commitment. Are you going to castle kingside? Are you going to do something? Are you going to play for b5? Nope, I'm just going to play bishop to d7. Now, this one is a bit of a surprise. Bishop to d3.
Because I remember you were playing bishop d3 after knight had moved to e4.
Exactly.
So you don't want to allow the trade.
I wasn't eager to allow it. And, of course, it's easy for me to say that I want to play the move bishop e3 and rook h2 included. I always thought that bishop to d3 was a move I might want it on g2, whereas I'm almost for sure know that I want my bishop on e3. You know.
So it was more a flexible move to play bishop e3.
I thought so. But bishop d3 is a very committal move. And if you don't take it, by the way, if you don't, I like being on this diagonal. I might just drop back
Eyeing
and
the
say,
g6 pawn, right?
Exactly. I might just drop it back and say, well, you'll never get a chance to capture the bishop, and the knight will have to jump to e4.
Well, Levon did take it already.
Which makes perfect sense. Munch, munch.
And followed up with queen b6.
Again, very logical decision-making by
Now we have
Levon.
somewhat of a normal French position. With the rook on h3 is still not ideal, but
Exactly.
now we can recognize some patterns at least.
Yeah. Here I feel, again, that this knight it's about this knight on d4 as being, let's say, the dominant piece at the moment. Like, it does curtail the bishop, right? You can't play bishop to b5. The one thing I'd be a little bit worried about is bishop c5. Maybe you will take on d4. We'll get into bishops of opposite color. So I would see the following move as the most ambitious, b2, b4. So that would, you know, cut out bishop c5. Of course, I simply want to play bishop.
You are allowing a5, though, with
That's
threat
right.
to take on b4.
Okay. Now comes a very interesting moment. We just pause for a moment here, because if I do play the move b5, and you do play bishop c5, and I do play the move a4. So let me just...
Ooh, now your bishop is looking much better than
Exactly.
it was before.
We're in a bishops of opposite color position, but that's got to be the most awful looking bishop on d7 you've ever had. So you might want to play a4, artificially isolating the pawn, if you will, on b5. These get to be very, very intriguing positions. If I don't like them, I probably don't. I might play a move
It's
like
very
rook.
interesting, Yasser, but Fabi has chosen a different move. He went with rook h2. Welcome in bishop c5.
Okay, and let's just take a quick gander at this before we ask Cristian to weigh in with his contribution. Bishop e3. If we do this, yes? And
Queen b5?
yes. And let me just say, you have control of the dark squares. But I'm not unhappy. I've got control of the light squares too, right? I mean, anything you can do, I can do better kind of thing?
I don't think black is worse here at all.
Feels okay. Unless something like f5 shakes the ramparts, I'm feeling okay. Weigh in on our discussion after rook h2.
Oh, Fabi's done with this game.
Huh?
Fabi's done with this game.
Like he didn't get anything.
He just wants to make a draw right now.
Really?
Yes. And I saw a sign of frustration. He grabbed his head in his palms, and he was not happy with how this game transpired in the last few moves. He understands that g3 was just the wrong decision.
It was.
And Levon completely equalized right now.
Okay.
Rook to h2, this is basically a signal that you're allowing bishop to c5, taking on d4, and we're going to go into that opposite color bishop endgame. The only way to try for something in the position would have been to go a4. It seems like a4 or b3. b3 doesn't make any sense from a practical perspective.
No.
Taking some space on this side does make some space. Also, you're taking away some sense. You're also taking away the b5 square from the bishop. Still, it's taking a lot of risks if you do play this move, because after rook to c8, a5, queen to d8, you were overextended a little bit, right?
Really?
And it could backfire. Also,
I would be enthusiastic. I'd be like,
I have the extra idea of just simply
Okay,
changing the queens with queen to a6. I'm not saying it's the best move in the position, but it's a possibility, and then we will have the two bishops. The control of the light squares that black has is quite significant in this position. And if I manage to go bishop to c5, bishop takes d4, get the bishop on b5, absolutely no problems in this position. Fabiano played rook h2. Again, I don't think he's hoping for an advantage anymore at this point, and it was responded with a5. a4, most likely bishop to c5. Again, these are the type of situations we're going to see. Nobody has an advantage in this position. I think he's going to peter out into a draw.
The French defense lives another day.
Yep.
Thank you.
It does indeed.
Cristian. I mean, Levon has been incredibly successful since he took it up. I just want to say that his whole career, Levon has answered e4 with e5. And he was probably one of the greatest king-pawn opening practitioners on the black side, whether he was playing his marshals or his various Rui Lopez's.
E6, the French defense, are very popular amongst Armenian players.
Absolutely.
Levon was one of the players who wasn't playing it.
I still remember Vaganyan and Simbad Laputian, as well as our very own Varuzhin Akobian. I mean, they blazed new trails, and now Levon is doing the same, and he's doing it very successfully. We're going to turn our attention to the game of Prague and MVL. What's happening there, Nasi? We did have G6.
Yes, we left it here at knight h4, and after G6.
Then came bishop e7. I mean, talk about seizing the defensive. Just covering all of his key squares is MVL.
Cristian showed us some lines after c5. I got really worried about that d5 pawn.
With good reason. We were looking at the knight somehow jumping to e3, and d5 became really tender.
So maybe for Maxime to equalize here, he needs to make knight e4 jump work and the trades, right?
Right.
Maybe start with rook e8?
Yes, that's a move that we joked about Vladimir Kramnik, that Vladimir is a great player, absolutely great player, but oftentimes it seemed like he had built up his position to his maximum. And then he didn't know what to do. So he played rook on f1 to e1. And he was always preparing the break in the center. And rook e1 was always featured in Vladimir's games. And so now we're seeing rook e8.
It's a great move, and you don't know what to do.
You don't know what to do. But in this particular case, you nailed it. I mean, you want to play the move knight e4. You want to force some favorable trades. I believe...
We're coming back to take control of the e5 square, maybe?
Yeah, but then let's have a look-see. If we go knight to e4, inviting the trade of bishops.
I could drop back with bishop f4, but I don't see it being that good on f4. Yes, so let's trade.
Let's trade on e7.
Right.
Pause here for a moment, because...
You worried about the c7 pawn?
No, I'm worried about... Do I want to play c7, c5 or not? If I want to play c5, then I want to recapture with the queen. Because if I wanted to double the rooks on the e file, then I'm recapturing the rook. Okay, let's just, for the moment, play this.
Actually, e2 pawn is hanging at the moment, so I don't know what to do. Let's play rook e1.
No, yeah, there you go. I mean, you could go for the...
direct attack, yes, knight b5.
Well, the double attack, right?
Yeah, with the idea of knight c7 also forking the rooks, but
right.
You
didn't know what to do. So nice. Sorry. That might be an issue. That might be an issue.
Maybe you have to take with the rook.
Maybe I have to take with the rook. Okay. Now you didn't know what to do, so you played rook e1. Fair. And now I didn't know what to do other than to play c5. And let's just take a look and see how... the one bad news about the queen being on d3, there's no...
I don't see harmony
yet
in white pieces, right?
Yet, for the moment. I mean, you just have to keep asking questions. For example, you just want to ask black a question. How would you like to recapture? Do you take...
With the knight on d7.
Okay, knight on d7. And let's say, okay, the queen did whatever duties it had to do on d3. Now I'm dreaming.
Finally, we can put the knight on d4.
And then the bishop on g2 starts to harmonize. It's still a long fight ahead between those
long
players.
Positional fight, yes.
I can imagine it being equilibrium, but the isolated queen pawn means that there's something still here for white to hope for an advantage. Cristian, jump in on the current position. We've been looking at rook e8.
I think you guys touched on the most important moves in the position. Yes, and the idea is that, of course, you want to break this somewhat of a pin on the h4, d8 diagonal with the move knight to e4. This is the way you want to do it. You can start with rook to e8 to prepare that. Rook to e8, knight to f3 is one of the main moves. Rook f d1. One thing that you should probably not do very early on is to play c5. Because if you do play c5, now I can take. If you take with the b pawn and try to create this pawn structure, then I can go e3. It does feel like this is the type of position that favors white. It does keep some chances of a victory for black as well, because it's a very dynamic position. But in general, I like this type of positions, especially when the bishop is on g2, already setting up this pin on the long diagonal. I like this one for white. So after rook d1, rook e8, rook d1, c5, if you start with c5, take with the knight, then I can tuck the queen to b1, and I still have this pressure, very annoying pressure. Again, from a practical perspective, it is pressure. From an objective perspective, perhaps black is ready to equalize, but it's not easy to play this type of position with black with the clock ticking down. So I think MVL has to be a bit more careful. So rook to e8, rook to d1. Now perhaps you can start with knight to e4. Knight to e4, bishop takes e7, queen to e7. I do have to bring the knight back at some point in the game with the move knight to f3. But then knight f6 jumps, and I have full control over the center. Again, it's the battle between my square on e4 and, of course, your knight that could potentially land on e5. But maybe I can undermine that with a move c5. Of course, you cannot take because you lose the knight on e5. So this is the type of battle that we're seeing. And by the way, beautiful construction between the knights, right? Four knights very close to the center. It's a nice looking position. It seems like with best moves, MVL will be able to equalize. And perhaps he's seen this position. He's trained this type of positions. He's played it with his seconds as well. So he, I'm sure, knows exactly the piece placement that is optimal in this one.
Thank you, Cristian. And for those of you who are joining us late, let's bring you up to date. Shame on you for joining us so late. We're watching these playoffs here. Let's take a look at the brackets.
In this semifinal, we'll have two matches, Praggnanandhaa against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Fabiano Caruana against Levon Aronian.
The two winners, of course, move to the finals, but in our Grand Chess Tour, the top three get invitations for the next year.
It's very important to play that third place match.
Exactly.
It's actually quite sad that one of these players will not qualify for
will
next
not
year's.
be guaranteed
Yes.
if they get in the top 10. And then we have a very heavily weighted scoring system that favors the longer games. Nazi.
Right, for classical game wins, they get 6 points. So in a 2-game classical match, they can get 12 points. Rapid games are 4 points per win, 2 points for... I actually didn't mention the draw, so I'll get to that.
2 points for the draws.
And in Blitz, if you win, you get 2 points. Now, for a draw, in Classical, you get 3 points.
Right.
In Rapid, 2. And in Blitz, 1.
And again, just to emphasize the point, if you win both of your Rapid games, you're going to get 8 points for having done that. If you draw both of your Rapid games, you're going to get 4 points. And of course, today, they're playing their first classical game, and tomorrow they'll switch colors and do it all again as we see the beautiful stage. I mean, don't you just feel great walking out on a stage that is, I mean, I used to play in baseball. Let me be very clear about this.
It might be a little bit awkward for the players when they look up to see the game, also see their big face.
Yeah, right? Like, wow, you know, like, dang, larger than life, right?
But it's great for the audience.
It totally is. It is great. Just a quick story. I once played in a shopping mall.
Really?
Yeah, just literally on the hallways of the shopping mall, and it was the Washington State Championship. And we were playing, and two little old ladies walked by, and they just stopped and stared at us for a few minutes. And one whispered loudly to the other, "What are they doing?" "They're playing chess," came the answer. "Chess? What's chess?" Her friend said, "Oh, it's just like checkers, only different." They proceeded to walk away. We all had to stop the clocks. We all stopped laughing. He just stopped the clocks and said, "Okay, we're going to get a 10-minute break." It's just like checkers, only it's different. That answer did all.
That's wonderful.
And then Garry Kasparov showed up. Okay, we have rook e8, by the way. We got one right. Yay for us. Yeah.
We guessed one move so far today.
Yes, so far. It's been tricky because the games very unusually took unusual turns.
And you know, this game, both players are playing it very slowly. I just realized they've only played 12 moves, and they're both below 1 hour.
It's the nature of the position, right?
Yeah.
It's very high consequence. If you take the wrong path, right? If you make the wrong plan in the position, then you're just going to end up in trouble, especially as black.
Yeah.
As white, you have some flexibility. As black, you're the one with the decisions right now. Do you play c5? Do you wait to play c5? Do you start with a6? Do you go knight e4? Which path are you going to choose? That's the question.
Yeah, very difficult answers. The funny thing is, whether we play knight to f3 or not, in some ways the knight feels a little bit like a problem child. You know, it's like maybe we don't get to go to e5 right away. Sometimes in Englishes, I've had such positions where I've chosen a very different path. I've played bishop to h3 with the idea knight to g2 and knight to f4. But in those cases, I'm playing in English. I'm trying to get knight to d5, you know.
Also, I've played bishop h3 to annoy the rook on c8.
Yes, especially. Yeah, especially that. So let's say if we take the path that Cristian offered, which was rook d1, rook c8, exactly, you nailed it right away. Once I see the rook on c8, now I'm even more attracted to the move bishop h3. Okay.
Well.
And Cristian, back over to the crazy Fabi start.
As we enter this position, which seems to be going towards a draw, let's take a look and rewind where we started. And Fabi's incredible preparation from the beginning in this French opening. And this a3 idea, it's a very intriguing idea because after c takes d4, what you're going to do is not take on d4. And this is why people don't generally play a3, because then you lose the piece with queen to h4. And Levon, of course, understood that. But after c takes d4, knight b5 came in the position, bishop to c5, the same problem. You take on d4, you run into that queen to h4 idea. But now Fabiano, and this was his preparation. Take a look at this move. h4, taking away the square for the queen, but also launching an attack on this side. And at this point, Levon was in huge practical danger, but he did play the move, which surprised a little bit Fabiano. h5, question mark. Fabiano was prepared for this one with rook to h3, g6, knight takes d4, and Fabi is the one with a huge advantage just before this move, g3. What he had to do was give up the pawn on h4 with queen to f3, bishop takes h4, and then just simply play for the initiative on this side. There's no castling for black. I'm going to castle on this side as white. This one is just looking good for Fabiano. Fabiano had a very not close but almost decisive advantage in this one from a practical perspective. He did not go for this one. He played g3, and at this point, Levon just simply equalized after the move knight to c5.
And from the current position, Cristian?
This is just equal right now.
Well, excuse me to differ. If I could play bishop a3 takes e7.
Oh, yes.
in one move.
Yes. How about no? How about no? You go bishop a3, I will take on d4.
And this
Which, by the way, it does seem like maybe you have a slight advantage, but after rook to c6, where's the advantage?
Because is a5 a little bit weak?
Not really. Not really.
Rook c1.
No.
Rook c1. I want to play rook c2, of course.
I don't think you're in time. So I take bishop c6. You go rook c2. I go king d7. I defend the bishop on c6. And I'm just in time to go b6.
Exactly.
And
yes, you are.
That's it. That's it.
Wow. Okay, you did it very exactly.
At tempo. Yes.
And one more look. Bishop c5, knight c2.
Just before we get into that, bishop takes a3 seems to be fine as well.
What?
Yes, yes.
I would have thought that this is almost...
It's ugly. It definitely is ugly, but it doesn't seem... Perhaps you don't have a break. Like, where's your break? Do you go g4? It's not that easy to make. So I go king e7.
King d2.
King d2.
No,
I go rook c8.
In all chess books, this position would have been written as... And white wins.
Absolutely.
And white wins.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
And with correct play, white wins.
Yeah. Right.
Rook a1.
Rook a1. Okay.
And yes, I'm going to play rook g1, g4.
Triple zeros, by the way.
Triple zeros.
With any move, pretty much. I guess I'm just simply getting my rook on c7. That gives me enough pressure down the c file. And again, you don't have enough to break the position on this side.
Let's go.
So rook g1, I would say.
Or g4 right away. Either way.
Oh, you want to go g4 first?
Yeah. I want to force you to decide what to do. Rook g1.
Rook c7?
Take it.
Sorry, not rook c7.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Rook a7, yes.
Take
you
it.
Take.
Yeah.
Let's say I go rook c7, even though it's not the best.
Rook h3.
Now you got h5. Now you got h5.
You see?
And actually,
with correct play.
Now, this is actually good. But I just simply go rook to h8. This seems to be the idea. Like, once you break with g4, I go rook to h8. Again, we're a bit far in a position that's never going to happen.
I agree.
Because Levon is not going to take on a3.
And h5 in this position? What am I missing?
I just take.
Rook
It's limited material, it seems like. You take, I take,
G8
you
at the
take.
end.
Now I just go rook to G8.
But this is, I feel like, the best I got. I broke open the position to the best of my ability. I didn't have too many other
That's the best you can
breaks.
get. That's the best you can get. And it's not enough.
Wow.
That's the problem. It's not enough. But again,
Wow.
guaranteed,
We're not going
he
this
will
direction.
not take on A3.
Right.
He will not allow this good knight versus bad bishop.
That's what I've been
situation.
thinking
Yeah.
from the start that we got into this. I mean, modern chess. I mean,
Everything is
I knew.
triple zeros.
I know. Wow, thank you, Cristian. That's
You learned something
makes me
today.
think.
Yes, sir.
No, every day. I mean, Peter Svidler comes in and goes and shows you how you're supposed to win, and you go, "Yeah, I saw that." I mean, Prague. He came in. Remember, Prague had an interview with us, and we said to Prague, "Well, we expected you to play this. Peter, show him what you thought." And Peter did it, and Prague looked at it and said, "Well, after seeing what he just showed us,
That's never going to happen.
so
That's
simple."
the problem. Yeah.
I thought this was a big advantage. I
Me too.
didn't see it
Me
triple
too.
zeros.
I would
really
never
didn't.
take on A3. I would think that this is a
To
position. First of all,
avoid.
it is a position for two results.
Right.
Like black is never winning that one. You make one wrong move, you get the tempo behind as black, and you lose.
Exactly.
Because I go H5, I break everything open, and I invade with the rooks.
Right.
So you lose. You have to be careful. And you're just simply never accepting this position.
No, agreed. Thank you, Cristian. Back to our game between Prague and MVL. Do we have more moves, Nasi?
No, I think since rook E8, Prague has been
There's
thinking.
been a pause. Clock times between these two players,
It's
by the way.
they're both around 50 minutes.
50 minutes. Okay, so they've been pretty much keeping pace. By the way, we talked about MVL's consistency in the tour, and definitely he's performed well in all of his 4 tournaments that he competed. Each tour participant has to play 4 of the tournaments. And just to remind everybody what a consistent performer he was.
Yeah, his worst finish was the 5th, share in 5th.
And he said, so long as he was 9th, he was qualifying.
Yeah.
So he was doing that on a cruise mode.
Absolutely. He started with 2nd place in Poland. He tied for 1st in Romania, and in the playoffs, it was Prague who won the event. He finished 3rd in the Rapid and Blitz in St. Louis, and then tied for 5th in Sinkfield Cup. I believe he drew every game here in Sinkfield Cup.
Yes.
All the classical games were drawn.
And he had a couple of really promising
yeah.
opportunities, including against Levon Aronian, by the way, in their game. But what I wanted to say is not just his consistency in his results, but the fact that he's very good at clock management.
Yes.
That's a skill, by the way.
He's very good in all formats, of course. These are all these players, but maybe some of them have more preference for one or the other. I feel like MVL doesn't even have a preference.
It's just like he's just chill with everything. Rook E8, and in my mind, he is really looking forward to the opportunity of playing knight to E4. You know, one of the crazy things, once you got a bishop on G2, you think to yourself, look how wonderful I am, I've created. And I have seen some of the weirdest things in the world where players actually voluntarily give up the bishop on G2 for very specific reasons. Now here, when I take immediately on E4, the problem is I'm getting...
maybe E3 will follow?
Yeah, that kind of thing. So essentially what I want to do is I want to play a bad move, queen here, and I want you to play some bad moves for just a moment, if you don't mind, and work with me on this one. But it's like this bishop E4, a very, very surprising way of trying to capture a piece, and then quickly bring the knight back to G2. So I'm thinking E2, E3 is maybe a prelude to trying to get positions where I can bring my knight to G2, but Cristian said the March of the Cavalry. That looks like a very good knight suddenly. And
yeah, if only White's knight was on E5 instead of H4.
Life is good. That was why he was playing
it just takes
knight
too
F3.
long.
Yeah.
And Black seems totally equal here.
Yeah, this looks like no issues at all. So if I'm in Prague shoes and I'm thinking to myself, okay, I really want to press my opponent,
How?
How can I?
Without taking a big risk yourself.
Right, because as we've been saying, the point system is so great. 6 points for a win in the Classic. You want to play.
You think it encourages you to take a risk because you want to get those 6 points?
But it's actually discouraging because you could lose the match.
And then
in the single
opponent
game.
gets 6 points.
Right.
Good luck catching up.
Yeah, really good luck catching up. So, okay, knight has to come back to f3 because Cristian did give us a reason here, right?
Take, right, on c5? Is that the line?
Well, he was tucking the queen into b1. I don't.
That was c5 before getting knight on e4.
Sorry, immediately.
Yes, all the way before knight e4.
So
with the knight on e4 is actually quite good to go c5. But if you try to hurry like this, then I take. And if you take, now I tuck the queen on b1.
That was it. And now we're like eyeballing this pawn. We're eyeballing the knight. And
now you don't have knight e4 as easily, right? Because knight e4, I think you just take on e7. You cannot take with the queen because you lose the pawn on d5.
And if you take with the rook?
Yeah.
Looks wrong, right? Feels
yes,
wrong.
maybe we can trade everything and...
Well, we've got...
Somehow
our rooks look better.
Even if we put the knight f3, knight d4, it should be better, right?
Yeah. Agreed. Yeah. Just, yeah.
Pragg started with immediately knight f3, no rook d1. Maybe he wants to keep the bishops. After knight d4, maybe he wants to play bishop f4.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, you are, after all, eyeballing the pawn.
c5?
Also very, very natural. You attack the pawn, and he does want to recapture on c5 with the tempo against the queen.
And do you think the black bishop now should transfer to g7? Or stay on e7?
Yes. I definitely think that the move bishop f8 is just to kind of open the rook, and if bishop g7 is the lure. One thing I get a little bit antsy about, is this pressure on the e file. So I very, very quickly think to myself, I should be playing e2, e3. And then I get really worried. I forgot. Maybe I should have traded the bishops.
That happens in Catalan quite often.
Don't I know it? Don't I know it? That oftentimes the moves G7, G5 catches you by surprise.
It's kind of a blind spot.
Yeah, exactly. You got a bishop on f4, chilling, everything's good. They go g5, and you have no good retreat square, and you're like, why did I wake up this morning?
Because of that, I've seen h4 a lot of times. When bishop's on f4 in the Catalan, you can also play h4 to just forget about the g5 tricks.
I agree completely. Okay, knight e4, just very good. Rook c8. Maybe
even immediately c5.
Maybe even immediately c5. It feels like MVL is okay. I'm going to go back to the game of Fabi. Again, for those of you who are joining us late, a very different approach in a French defense by Fabi. We were regaled by his decision to play h4 and a3. It seemed like he was coming out of the opening with an advantage. And Levon has now neutralized, got a very equal position.
We expect to get opposite color bishops very soon.
Yeah, this move, bishop c5. I'm sure that Levon thought, I'm just going to avoid the good knight versus bad bishop scenario. I'm going to plant my rook on c8, c6, I beg your pardon, and I'm going to equalize. And if we told him, but why didn't you allow that? He would say, don't you know you have no understanding?
And then we would tell him, it's still equal.
Yeah, rook c6.
Bishop e3 played, actually.
Bishop e3, okay. So actually, it was a funny moment because I wanted to ask Cristian. I don't think I got in the chance to ask him, which was, I want to play that bishop, good bishop. So I was actually thinking about knight c2 in order to play bishop a3 and or bishop e3. We do have actually bishop e3.
Maybe Fabiano wants to go knight c2 on the next move.
Maybe.
But now that we know he does not give him an advantage.
We're not afraid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe just bishop c6 and king b7. That's a good setup.
I wanted to ask you, we want our king in the center? Do we want to play?
I forgot you can still castle.
Yes, exactly. And I wanted to ask, should we be thinking castles? Like, are we afraid that there will be a break?
Yeah, I don't see a reason why we would put the king on g8.
Okay.
I think first things first. I do think we need to defend that bishop on c5. So let's just simply go b6.
Right? Natural move.
Whenever you go knight c2, in fact, I'm not going to take on e3. I'm just going to leave the bishop there.
Well, yeah, leave the...
And just go king e7. King e7, then rook to c8, and just get out like that.
You know, it's the funny thing. White had a rook on h3. Mm-hmm. We played the move g3, and everybody just cringed. Now, we have a rook on a6, and you played b6, and everybody said, yep, that's the best move, no problem. And we're going to play rook a7 to c7.
It doesn't feel as wrong to play b6.
The hypocrisy of our commentators is unbelievable.
The position is so different, right? This is an endgame, a slow endgame, in which basically we're playing for small strategic quirks in the position. Right. That one was a dynamic position. Yes. You had to understand that you had to go for castle and go for the mate. Give up the pawn. Maurice showed us how he would give up the pawn and he would go for the kill. Unfortunately, Fabiano didn't go for it. And he's going to regret his decision to play g3.
Because the game is so balanced.
And because he got what he wanted out of the opening.
And he did, yeah.
I mean, this was his preparation. Yeah. This is an idea that you prepare for months ahead. And you hope that you're going to get it, and then you get it and you spoil it. Right. So early on with g3, he's going to be angry at himself.
You know, we talk about the pluses and minuses of grandmasters, their preparation and everything. That's got to be one of the great minuses of a preparation. You worked really, really hard for the U.S. Championship. You spent a week on a particular opening. You got it. You went bang, 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 bang. Your opponent answered everything perfectly and made a draw, and you kind of feel like, oh dear, that was like 1 week of work, and it's out the door because everybody now said, oh, Nazi's been concentrating on this. So this is how she wanted to handle that line of the Catalan. And now you just kind of lost. I think
you're predicting the future right now.
Right. Now you just kind of lost one of your great trumps. Okay, we do have the move bishop e3 on the board. I'm with Cristian. I like the move b7, b6. But I think you also mentioned that you could play bishop
as long as I'm not blundering something, because I know bishop on c5 is not protected, but I thought it was safe because bishop on e3 is also hanging. Right.
So, but yeah, I think I'd rather hang out on d7 than g7 if I'm on the black side of this. You know, it's also weird is if for whatever reason my king wasn't sitting on the e8 square right now, yes, I would be very tempted as black, to play rook b8, bishop takes d4, and b5. And I more or less feel I'm equalizing right away at the moment because the king is on e8. I'm just still a little uncertain where I should put the king. But this is the current position. Cristian, jump in.
With which one would you like me to jump in? Because, again, that one seems to be quite dry.
It does.
That endgame. I don't think either of the players will be able to find any sort of extra chances in this one. Right. As long as Levon perhaps should be a bit more careful. Don't take on e3, don't exchange like that. Put the pawn on b6, defend the bishop on c5, and that should be enough. Yeah. That's it. Good enough. Let's take a look at what's happening in this one. Between Praggnanandhaa and MVL, knight to f3 was played, knight to e4 was the response from MVL. And what most likely will be the deciding factor as this game progresses, and it's going to stay tense. It does seem like this one is going to stay tense for a while, especially after c5 will be established in the position. It's going to be the clock management, right? Because I think, Nazi, you mentioned, they played very few moves in a lot of time. Right now, 40 minutes for Prague, MVL with 47 minutes, and only 13 moves at this point in time. Take a look at the clock. We have, I don't even know how we got that shot, but we got it.
By the way, this is like the latest and greatest of DGT clock technology.
That's a very clear shot, of like a drone shot of the clock. Clock taking away. And Prague right now, like, he needs to make a decision. Does he want to keep more pieces on the board? And if yes, how will you do it? You have options. You can go bishop to f4. You can also go bishop to h6, right? Which feels a little bit more threatening, a little bit more in
I'd be more tempted.
Black's position.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you can imagine at some point something landing on the back rank, a back rank checkmate with a bishop on h6, right? Not going to happen, but still, you can imagine those type of
but I can also imagine that bishop getting lost after g5.
You can also imagine that. Yes, yes, very good point.
You know, I got an angel over here.
Like a g5 and then a rook coming to e6, and suddenly the bishop on h6 is lost.
We spoke about it.
Absolutely, absolutely. You can definitely. So this is the big decision that he has to make. Or you can take on e7. To be honest, if you take on e7, it doesn't feel like Black is going to have too many issues after that. Bishop e7, queen takes e7. My position, it feels a bit more airy right now, right? I have c5 coming, rook to d8 or rook to c8. You need to keep the bishops on the board because Black is lacking some space right now. So I do think that bishop f4 or bishop h6 are going to be his choice. If he goes bishop f4, c5,
right?
What if we go for it? What if we go for h4? Perhaps this is the best way. Knight f6, no more h5. Knight e5, the battle of the knights. We're seeing this dance of the knights in the center quite often. Bishop to d6. How do you continue right now? Like, where's the next built-up plan in the position? Because I'm going to go queen to e7. I'm keeping the tension as is. I'm not playing c4. I'm not taking on d4. I'm just waiting for you to make that decision. Like, how do you improve the position?
Slow play, right? Yes, sir. You suggested e3 before.
E3. Probably one of the best moves in the position. Queen e7.
Rook d1.
What's next? Rook to d1. Probably rook to c8. Yeah, rook a d8, rook a to c8.
Everything's okay.
Slightly worried about the f2 pawn also.
Somehow Black is now better in the position.
Wow, I didn't think I did anything wrong.
I generally don't see minuses in this position, right?
Right.
But right now I'm seeing some flashes of minuses.
I do like Black's knights, the way that they're configured, and especially the knight on e4. It just
seems like
feels
we
more
run out
harmonious.
Of useful moves for
Yeah, I did everything.
Fast.
I achieved everything I could, and it wasn't
not enough, right? At some point you have to make a decision. At some point you have to take on c5. Now this is not the right moment in this one. Obviously you lose the knight on e5. And this is the problem. Once you land the knight on e5, that knight is going to get undermined, especially with a bishop on d6. Right. So these are the things that the players are occupying their mind with right now. But Pragg is falling behind on the clock. 37 minutes. He's spending a lot of time in this position in which you feel like there's still some natural moves, but it's not that easy. Right.
By the way, look at the buttons on the clock. I mean, I remember that's a faux finish. In the old days, man, it was just like a complete blank. You know,
and that's
it was like the buttons just didn't even draw your attention. They were either white or red. Now they've got the special finishes.
It's because we have so many interesting time controls now and increments and delays and everything. You can set all of those up with those DGT clocks.
By the way, I think we do have the move bishop f4
Oh, he's played bishop f4. Yeah, we know Pragg. He's a player who does not like to make draws.
No.
None of these young players like to make draws. So if I had to take a guess, it would be he's not going to trade pieces. He's going to try to keep the position as playable as possible. But he might walk into that position we just looked at where suddenly Black was a lot more comfortable. And White didn't do anything wrong.
Didn't do anything in particularly wrong, right? Bishop f4, so the moves that we've been looking at are c5, quickly followed by knight f6 and bishop to d6.
Very logical moves.
Very, very logical. And again, for me, I played the moves that seemed most sensible, you know, knight e5, e3, rook d1. And then got into
that engine tells you you're slightly worse.
And I'm like, what? What did I do wrong?
Yeah. Maybe Maxime's considering, of course, c5 is the best move. Could he be also looking at bishop d6?
Instead?
Yes.
As Black, bishop to d6.
Because if you trade, I'll take with the knight.
Okay.
But again, this might be slightly better for White, right? e3. It's a better version of the other position we looked at.
Yeah, and I just feel like somehow a sense of relief that, like, somehow the knight is not there anymore, like, right? You know, like,
it's a big relief, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like saying, okay, give me the pawn, you know, I don't know if you want to take. Yeah, so, okay, we're waiting for action to begin, and as we're going to take a break. What are we going to do?
Well, Maurice had a chance to sit down and talk with Fabiano Caruana. Take a listen, and we'll be right back.
Fabi, welcome to Sao Paulo. We're here in Brazil, the fifth continent of the Grand Chess Tour. How does it feel to be here in another Grand Chess Tour finals?
Yeah, it feels good. I'm really happy that I'm able to be a part of it because it wasn't clear at some point that I would actually make it to the Final Four. And I think there were many players who could have made it and who had very strong ambitions to make it and who were very close, like Ali Reza or like Wesley. But somehow the Final Four came down to this. I'm one of them. I think maybe a bit fortunate, but also I think performed well at the important moments, especially in the final Sinkfield Cup. It basically came down to that. It was between me, Levon, Ali Reza, Wesley, Gukesh. There were a bunch of players who had their hopes, and I just had a pretty good performance there, +2, relatively solid, no losses. So I'm really happy to be here. I think it's going to be a really tough event. I have a lot of experience against these players in matches, especially against Levon, who I'm playing in the first match. We've had many matches, whether in the American Cup, we've had a few, whether in like one of these freestyle matches we had, or in other events. You know, we played each other pretty much non-stop since our first game was in 2008. Obviously, I was a kid at the time, and he was already a top player, so that didn't go too well for me. But we've been playing pretty consistently for over 15 years, and I'm excited for that. If I manage to make it past that, I'm also excited for the final, and hopeful that I'll be able to play well.
We'll get back to your opponent in a second, or your potential opponents. But let's talk about being in Sao Paulo. You've played here before. What does it feel like to come back and play once again?
Yeah, I was here, but it was 13 years ago. Like, to my surprise, I met one of the organizers who was here 13 years ago. She was like, "You were this big." I was like, "No, I wasn't actually this big. Maybe it felt like that 13 years ago, but I was 20 at the time." And it was one of my first super tournaments. Magnus was playing, Levon was playing, so we're coming back full circle. None of the young players, they were barely born at that time. But a lot of the familiar names. And I shared first with Magnus, but then lost the blitz tiebreaker. But it was a really great tournament for me. It was the first time I beat Magnus. In the very first round I played him. And it was a super long game. It was a French, it lasted like 80 moves or even longer. I was losing for a large part of it, but then at some point I sacked an exchange in Endgame. It was an objectively bad losing decision, but it was kind of tricky. We were both in time pressure, and I had passed pawns and they just started to run forward, and I won the game. And then he beat me in the 6th round. That was actually not played in Sao Paulo. We changed cities. It was one of those rare events. We went Sao Paulo to Bilbao, and eventually we shared first place. So it was an event I look back fondly on, and it's good to be back. Only Levon and I are actually back from that event 13 years ago. But yeah, it's a kind of strange feeling to think that it's been so long that I've been playing this tournament circuit, you know, playing against many of the same people, and now I'm back 13 years later, still playing the same guy. Let's talk about that guy, Levon Aronian. You're not only friends for forever, you live in the same city in St. Louis. You can throw a rock and hit each other. You play for the Olympic team. This guy is maybe your closest friend in chess, I would assume, at least at the professional level, as far as competitors. What is it like he's the first guy you end up playing in a big tournament like this one, where everything could be decided by one move? Yeah, well, we've been in this situation before, against each other, also against other players, but especially against each other. We had these, even this year, we played 2 matches in the same event in the American Cup, which was a bit strange. First we played the classical, 2 draws, then it went straight to blitz, and I won that, although it was back and forth. And then we played in the what was called losers bracket, or elimination bracket, I think they called it. And then we played another match there, so 2 matches in the same tournament. Now we're playing another match. We played these super long matches that go down to Armageddon often. Sometimes I'm on the good side of it at the end, sometimes he's on the good side of it. They're always very close. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case again, that we play a very close match that maybe won't come down to Armageddon, but it will very likely be one of those very, very closely fought affairs.
You both have tremendous experience in all formats. Where do you see you may have a slight edge in classical or rapid or blitz? And where does it, maybe he kind of leans to a slight edge, or do you think it's all good, it's all the same?
I think it's all kind of the same. If I think back to our matches, it's not like it's decided in one format consistently. It could be an Armageddon, which is always just a random toss-up. Although I feel in Armageddon that I usually do get the upper hand, but it's still very random, so I wouldn't count on any particular result in an Armageddon game. In Blitz, in the American Cup, I did well against him in Blitz, but since then I've played very poorly in Blitz, in Zagreb, in the Grand Chess Tour, in St. Louis, in the Grand Chess Tour, didn't have good performances, so I hope that I can improve. It's not like I'm unconfident in Blitz, but it does feel bad to have a few bad performances. Like, I had a really good rapid in St. Louis, in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz event, and then I kind of spoiled my tournament, not fully, but to some extent in the Blitz portion. So I'm hoping if it does come down to Blitz, I can show better form. It is a bit of a different dynamic. It's match play. You don't feel like you have to win a lot of games like you do in a Swiss, because one win is enough, right? So you just feel like I shouldn't lose. But then I had this game against Wesley in the Sinkfield Cup tiebreak, also didn't go my way. Not against Wesley, sorry, against Prague, but then drew Wesley and he won the event. So I don't know, maybe Blitz is a bit of a risky one these days for me. Classical, very often it ends in 2 draws, but it's not always the case. Like, we see this often because nobody wants to take huge risks in a match. It's very hard to come back in a classical game. On the other hand, you can always see some fireworks.
Well, thanks so much for joining us, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
The Grand Chess Tour Finals are back, and this time the stage is set in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The top 4 players face off in rapid, blitz, and classical showdowns, each move pushing them closer to a share of $350,000 and the ultimate crown. It all comes down to this. The battles are fierce, the stakes are high, and only one will stand as the Grand Chess Tour champion.
Two legendary world champions, Garry Kasparov and Vachier-Lagrave Anand, will do battle once again in Clutch Chess, The Legends, a special exhibition match celebrating their incredible legacies. Kasparov, a chess icon who held the title for 15 consecutive years, and Anand, a 5-time world champion, will compete in an epic Chess 960 match with $144,000 in prizes on the line. Catch this unique moment in chess history live from the new state-of-the-art facility at the St. Louis Chess Club. It's an unforgettable event you won't want to miss. Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion, Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Hi, my name is Brian Woods. I am the music director for classical programming at the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. It is a monthly series that we put on featuring performers from the St. Louis Symphony, from Opera Theater St. Louis, Winter Opera, and some of the finest freelancers we have here in the St. Louis area. Every live performance is completely different. So when you come to a concert here at the World Chess Hall of Fame, you can expect infinite possibilities all within this rubric of music.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Grand Chess Tour Finals. We're in the middle of round 1. The classical games are going on, but let's take a look at our players.
Absolutely.
These are the 4 players who qualified to be here in Sa Paulo, Brazil in the finals: Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Praggnanandhaa, Fabiano Caruana, and Levon Aronian.
As you told us, today it's day one. Tell us about the schedule of these finals.
The first 2 days they will play the classical games.
Right.
After that, they will move on to rapid and blitz matches that are played on the same day.
Okay.
If they're tied after that, we'll see playoffs on Tuesday. Then we move on to the finals and the match for the third place. And the format for that is the same as for this one.
Exactly. They'll repeat exactly what they've done in the semifinals. And the magnificent playing hall that the players are in, I mean, it just looks beautiful. And I've got to say, thanks to Anastasiya, it's a full house.
It is, I just realized that that's Queen and the King, not Queen and the Rook, because I was sure that was a rook next to the Grandchess Tour sign. Do you see that top?
No, that says a rook.
No, it's a king.
Come on, come on. I mean,
if we zoom in,
you're tricking
that's definitely the king.
Okay, I definitely see the queen.
I was curious why they chose Queen and the Rook. That was kind of random.
But you think it's a king? That's
but
a lame-looking
we should
king.
Jump into the game of Fabi and Levon. They have repeated their moves twice, and they might be headed to a draw.
Okay, you had asked a salient question a moment ago. After the move b3, bishop to c5, in case of bishop a3, Levon had definitely prepared to capture the knight. Therefore, Fabi played the move bishop e3. The bishop dropped back, and that was a bit of a mystery for us. Basically,
can we go knight b5 here?
Knight b5.
Keep playing?
And
sure, it's still equal, but
it's a fair question. Knight b5. I think he's going to play king d8 in those cases, by the way. But bishop back to c1. Fabi said, I am insistent. I want to trade the dark square bishop. I want to play bishop a3. I'm insistent. I want to play bishop takes d4. And the question is, will Fabi say, okay, I just don't have much else. I'm going to play bishop e3.
My guess is they will repeat.
I'm guessing as well. Cristian?
It is a bit of a strange decision, right?
Yeah.
To allow knight b5. So after bishop e3, bishop e7, I think knight b5 is a very strong move. Because
a very strong
right now,
move.
Right. We're not exchanging dark square bishop anymore, at least not as easily.
I'm not satisfied with my king's position, so imagine I go king over.
Where are you going?
To b8, and
right?
then I want to play rook c8. Sorry, you were about to ask me.
I was going to ask if white should castle long or keep the king in the center.
Okay, we can figure it out in a moment. For the moment, let's just...
Can I go c4 at some point? I mean, I know it looks a bit strange, but...
Okay.
Maybe not here. Take takes.
It does look strange.
Yeah.
I'm not going to...
What about the c4 pawn?
I'm kind of thinking I'm going to have a good bishop at the end of the day, aren't I?
I go take on c4.
You want to play rook c2?
Rook c2 maybe?
Or take on c4?
Sure, rook c2.
Okay, fair.
Even though taking on c4 also looks
not bad, right?
Decent.
Bishop to c6, rook takes c4, for example, yeah?
And king b8.
Rook to d8, yep, okay.
Knight a7, do I have that check?
It is
legit. Could be getting into some...
It's legit.
And if I take on d8, you take with the bishop, I would assume, right?
But then knight b5, knight d6 looks great.
Yep. And if you take with the king, then I can take on c6.
Yes, and then a5.
I feel I have something. Weak. Just a little bit.
Really?
Not much. Not much. You take with a b pawn. You have to take with a pawn.
I see this as a pretty easy pawn to defend. I can put my bishop on d8 or my bishop on b4.
So even this is not enough?
I like the good knight versus the bad bishop. And that wasn't even close.
Right.
I mean,
yeah,
man,
we just can't get an advantage.
Chess is hard. But okay, bishop c5. How did that line go again? Bishop e3, bishop e7, knight b5.
Yes.
Did I error with the move king d8? Should I have castled?
You can castle. I
mean,
don't think you are necessarily... Still an advantage for white, even after castle or king to d8.
Castles, rook to c8, king to
yeah,
b2.
castle I go king d2. At some point I will break, now that the king is on g8. King d2, rook to c8, and maybe immediately g4. No, I don't go king b2.
Oh, I'm sorry?
Yes.
You do not go.
No, I'm not. I'm keeping the king on d2.
Put it on your board.
Yes, absolutely.
Cristian.
So castle, king d2, rook to c8. Very natural play so far, right? I'm not going to go all the way to b2 because I don't have to. In fact, the pawn on c3 is perfectly defended with the knight, but also with the bishop coming to d4. Perhaps.
Whenever you need it.
Whenever you need it.
Right.
Exactly. So I'm just simply going to strike.
Wow.
I try to take advantage of the fact that your king is on g8, perhaps a little bit under the fire of these two rooks that are going to get open via the h and the g5.
I feel it.
Sorry to interrupt, but we do have a move, and Fabi went bishop a3.
Bishop a3.
Three-move repetition. Not yet, at least.
So now we're probably going to see bishop takes d4.
Yeah.
And my guess is quite fast.
Unless we like b6. Unless we're back to playing b6.
Well, apparently he can also take on a3, but if we see that...
He's not taking on a3. No way.
It almost seems, to my mind, that he's played deliberately to avoid the position after bishop takes a3. And he has been saying, he's been blackmailing a little bit by saying, if you allow me to take, and I force you to take with the pawn, then I'm willing to play this position with the idea of b6, and somehow...
It's a very solid position, yeah.
It is. I tried rook c1 previously.
Right, you were going after the a5 pawn, but Cristian showed the line where black defends right a la tempo. Bishop c6, b6, king d7, dead draw.
Yeah. Let me try a different approach for just a moment. How about king to b... I wanted to avoid this. I wanted to play rook c2.
I almost suggested a castle, but that's illegal.
Yeah.
So let's go rook c3.
Yeah, the one move that kind of paused me from playing king d1 was the move rook c3, because you... And
are you willing to sacrifice rook c2 and take...
That was the intention, but...
But you're giving up too much.
I believe so. I mean, again, the king is a little bit awkward, right? I mean, a moment earlier in the game...
The thing is, after rook g3, you can't even play rook c7. Rook g1 is still hanging.
Exactly. And here, I'm just...
Bishop c6.
Yeah.
Or I can exchange the rooks first.
Yeah. So it would seem to me that I'm actually, after rook c6, I'm actually required to play king d2 if I want to challenge the c file. King d8?
Looks good.
Well, I don't know if it's good. You have to
I
do
just need
something.
to get the rook out somehow. So
I truly don't think you can get an advantage in any way. Like king d8 is perfectly fine. Like I just don't see the advantage.
It's about this pawn
I think
on
that's
a5.
the live position that we see right now on the right
board.
side of the screen.
Yes.
Perhaps we can go back to the analysis.
Okay.
It's not...
I know what you're saying. So what we've been doing is, this is the live position, and we've been expecting Levon to capture the knight. Captures and quickly seize control of the open c-file with his rook, which, by the way, is doing nothing on a6, and we've been looking at king to d2, and because we can't castle, it's illegal, Nazi, you can't do it. You have to play king d8. I was going to play rook here.
That's fine. King b8. King c8, sorry.
And we're going to pause our analysis because we want to throw it to Sa Paulo and Maurice. Over to you, Maurice.
Thanks, Yaz. Well, I'm fascinated by the complexity of chess. Well, tell us something you don't know. But the idea that we have a position in one board that's deep into an endgame. So many pieces traded off between Fabi and Aronian. And yet they're only on move 23. And the other board, they're only on move 16. 7 moves separate them. And yet no pieces whatsoever have been traded off. Just a pair of pawns in that game. I mean, literally only 7 moves separating them, and yet this is what we have. And in this position here, we see that Pragg has played this retreating move, a very sophisticated-looking retreating move, Queen from D3 to B1, clearing the queen out of the way so that some pressure can occur along the D file and possibly an exchange happen on the C5 square. Now, this one is got so much tension in it. We don't expect anyone to make any drastic mistakes. We expect to see some trade happen at some point. But I remember my coach, Gregory Kaidanov, who was the one who coached me at the time when I first got the GM title, he would say, maintain the tension. Maintain the tension. It meant be patient. Don't trade off pieces unnecessarily. And it's something I preach to my students. Don't just trade because you see a trade on the board. Make sure that it's a really good idea. Either it's forced or it's fantastic or just forget about it. And this is something you see the players doing right now. They are simply refusing to trade. The tension is building move by move. And particularly if you look at the clock, Pragg is about to hit under 30 seconds. Remember I said he's only played 16 moves, under 30 minutes, excuse me. He's only played 16 moves, which leaves 24 moves in this complex position to make time control. It may not seem like much right now, but man, something serious is going to take place in this game unless they start trading everything off. And remember, if you don't make good trades, you could end up on the bad end of a chess position. So this one is not like the other one that's settled down and maybe more or less equal. This one may be equal, but not all equal positions are equal, if you will. So this is a lot of excitement going on here, guys. I can't wait to see what transpires. Guys?
You're right, Maurice. One game, they're just kind of vacuuming the pieces off the board. The other, so complex. The players are keeping all the pieces on the board. A quick question for you, Nazi, here. And I notice that Levon is taking some time over this next very intriguing decision. Imagine that Levon, for whatever reasons, does play the move b6. And imagine that I play the move knight b5. So I am dreaming of somehow, you know, occupying or threatening to occupy the d6 square. If you take, I'm not saying you should.
Yeah, he took on d4.
Yeah.
He did.
Yes.
And you drop back.
That's so scary.
We get a position where suddenly...
Rook a2.
Correct.
Whoop. Game over.
And suddenly, you know, you have messed up. You're dropping the pawn on a5. And to avoid that calamity, if you will, indeed, Levon made the move we had always expected from the start. Munch, munch.
And rook c6 on the board.
Right. I just want to emphasize this point. I know it's as basic can be, but whenever you see open files, and in this position the only open file is the C file, you occupy it. And the rooks just love open files just as much as the bishops love open diagonals, and occupy it as quickly as possible. And I think that was a crucial move in leading, I want to say, to a very balanced position. If Black, the moment Black untangles his king and rook situation, and I'm thinking by basically moving the king towards the queen side, he'll have equalized.
Yeah, absolutely. That equality, 000 is probably by 5 different moves.
Yeah, but that other line where I put my king in harm's way and allow g4, Cristian was about to checkmate my king. I called the timeout on that. I agree. No, I don't want to do that. I am expecting king d2 now. I would probably play as Black king d8. And I was about
Is
to
there a
get
way
to
to try for something? I mean, maybe instead of king d2, just go rook b2, maybe?
You know, it's interesting. If Fabi wanted to try for something, why not play knight b5 line? That looked a lot more promising.
He should have done that.
Yes, because this really does. The problem I was having was rook c3.
Rook c3. And now let's say I go
king f.
Can I give you that pawn and say, you know, let's go legal. For b4. Let's just go for b4.
Wow.
I don't know what's happening. It's probably bad, but
Let's
you take. Now I go king f2.
King f2, right?
Yes.
Should we go for another pawn?
That's fine.
Rook
King
g4.
g2.
Wow.
You take that.
Pick up the entire king side.
I'll take on a5.
Okay, because I mean, what
See,
Cristian
what
is saying is that you kind of snared, if you will, the Black king for the moment. Now, how
Go
it
bishop
kind of
c6,
yeah.
e6, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
but
a
how
problem.
dangerous is it?
A bit scary.
A little bit scary.
He played king d2, by the way.
And then bishop goes to d6. I'm not loving that.
And again, just
Let's say rook b1 first.
rook to b1
And then bishop
first.
b6 should win some material for white.
Yes.
And it's a good thing because we just like cleaned up.
But I took some pawns as well.
Yes, you did.
It's actually equal pawns right now.
That's crazy. Sorry, he did play king d2 because he was afraid of this rook c3 idea, so he just chilled.
And that's why I said, perhaps like an hour ago, that Fabi's pretty much done with this game. After he played g3 and then c3, and then he was showing signs of frustration with his body language. He's not even looking to calculate too much right now. He just wants to make a draw.
You know, I'm hearing that in this position, apparently f5 is a good move.
VAR is suggesting
That didn't even
f5.
come to mind.
I was thinking that
What if
I'm
I
leaving
take?
the king side alone. But VAR is saying if you play f5, and again,
To completely shut things
on,
down. Right.
king here, give me the pawn.
I'll keep
and
the
if
pawn
you,
alive. Bishop
and
e7.
if you try to maintain it, whoop, this
see,
is
and-
the counter.
You're going rook c3 next move after rook a2 or something.
Yeah, well,
Wow. In that case, I understand f5
That-
and it completely shuts everything down on the king side.
well, the idea is to solve the issue
King f7 very quickly.
exactly, so that you can bring your rook over to c8 before white goes rook c1 and rook to c.
It is very concrete and it works, but is it necessary at all?
It's not. No,
Not
it's
right.
not necessary.
It's sophisticated.
Yes.
I mean, it may not be necessary, but the sophistry, you've got to appreciate the
Absolutely.
creative endeavor.
Should we check the other game?
I've
Did he
tried,
play
by the
it?
way, I've tried to
F5.
play the
He
worst
played
move. He did play f5. I tried to play the worst move, rook h7. It's still probably close to equality. White is getting some chances,
Right.
but it's still probably close to equality.
Amazing.
Even after the worst move, which is rook to h7.
That
is
is a
the worst
ridiculous
move,
move.
yeah.
Unless you give up some material
No,
with
rook
b5.
h6 might be a little bit worse.
Slightly worse, right? It's still only like
Still
plus
the same.
over equal.
Amazing.
0.5 or something like that. Probably
F5.
will peter out into a draw.
Well, VAR is channeling his inner Levon, I
Yeah,
have to
the
say.
most accurate move f5 was played.
And
now-
f5 is more or less a move that
Yeah.
pretty much finishes the game.
Yeah.
If you don't take on f6, then you just go rook to c1, exchange the rooks, and
Well, for
shake
example,
hands.
rook to c1, king to f7, rook to c1. I still have this dream that one day I'll take.
I
and
don't
I'll
think we're
play-
seeing it right now. So
Yeah. I still have this dream that I'm going to put my bishop on b6
Win a pawn.
and win a pawn. But I'm thinking after rook c8,
yeah, how exactly do you do that?
dreams and nightmares aren't kind of intertwined. I
No.
can't get my bishop.
If
I
you
mean,
play
rook c1, I go
c1
b5.
here, yeah,
Okay.
you can play b6. I don't,
Okay,
well, maybe
rook
still can.
c8, bishop.
Start
Now
with-
bishop d6.
I got a great idea for you guys.
What's your idea?
You're going to love it.
I'll go b5.
No, you can't.
Okay.
What I want you to do is play b5 after changing the rooks.
Okay, that's fine.
So that I can play my
b4.
Ooh.
Yes.
Nice, nice.
How do you like that voodoo? Look at that.
That's the best you can get. This is great.
Except it's still a draw.
Sure, but,
But, I
this
mean,
is something.
Yeah.
What's the easiest to make a draw in this game? Is my question. So do I take on b4? I'm trying to give you some chances. Okay, I'll take on b4.
Look at that. Pass pawn. I bet
Pass
you didn't
pawn.
see
I go
that.
bishop c8.
Bishop c8.
Yes.
I bet you
Let's go
didn't
with
see.
the king.
Right. So
If black king doesn't come to
king
c6
e8,
on
king
time,
b3, king d7, king b4, king c6. I'm in time.
it's still a draw, yeah.
Wow.
I'm still in time.
I needed you to play rook h7. That looks.
You know, I think we should.
That looks like checkers.
It does.
Only
It's
chess is
slightly
different.
complicated.
Checkers and chess are
We'll
basically
let them
the same.
find a way to force a draw here. Let's
Right.
go to the other game because some interesting things are happening.
Let's do it.
Finally, first piece has been traded in the other game.
No. And Prague blinked. After the move, bishop
He is
to.
down to 23 minutes with 23 moves to go.
Okay.
So maybe it's time to start simplifying a bit.
Right. Well, was that the move we were expecting NBL to play? In my mind, we were playing knight f6 so often it seemed.
But we also mentioned that maybe bishop will be better on this diagonal, so
okay.
I don't see why it's not a good
so
move.
Pragg is asking a salient question. There's some tension along this diagonal, so that, for example, if you take with the pawn, I'll play knight to d2.
Let's take c takes d.
Okay, and
knight e4.
I want to ambush this bishop on b7. I want to take and take on b7.
Maybe rook c1.
Okay, fair. I probably.
Oh, you're taking on the bishop.
Yeah. Let me try this.
Okay, which bishop should I trade?
Well, the thing is I wanted to keep my rook vis-a-vis the d file, right? I wanted to play either e3 or knight takes f6 check, depending on how. Now you could take on e4 if you like, but then I feel like I've won something.
I think I might have to.
All right.
Takes and knight c5, let's say.
Right. And I've gotten you to give up your precious...
You do have the bishop here, but my minor pieces are great.
Yeah, but as a cattle, you can't argue both sides of the coin. You're a Catalan player.
No, yeah,
you know
we'll
you're not going to get too much in
Especially if we manage to put the bishop on b2, I'm very happy.
Yeah, that would be almost a dream tarash, if you will.
Yeah, black needs to play this very passively to end up being worse.
I don't think this is what MVL had in mind when he went bishop f6.
I think it's possible he's going to play rook e4.
Let's have a look. Rook takes e4. The desirable knight e5 has a problem, right? Knight e5 doesn't snare the rook. The rook is, first of all, e2 is hanging. Secondly, d4 is hanging.
What you could do is start with e3.
Okay. Now you scared me. After showing my bravery, I'll immediately take it all back.
I'm also scared of g5, so I'm going to include h4 here after rook e8.
Oh, yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, but now you provoke me to making a thought. Could I play g5? Is it legal? I know it's legal. I don't know if it's good. That's a different...
So knight takes g5.
Let's have a look. Munch, munch.
Bishop takes e4.
Munch, munch. Take on...
How many pawns am I taking? Yeah, the knight on d7 is not great.
No, it's not. Munch,
munch.
Just
take on f4.
Now, I mean, the one thing you know with the big fear, right? The big fear is somehow I managed to get something going on the light squares.
I got to take with the g-pawn, yes.
Yeah. Now, I feel like I want to keep pieces on the board somehow.
This is a bit hard to evaluate because are you hanging? Oh, I see.
I give up nothing.
King h1.
Ah, but guess what? There's f2 hanging and there's knight f6. I'm starting to get worried.
Yeah, I think I'm going to get mated here.
Yeah, I'm starting to get worried.
None of this, unfortunately, will happen because...
He did take with a pawn. He has invited the move knight d2. And
should
Cristian
we really quick go to the other one?
Is it about to finish?
I think we're
about to finish?
Yes,
okay.
Very soon. So perhaps we can see that and then we'll come back to the only remaining game, which will be this one.
Oh my. Levon has gotten the dream position with his pawn on b6 and a5 and his king very, very close to the defense of his pawn. I think we're going to see a handshake here very shortly. You're absolutely right.
And I think Fabi, rightly so, doesn't look very happy.
Right. I'm stunned by the move bishop c8. As a French defense player, I dream of bishop a6. You know, having a good bishop for a change, right?
Even for a move.
Even for a move. You know, like it's absolutely on a vacant diagonal, but at least you could say...
You know what time it is?
Time for a draw?
Time for Chris Bird.
Join
the show.
There he is.
There he is.
And Chris says, well done, gentlemen. And another draw in the history of these two players, their head-to-head in classical chess is just enormous.
And they both get 3 points.
They get 3 points.
And I'm generally not saying that a draw should feel like a loss or would feel like a loss. But if you're Fabiano right now, you got exactly what you wanted out of
a missed
the opening.
opportunity.
You know you are much better. This stings a lot, because tomorrow you will have to defend with black pieces, of course. Again, 6 points up for grabs. So you've lost your white, which was extremely, extremely important.
They have mics on. Maybe we can understand their analysis.
It's a good whispering.
They're whispering, yeah.
We have to pump up the volume on that one.
I'm sure they're discussing the pawn sacrifice. Yeah, just
I hear one or two words here and there.
I heard G3, so I think Levon was also mystified with that.
Yeah. How is your
lip reading
abilities? You're not the Jason Bourne character in real life.
You've been trained in that.
Special agent.
But I'm sure
well-fought game, actually,
yes.
Strangely enough. But as...
It's a great opening.
Yeah, as Cristian was mentioning, it kind of stings a little. How much time and effort do you think Fabi put into this novelty?
I like his second, right?
Right.
How much time his second put into this.
Right.
And then I'm sure
20 hours, 40 hours.
After he showed it to Fabi, they discussed it and analyzed it for hours and hours.
Right.
And then it actually happens.
Occurs at the board.
The second was probably so happy.
Right.
It's such a missed opportunity, yeah.
And then he backed away from a crucial sacrifice. For those of you who are joining us late, it was a very unusual approach to the opening, the move A2, A3. Fabi had prepared a very deep idea, H2, H4, stopping Queen H4. On a good day, not only is it defensive in the sense we want to take on D4, but also we may play for H5. Then after H5, Rook H3. Very quickly, all of this occurred, and we got ourselves really, really excited about the possibility that right here, right now, White was going to play the move Queen F3, sacrificing the H4 pawn with what looks to be an enormously promising attack for Fabi. You play castles and G4, let's go. And the computers were going wild. They were saying White really has great compensation.
Because it takes for Black so much time to finish developing queenside and castling long.
Exactly.
The engine was giving White +1, even though White is down a pawn.
Exactly. Ducking the challenge, Fabi played the move G2, G3. Levon neutralized the position, and very effectively, I might add. And that missed opportunity. Now we'll all analyze H4 and say, what had Fabi prepared otherwise? Fascinating game.
Quickly after knight c5, Levon equalized without any issues.
Exactly. He just he traded and eventually got into a position where there were an endgame where White couldn't use his knight on d4 advantageously. We're going to go back to the remaining game, which is between Prague and MVL, and so far the players have followed our analysis, Nazi, and you played Rook C1 against me, and MVL.
Thinking, I was worried about.
Well, you're worried
not
about
taking on e4, right? There's so many tactics. Well, first of all, the bishop is hanging.
Right.
There's also knight d6 ideas. So
definitely.
That's why I wanted to avoid it all and trade it on c1.
Exactly.
And then on e4.
Now here, of course, I wanted to keep my rook on the d file because I wanted to take on f6 and then win this pawn. So I can't recapture with the queen. That might be desirable in certain situations, not in this one. Bishop takes e4 ruins a great
idea. Why not rook takes c1?
Rook takes c1.
Because yes, we are not putting pressure on d4, but there's something about the c7 square that's quite attractive.
True. There was an initiative position that I didn't like. I'll show it to you right here. Bishop takes. Bishop takes. Knight c5. Give me the bishop. Give me the pawn.
Let's say I step back to f3.
Exactly. Now, in a position where you have the two bishops like this, you might be excited. I'm not excited by the move d3, but check this out. Imagine I play...
Say, force another trade.
Right. And in this position, I like the bishop on f3, don't get me wrong, but the knight on c5...
Can I quickly play b4, but your knight's going to make it to c3?
Yes. That's precisely what I thought as well. That if you
Wait,
force me...
Bishop c6, oh, you have in-between move. Knight c3 still works.
Knight c3.
Wait, no, it doesn't, rook c3.
Yes. So this is the analysis that you just... Let's share it with the viewers.
Ooh, let's keep going, though, right? The c-pawn is a little bit...
But you've got
worrisome.
bishop here.
I do, and that's it, right? Queen d2, bishop a4.
Is it?
I don't think we're missing anything. b5.
No, I'm just...
I can't believe that could work. No.
But it is a little bit weird, right?
Scary,
Like, because if you could play queen d2 and c2 in one move...
It's close, but...
It's close, no cigar. Sorry, I can't play... Oh, so you're saying I can't play?
Maybe knight a4 is not there.
Oh, well, that maybe changes a lot. Hold on. So this was rook takes, bishop takes. It was all very logical. It was a rather nice sequence, I must say. Bishop here. I have tried bishop here. Takes, b4. Let's pause our analysis and toss it to...
Maurice, who has a special guest with him. Over to you, Maurice.
Thank you so much, Nazi. We are with world number 3, Fabiano Caruana, after what was an enterprising opening that ended up being a draw. Fabi, we were intrigued by your opening moves. Of course, it's your one white in the classical game. So let's just go into a couple of the details, if you don't mind, because we're super curious. First of all, this move A3 that seemed to give him some pause. Tell us about that move.
Yeah, it's very rare. I mean, maybe he knew something about it because he was himself experimenting. Like, he played bishop d3 against Sam Saviano, which is also a very rare move. I mean, bishop b3 is the main line, but the theory there is so developed that it's maybe necessary to look for some rare alternatives like this, which, I mean, it's definitely been seen before, but not at a very high level. And Black can play in a huge variety of ways here. Black can basically make any move, and it's okay. You can play bishop b7, you can play queen b6. All the moves are more or less okay, but he played in a very critical way. And yeah, the engine shows that you can play queen b6. I mean, the point of h4 is just that here white loses a pawn with this tactic. So h4 renews the idea of knight bd4, and this is very critical as well. This is a very, very complicated position.
Is this something you had looked at, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I knew something, but of course there's so many possibilities that it's difficult to keep everything in your head. I mean, Black can also castle and then kind of invite an attack here with g4, and it's also some mess. I mean, probably won't play this line again, so it can something like this was, or this I think was quite fun.
You're calling this fun? Like, what is this?
No, this is actually one of the engines lines. Is this one? So there are some kind of fun lines, but logically, Black will not castle here because it's very scary to allow bishop takes h7 threats, and okay, you can play h6, but you don't really want to do this. So Levon played a natural move.
You felt h5 was natural? When Garry saw this move, he was standing next to me. He had to go closer to the pad to see the move h5 land on the board. He was like, "What is this?" He actually said that if it was back in the day, by Vinnick's day, they would have kicked the players out of the tournament. That's how strongly he felt about h5.
Well, objectively, h5, I knew the move exists, and it's just as fine as any other move. I mean,
wow. Okay.
When you actually feed it to a strong engine, whether Black plays queen b6 or castle or h5 or f6, it's all about the same evaluation. But this move, I didn't remember exactly any details because it wasn't one of the more critical moves. So you're kind of more scared about moves like queen b6 or castle, where Black also can fight for an advantage if White plays poorly. And here, it's not too dangerous for White, but it's a little bit hard to understand. Like, you can play rook h3, you can play bishop e2. You're kind of waiting to take on d4. This move also, I think, is completely fine. And yeah, I thought that maybe I shouldn't be taking, like maybe I should wait with bishop e2, but I couldn't quite. It'll look very similar if Black does the same thing, but maybe there's some subtleties. But yeah, he played knight d4, and here I suddenly, I wanted to sack the pawn with bishop e3, but didn't really like this kind of position. Let's say queen f3, knight c5, bishop d7, g4, h4. I thought maybe I could play this, but I really didn't seem clear to me at all. Like queen c7, for example, I didn't know how to evaluate this position. I see the engine shows like some advantage for white.
Knight b5, but
like knight b5, take knight d7. I mean, it is very concrete because I'm down a pawn, e5 is hanging, queen f2.
Was your concern that pawn just being down a pawn in such a critical game? You don't want to lose a classical game here because it's going to be a disaster.
I mean, I was trying to play objectively. I wasn't thinking about, if I wanted to avoid risk, I could have maybe played a different variation. But I wasn't thinking about avoiding risk. I just didn't see how to continue. I mean, I saw f5 was kind of critical, but I couldn't evaluate the position here.
Mm-hmm.
And it still doesn't seem clear. Like even what the engine shows, queen a5. Okay, of course it's very risky for black too to put the bishop on f8, but
a lot of space, those pawns.
Yeah. On the other hand, the bishop isn't trapped forever. I mean, black plays knight e4 and the bishop gets out. So this one just didn't really seem clear to me. And I wasn't happy to play g3, but...
that was my next question, but this or the alternative, which is g3, with that rook stuck on h3, it just didn't seem like the two things went together.
Yeah, my feeling was that I'd kind of... Well, first of all, it is kind of an equal position from the beginning, so it wasn't like I knew that I had an advantage or something. And the other thing was that I felt like maybe I had taken on d4 too prematurely, and that it was kind of equalish here. And so, of course, I wasn't happy to do this, but I thought, like, I didn't really see how to continue after I sacked the pawn, and it is a responsible decision. Here I was a bit surprised he didn't go for this, which actually really annoyed me because he provokes a weakness, and c3 is very weak now. He took too tempi to do so, but like let's say I played bishop c2, he played rook c8, for example, and knight e4 comes, and I was a bit concerned that I was slightly worse. So I was very relieved when he took.
And the game went into a totally different direction and kind of solidified. Were there any other major moments after this?
I was thinking maybe I should play knight b5, but okay, the engine shows it's absolutely dead equal. Basically, I want to get, like, if I can get something like this.
Yeah, sure.
And then play king d2, knight c2, knight d4, my knight goes around.
Then his bishop is just horrible.
It's probably still kind of equalish. But, like, what does it, king e7? Yeah, the thing is, like, I put my knight on d6, he just takes and plays king e8. And my bishop really should be on d4 to maybe hope for a tiny... Like, if the bishop was on d4, I play king d2, I play rook g4, and I can hope for some kind of long-term initiative.
Yeah, but this has settled down pretty dramatically. Let me ask you, great opening, enterprising opening play, risky play, but it didn't quite work out. Maybe you had a chance to play more aggressively. What is the feeling when something like this happens with the white pieces, knowing you have to play black tomorrow? Do you feel a little disappointed in how the result went? Or at least not necessarily the result, but the game, the flow of the game.
I mean, very minor disappointment at the moment, but yeah, it's a pretty normal result. You see a lot of draws at this level. Maybe unfortunately, but people tend to be rather solid, and it's only when people take like big risks that the game can sometimes go out of control. Yeah, maybe I should have sacked the pawn. It wasn't clear to me. It wasn't. Perhaps it was a misevaluation, but I don't think it was such an easy decision.
All right. Well, good luck in your game tomorrow.
Thank you.
Actually, Yasser, I'm hearing that Yasser has a question. Let me hear.
Yeah, Maurice, if you could ask Fabi, Nazi and I have been discussing whether 6 points for a win inspires playing too risky, or is 6 points too much? Because if you lose the game, you could lose the match.
Got it. Yasser's asking, they were discussing this, the point value of 6. Is it such a big number that you may play risky chess to get the 6, or really pump the brakes to not lose 6 points?
Well, I don't know. I'm trying not to think about it in terms of the scoring system. I I know it has its own dynamics, this kind of match where the classical is part of it and rapid is part of it. It's not like you win in classical and you win the match or vice versa. But of course, if someone goes 1.5 in the classical and goes up 6 points, it's pretty close to feeling like you're winning the match. But yeah, I'm trying not to think about it. I mean, if you start thinking about the scoring right at the beginning of the match and the match situation before it even begins, then it's probably a recipe to play poorly or it affects your play. So I'm trying not to do that.
Just got to play chess, right?
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Thank you so
Fabi's
much.
done, and he'll come back with the black pieces tomorrow.
Thank you indeed, Maurice. A result so far? One game.
Right. We have one game that finished. It was a draw between Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian, and they both get 3 points.
That's a very visual, colorful graphic, isn't it? I'm
It's
blaming
highlighted in
Charlie Huska and his dynamic colors, the artist here in St. Louis. If you haven't seen the gallery, the World Chess Hall of Fame, it is beautiful, and we are, as you can see in our own background, we have the Huska colors. Are you sure that's a king?
That's a king. It's definitely a king.
Because of that little dinky thing just above the rook?
It's taller than the queen.
I understand, but that just doesn't do it for me. I lost it on the rook. By the way, in the game between Pragg and Maxime, they have followed our analysis, and I think you actually pointed out to me that we both made a pretty egregious oversight.
Yes, after b4, knight a4, bishop c6 is not a great move because of rook c8, simple.
Oops. And there's a pin on the c file, yes.
Instead of bishop c6, rook c7 looked very promising instead. So
rook
knight
c7.
a4, still not a great move.
Still not a great move. I brought my knight. Okay, by the way, we've got the answer on the king. That's a rook. See?
And that's the trophy.
That's a trophy.
That's a trophy. Yes. So this is where they're hiding their trophy, so that nobody steals it. I like it.
Where's my prize? Yeah, we're going to narrow down on the. Because
I would have gone with
like
the king
a
as
rook.
well, to be honest. I would have gone with the king.
You guys, I mean, I've never seen a
queen
more
and
rook.
rook kind of doesn't make sense. You
I
expect
agree
queen
with
and the
that.
king.
But when you see a rook, you know a rook when you see a rook. I mean, and if you're in the back,
talked myself out of it.
See, I usually went to shows. I was in the nosebleed seats, and from a long distance away, I would have bet it.
But
was
that
a
could
rook.
also be a reversed king's cross, right?
That's what I thought.
Exactly. When you look at it from that perspective,
Yes.
it could be a king's cross.
I think it was just kind of flipped. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's a
Are you
nice
guys
trophy.
challenged?
No, I understand that it's a rook right now. I get
Now
it.
it's clear. Now it's very clear.
Now it's clear. We understand it's a rook.
By the way,
beautiful.
we've got some intrigue just happened as MDL just played the move d4, d3.
And I was just about to say that if you don't play that move, d4, d3, you might start getting worse. But if you do play it, you're most likely going to be a pawn down. So I'm going to go rook d1.
Rook to d1.
Yes.
And am I playing bishop to d4 and trying to play a pawn down? I want you to take with the pawn.
I don't think so. Well, the thing is, after bishop to d4, are you sure you're not losing after b4, perhaps?
I may be losing. But we're going to pause our analysis as we...
Maurice is with Levon Aronian. Over to you guys.
Let's do it.
Thanks so much, guys. We are with Levon Aronian after his making a draw with the black pieces against Fabiano Caruana. Levon, let's dig just a couple of moments in this game because Fabi really went into it in depth. The move a3, he said he'd been searching for something to do different against you. When you saw it, what was your feeling?
I know this move. I mean, it's one of the moves that I was also considering to play with white. It does make sense. You're basically trying to bring the game towards the a6 line. So black can play a6 here, and then bishop e3 kind of transposes. You're kind of trying to stop the c take d. Yeah.
Okay, so not a shock to you. Later, he played the move h4 in this position. Obviously, he can't take on d4 because of tactics. Did this one come as any surprise whatsoever?
No, because I knew this idea with h5, g6. And I knew there was also lots of I mean, lots of interesting options. There are lots of interesting options for black, but I couldn't remember them. So I just remember that h6, g6, h5, g6 is kind of solid.
Okay, and now let's get to the real critical point here. When you play bishop e7, were you at all concerned? Because now the engine starts to scream that white should be sacrificing a pawn. And Fabi played this move g3, which we all thought this is just hyper solid. You're going to be okay. Were you concerned that he might sacrifice his pawn and play much more aggressively against you?
I was actually not going to take it. I thought bishop e3, knight c5, queen f3, bishop d7, castle, rook c8. I was thinking this is kind of playable for black. It looks kind of solid. And I play with queen c7, knight a4. This type of...
So if you didn't think he should, if you weren't planning to take this pawn, then were you shocked when he did actually defend the pawn?
It was a bit of a strange decision. I mean, I felt that there was no way after g3 is going to be better. Yeah, and then I think the game became kind of solid. Maybe I made some slight inaccuracies at sometimes, but it was never further than, I don't know, 0-20. Yeah.
Right.
It felt like it.
Okay, so that move surprised us for sure. A question that they had in the studio about 6 points. It's a lot of points when you're playing a match and you lose a classical game at 6 points. Does that factor into your thinking at all as to how you approach any individual classical game?
Not so much, because rapid games are also 4 points. So, you know, it's not a big deal if you lose classical, because you just win one blitz and one rapid and you're back. Yeah, but of course, I mean, it would be nice to be 6 points ahead. Even it sounds good.
You'll have white tomorrow. Do you expect to maybe go all in to try to grab those 6 points?
We'll see how it goes. Of course, I'm going to try my best.
We know you're here with your wonderful family. I saw your lovely wife and your daughter and the rest of your family members. Go enjoy them. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. As we've got a game going on, I'm intrigued by this pawn sacrifice that MVL. Sorry, I know the interview was exciting, but this move, a5, really, I'm warming up to black's position.
Really? Because the engine is warming up towards
white's position.
I saw it went up just a bit.
Tell me why. So a5, so the idea, what I think MVL wants to do is play a positional pawn sacrifice. I think he's thinking in his mind, he's going to plant his bishop on d4. He wants to play queen to f6, and he wants to go g5. So he wants to harass both the f2 and the b2 pawn. Now, you're telling me the engine, we know the engine just
not by much. Not
yeah,
by much.
but he wants to play b4.
To take on d3. No, not even to take on d3. b4. So a5 was designed to prevent you from playing. But just b4 right away, yeah?
Yeah.
So obviously I played a5
Take
with
back.
a purpose. Take.
Yeah, bishop d4.
Bishop to d4.
The thing is, right now, the knight on c5 is just so stable there. So you play e3, you try to say, okay, I'm going to corral that pawn on d3 somehow by forcing the knight to move away. That's not happening anymore.
That
knight on c5 stays, defends the pawn on d3. That pawn on d3 is going to be a major force for my
I would be frightened as white to allow
this
this guy to live. I'm assuming white is supposed to be winning the d3 pawn somewhere along this.
We should probably take at some point, right?
Yeah. Sorry, no, you can't. It's
after bishop d4.
After
maybe?
bishop d4.
Pardon me, bishop to d4. I was trying to say. Wait a
By the
minute.
way, Pragg down to 15 minutes. And MVL down to 18 minutes. We might see that time trouble that Maurice was mentioning.
We certainly will, yes. It's not an easy position, right, to understand. Okay, with the engine, it's very easy, right? It does say it's equal. But how do you assess it in the heat of the battle?
Okay, let's leave b4 in the woods for just a moment. If you do the most conventional move under the sun and you take, I'm assuming we're playing bishop d4. How does the engine assess?
Equal.
Equal, why?
Slightly better for white, but not by much. I mean, it's going up 0.2 and then it goes down.
What are the main moves for king g2?
h4.
h4?
Yes. And I think you can start with h4 first, but let's take on d3, bishop to d4, and now h4.
Right. Okay, and queen f6.
Queen f6. very decent move.
Right.
King G2. I have to be careful, right? Because if I go H5 first, I think G5 just loses.
I'm dreaming of this.
This is your idea,
Of
right?
course.
The bishop on F3 doesn't have a defender.
Oops.
You lose that.
Right.
So you start defending with King G2 first.
I see.
Knight E6, what do you do?
Everything looks good.
Well, I guess my question is, who do you think is risking more in this position? Again, the engine is saying very slightly better for white, but from the get-go,
feel like
this
I've
position,
risked-
who's risking more, white or black is the question.
I don't think I'm risking anything that much with
Either
black.
side?
With black, okay.
Because I
That's
could
an
have
interesting-
taken on B2 after King G2.
That was my question. Can you show us why black cannot take on B2? Because I saw it wasn't the top 3 choices.
It
Bishop
wasn't.
B2. It wasn't.
Really? That would be like.
Bishop G5.
And
Now
I
you're
have
in
to-
trouble.
I'm in
Queen G7?
trouble.
Yes.
Queen.
Queen G7, and now I go Bishop E3. The thing is, you don't move the bishop. You're basically pinned with the pawn on A5 because you lose the pawn on B6.
Oh, Bishop G5 is
And
a
now
nice
D4 is
subtlety.
fine.
Right. Take the queen off the defense of the pawn on B6, and then go bishop to E3. Now I'm starting to look at D4.
Gotcha.
That's my threat. You move the bishop, you lose the pawn on B6. It's just a bad situation for black. But again, something that you could fall into
Easily.
You see that pawn on B2 just hanging around, ready to be captured. You might as well take it, and then you understand Bishop G5 and you're losing. So
Right.
I might disagree with you, Yasser.
Please.
I think black is the one risking in this position.
Because he sacrificed the
Because
pawn.
you're sacrificing the pawn
For the initiative.
You're going to have to prove it. You're going to
Right.
have to prove your compensation for the sacrificed pawn.
Do you agree with that? That it's black's the one taking the risk here, Nazi?
After E takes D in those lines, yes, because you are down a pawn. And how long can you maintain the active bishop, active knight, and the compensation?
And that's why perhaps what he has to do, H4, Queen F6, King G2, just stay put. Keep the knight on E6. Where do you go? Bishop D2, let's say, right?
Okay.
Now I can actually take. So you have to go bishop to C1. Now I just go H5. And I'm asking, okay, how do you improve your position as white?
Yeah, the rook.
You got the extra pawn. You have the light squares. You can improve the bishop, let's say, with bishop to E4, even though F2, you have to be careful about that.
Yeah.
So what's next is my
Right.
question. I do think we have a move, by the way.
E takes D.
Yep, we're headed straight into that variation. Let's take a look at the players right now. MVL decided to go bishop to D4, so he's looking at this plan with Queen F6, increasing the pressure on the long diagonal.
By the way, shout out to our production team there in Brazil. I love this perspectives of the players at the board.
Yeah, having the
that
two
you see.
separate cameras.
I know.
for
It's
each.
so very, 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 very nice. Thank you to Spectrum Studios for making such a beautiful presentation. And again, I just got to say, the stage itself, the setting, so much excitement going on there in Sao Paulo.
Very
We're in our
colorful.
first game of the classics, and you were going to say it too. And that rook is hosting the trophy for the eventual tournament Grand Chess
It's there
Tour
to
champion.
motivate the players, so they know what they're playing for.
I see. That's it's a beautiful stand. I wanted to say about the time, the clock times. They're getting where it's a
Especially
little bit
abroad.
uncomfortable.
Yeah, he's down to 11 minutes and 40 seconds.
Okay.
And the position is not that simple.
Well, precisely. I mean, that's the problem is the
You can
complexity.
even force trades to simplify the position, right? Because you can end up in a worse endgame.
Yeah. By the way, he played King G2 without the move H4 included, which does give MVL the additional option of starting with the move
G5?
G5. Like, for example, G5, Bishop C1. I'm not saying this is the worst or not the Queen F6, but let me pause myself and toss it to Maurice in Sao Paulo. Maurice.
Yes, you're thinking along the lines that I'm thinking as well. Complicate this game just as you're approaching time pressure with only 11 minutes left. Will you be able to calculate everything? Of course, you don't want to take enormous risks. If you're black, you're down a pawn at the moment. What's interesting for me is we were talking about back on move 16. If we could go back to this,
where no trades except for a pair of pawns had occurred on the board. We were comparing it to move 23 in the other game, where a ton of trades had ensued, and we were very much in an endgame. If we now go to move 23 in our game, we jump ahead to this moment. I mean, look at the difference between the two games. I mean, this is just absolute a bonfire on the chessboard at the moment. And now an extra pawn for white. The imbalances occurring after the move king to g2. And MVL, this is such a golden opportunity. He's up 5.5 minutes on the clock, ticking down. He doesn't want to make any errors here. This is feeling like a big mistake is coming at some point, guys. I just don't like the time management of the players, particularly white in this situation. The queen sitting on b1, very passive. A move like bishop c1, queen on b1, bishop on c1, rook on d1. Are we playing chess 960 here? Like, it just seems like anything could happen in this position. And I don't know that you could calculate everything as we're looking at it. You see MVL, look how alert his eyes are. He likes situations like this. He's very tricky, very resourceful. Maybe I should go back to tricky as the real word for him. I think the danger here is with Praggnanandhaa. I don't think MVL minds being down a pawn at all as a Najdorf player, as a Grunfeld player, by the way. This is looking like a Grunfeld, if you will. Okay, there's no pawn on d3 usually, but that bishop that he loves so much in the Grunfeld and his queen sitting on the diagonal, some possibilities. This one is wild. This is going to come down to some kind of mistake as far as I can guess, guys. This is exciting stuff.
Thank you, Maurice. I have to concur that for MVL in particular, he's made a career on the black side of the Grunfeld, on the black side of the Najdorf. You play those openings, or pardon me, those defenses, you're used to double-edged situations where you've sacrificed. I make a joke with Peter Svidler that as a Grunfeld player, he's not happy unless he's a pawn down. And this is the type of compensation that Grunfeld players love to play. I mean, there's an initiative, and white probably should play h2, h4, and just make sure to keep everything under control. The queen is still on b1. This is not a happy
not a happy piece for sure.
Rook on d1.
And it's not easy to get the queen out of there either.
Exactly.
There's some b4 lines we were looking at earlier where queen went to b4. It was at least something, some improvement.
Exactly. So queen f6. Cristian, if you don't mind, I thought the move king g2 was a wobbly move because it invited black to play the move g5. Should MVL have played g5, or did he choose properly?
He chose properly, objectively, yes. From a practical perspective, I do like g5 as well. g5, bishop to c1, and then queen to f6, maybe even rook to e5, playing on the dark squares. This is what's happening right now. I'm setting up my pieces on the f file. I'm trying to force you to move the bishop from f3, right? So that I can invade and get that pawn on f2. He played queen f6.
He's threatening g5, g4,
Big move
right?
has to be played right now. I feel h4 is quite critical. If Pragg plays the move h4, I think he's going to be the one in pole position to get the advantage in the later stages of the time travel that's coming. If he doesn't play h4, then what do you do? One thing you should not do is play b3 and try to save that pawn, because now you're in trouble. g5, you have to go bishop to e3. If you go bishop to c1, guess what? The problem we've been talking about, right? I'm forcing you to move the bishop, queen takes f2, and you're in trouble. So this is the position. Don't try to save this pawn on b2, perhaps with bishop c1. Maybe this is the other move that he's considering, bishop to c1. If you play h4, and once you make this decision, you sort of need to understand that you can just simply give up that pawn on b2. And in fact, you're much better if he takes that pawn on b2 after the move of bishop to g5. The thing is, you also have d4, which gives you an advantage.
As well?
In this position, yes, d4, because if you take, again, bishop to g5, this queen is overloaded, right? It's defending too many pieces in the position. The pawn on b6, the bishop on d4 as well.
This looks a bit strange. Queen e5, maybe?
Queen e5, I can probably just take on b6.
I'm feeling the initiative for black, though.
Queen b5 seems to be best right now.
That's difficult to play.
Very difficult.
Yeah.
And by the way, I can go bishop f4 as well, but queen to b5 is the move that gives you the advantage. I'm starting to have some ideas, right? Bishop f6, the rook on e8 is the target piece. We do have a move. Do we see a pawn on h4?
Nope. He played queen c2.
Queen c2.
Apologies.
Okay.
Queen
okay.
c2. Defending f2.
That changes.
Stopping g5, g4.
But now I can take on b2, right?
Because b6 is no longer hanging, right?
So that changes everything, because now I can once again reestablish the material balance.
I take the pawn, and after bishop g5...
Just queen e5.
I like queen e5. That is a
queen
very,
e5.
very
I think his idea
move.
is rook to d2. He's saying it's a double
E2.
attack, because I also go rook to e2.
And you force me to go
Yeah,
all the
here
way
we
back
lose,
to
so-
d8.
Yes.
Oh, we're not losing.
It does look a bit strange, because rook d2, maybe I can just simply take your bishop on g5, right?
Yeah.
How is that? How is that position?
Knight versus bishop.
But my d
in this
pawn.
position?
No, no, after rook d2.
Rook d2?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Here,
You can
on
take
d4.
my bishop.
I'd like to do that. Thank you.
Let's see. Is he going to take? We're just about to see a move. Let's refresh your board, Yasser.
Yep.
Before he makes a move.
He's done it.
He took it.
Give MVL a gold card for the Pawn Grubbers Association.
Bishop
You were
g5
saying
is a
you took
strange
risk.
move.
You were saying you took a
yes,
risk to sacrifice the pawn, but it's paid dividends.
It has. Again, bishop g5 is a very strange move. Perhaps what he's saying is that, you know what, after bishop g5, it's sort of obvious to see that if you take on g5, queen takes b2, is white who has the initiative now. Because d4 is coming, I'm playing against your weakness on b6. I have all the trumps in the position, right?
Agreed.
And white king is super safe.
And after queen e5, bishop g5, queen e5, in the worst case, you can just repeat the position.
True.
You can go bishop f4 back.
True.
Even if you don't see rook to d2 with the idea rook to e2, maybe you can just repeat
He's played it. Bishop g5 is on the board.
Yep.
But I see no reason why queen e5 shouldn't. I mean, if I could reset the position with the bishop on d4, I'm feeling like I haven't risked anything. I won my pawn.
No, in Prague, he's not going to do the remove repetition here, so he might try the rook d2, rook e2 idea.
But where is that bleeding? I didn't even see why white should feel.
Can white kick the bishop out of d4 and manage to push the pawn? That's
I've
your
got
only
knight
chance, right?
e6. Well, first of all, how are you going to kick the bishop? So you're going to allow me to play rook takes e2?
Well, first and foremost, can
Yes.
I go queen c4 now?
Okay, let's start with rook takes.
Rook takes, queen takes d4.
Okay.
I want to checkmate you. Am I checkmating you is the question.
You're probably not. And
Probably
that's not a
I
surprise.
agree. I agree.
But okay, let's just say I
You have knight e6, which is a very annoying move. You have queen to e5 as well. So it does seem like you have enough resources to defend this one.
Fair. So if you have to take with the bishop, and I don't think you want to do this, after queen e5, not only did you not dislodge the bishop,
Double attack as well.
you're getting a little bit in somewhat trouble.
Yeah, I guess we should take on e8 first to keep the bishop on f3.
Okay, so once again, how did we do this? We went here, 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 rook e2, queen b8. Take on e8 first. Queen
And
takes.
then try queen c4, but you still have queen e5.
Queen e5 makes a lot of sense. Just pause here for a moment because this bishop is so strong. If I could play queen...
Well,
by the way, do we
has
have...
taken on g5 right away. Now this is a bit more pleasant for Prague.
I think so, yes. It's a
And
bit of a surprising decision.
It's also easier to play given the clock situation as well.
Yeah. I think what he wants right now is just set up somewhat of a blockade with a rook on e6.
You start with rook e6?
I will start with
okay,
rook e6.
Rook e6, okay.
And on d4,
Knight d7.
Not queen f6?
No.
Okay. Knight to d7.
No, I think what I want is basically set up my pieces on dark source. I want to go rook d6, queen d8, and knight f6.
Rook d6, queen d8.
And knight f6.
And
if I can
knight f6.
get that formation in, I think I'm fine.
That
still
seems
have
pretty
12
decent.
moves until time control. The position has simplified.
Yeah.
Can white try h4, h5? We gotta do something.
Yeah.
Well, you're kind of kicking me to the squares I think
You're going
we
to
wanted
anyways,
to.
but just hoping for something.
and the alpha 0 stick the pawn on h6.
You should win, right?
And the rest
eventually
takes care.
It pays off.
Yeah, the rest takes care of itself.
On move 80, it will pay off.
Right, and why not, right? I mean, it is a kind of a bone in the throat. Let's take this back for a moment. So we started with rook e6, and I wasn't really too sure about that. I felt myself drawn to the move queen f6 because I wanted to sidestep h4, h5.
Yeah,
but
that makes sense. Maybe I have some tempo move.
Where could you go? Queen b5?
So if I go to c2.
Queen to c2.
Do you still play knight d7? Because that allows queen c8.
And I have
and then maybe quickly d5.
I have to put my
d5, rook d6,
rook e1.
Rook e1.
Or rook c1 is also possible. With the
queen
idea of
d8, let's say.
Queen d8.
Yeah. It feels like I'm just in time, perhaps.
This is not ideal, but if I can go h5, knight f6, I feel that's okay. And
maybe rook e1 was a waste of time.
And maybe here and try to somehow bring the knight back into civilization. Sorry.
Maybe rook c1.
Okay.
We got to do something with rook c6 idea.
That feels a lot better, just on every level.
It's scary, right?
Yeah, right?
The d-pawn
you know, the
scary.
d-pawn. Yeah, and especially this pin. I mean, if my king were on g7, knight to d7, followed by quickly knight to e5, and I don't feel bad, right? I'm not intimidated. Okay, let's just see. Show me how bad this is. And it might be very bad. Yeah? You can take and play queen d8, and I don't like it.
Such an uncomfortable pin. You lose,
how do I get out of the pin?
On the other hand, I don't have bishop g4 yet.
No. But how do I ever get out of the pin?
I don't think... Well, f5, king f7, queen e7 is the only way, right?
Right.
Might be enough, actually.
I thought I was committing suicide there for a second. We do have the situation queen d8.
Let's play queen d8 immediately to not allow h4 with a tempo.
To begin with.
So I think now if white goes h4, you will meet it with h5, right?
Well, no question about it. I will definitely stop the pawn from advancing to h6.
Slightly awkward thing is that if I start with d4, you have to play knight d7.
Yes.
Right in front of your queen, which is...
You know, what would be kind of a dream move is to put the knight on d6, where it would be beautifully blockading. Knight b7 has a problem. You'll take it.
Can you do it via e4?
Okay, let's try this. Oh, sorry. Apologies. So we get into a major piece ending.
No, I don't think you can.
But now I go rook e1.
The b6 pawn is hanging.
What?
Rook e1 instead of taken.
I'm not sure that works.
Why not?
Because
queen.
I go knight
you
d6.
take with the knight, yeah. You take with the knight on e8.
And this is my dream. I don't think I can
then you
even...
still make it back to d6.
Oh, I'm never losing. I may win this game in, you know, some iteration which involves my having a good blockade and a passer.
Pragg is falling behind to the last 7 minutes of his time, but the position has simplified a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's not that difficult to calculate everything with the two bishops and that bishop on d4. It was much more difficult to calculate. Right now, he's out of danger.
Tell me what you guys think about the major piece ending after...
I think it's a draw.
Just simple.
I think it should be a draw, yes.
Yeah, I would. Queen to d6.
I go rook e8, rook d8 very quickly.
I think it was Valery Saloff and Jan Timman where it was even, where we had this very, very big pass pawn. And Valery managed to really... Oh, I think it was Jan Timman. Sorry, I got the players reversed. Managed to show...
but I feel like that only happens when white is actually a pawn up.
Yeah, but it was like...
And you're trying to convert
these pawns were kind of stymied. the blacks queenside. So it was really a free passer, if you could put it like that.
I just want to say, looking at the body language, MVL doesn't look very concerned about the position at all.
He's ready to shake hands and call it a draw.
Like, ooh.
Queen to b5, okay.
Queen to b5.
But we know Prague is...
We're not
ready to shake hands.
Yeah.
Rook to e6 to d6?
Why not?
Rook e6, d4.
D4.
Because on knight d7...
Okay, I have a question. Yes. So I go rook e6, d4.
Yes.
Rook d6, I take on c5.
Yes. We take on d1.
I take on b6.
What?
Yes.
C takes b?
Yes.
You don't take this.
I mean, you could also take on d1 and still win, right? Do we need
we do win.
No,
we do win. Queen d5, bishop f3.
This bishop f3. So you have to take on d1 first.
Yes.
Then c takes b. You don't have queen d5.
No reason to be fancy.
Queen d5.
No reason to be fancy.
Yes. Yeah. Well, we've reached that moment where it's time maybe for a pause, Nazi?
We'll take a short break before they get too much into time trouble, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Time trouble coming up.
The Grand Chess Tour Finals are back, and this time the stage is set in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The top 4 players face off in rapid, blitz, and classical showdowns, each move pushing them closer to a share of $350,000 and the ultimate crown. It all comes down to this. The battles are fierce, the stakes are high, and only one will stand as the Grand Chess Tour champion.
Two legendary world champions, Garry Kasparov and Vachier-Lagrave Anand, will do battle once again in Clutch Chess, The Legends, a special exhibition match celebrating their incredible legacies. Kasparov, a chess icon who held the title for 15 consecutive years, and Anand, a 5-time world champion, will compete in an epic Chess 960 match with $144,000 in prizes on the line. Catch this unique moment in chess history live from the new state-of-the-art facility at the St. Louis Chess Club. It's an unforgettable event you won't want to miss. Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1 Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
Hello, I'm International Chess Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, speaking on behalf of the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Our neighborhood in the Central West End and surrounding areas were hit by devastating tornadoes that scarred our neighborhood and hurt countless families. We, alongside the Grand Chess Tour, and with the support of our co-founders, Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, have launched a $150,000 matching donation campaign to support the St. Louis Community Foundation's Tornado Response Fund. We are asking our chess community to help in this effort. Your donation will provide immediate relief, food, and shelter to the people affected, and aid in rebuilding our historic neighborhood. Please, give what you can and help us in this effort to support and heal our neighbors. Thank you.
You guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, Now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Hi, my name is Brian Woods. I am the music director for classical programming at the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. It is a monthly series that we put on featuring performers from the St. Louis Symphony, from Opera Theater St. Louis, Winter Opera, and some of the finest freelancers we have here in the St. Louis area. Every live performance is completely different. So when you come to a concert here at the World Chess Hall of Fame, you can expect infinite possibilities all within this rubric of music.
We're the Manos! Welcome to our show! Go, go, go! That's our show! Now go plan yours at visitmo.com!
Are you a lady looking to hone your chess skills? Did you play as a girl and want to get back into it? Did you ever want to know more about chess but were afraid to ask? Ladies' Night is the perfect opportunity for you to get in the game. It's a special class held every Wednesday night by women for women. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. And you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Hey everybody, what's up? This is Brian Owens, Music Director and Creative Resident for the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I just want to invite you to come out to just a great musical experience. The culture here at World Chess Hall of Fame around our music series has been growing. Audiences can expect an array of genre, everything from pop and soul to R&B and country, and I really love that because it's just indicative of the creative and cultural excellence that we have here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We want you to come out and experience it with us, and make sure you get your tickets because by next year, may be sold out. So come on down, everybody.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Grand Chess Tour Finals. We already have one result.
Let's take a look.
It was a draw between Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian, and both players take home 3 points for a draw in a classical game. The other game's still going on, and let's jump right back to it because Prague is down to 3 minutes for the next 9 moves.
Big moment after the move h2, h4, properly answered, I would say, after h5. And we had focused, I think, our attention solely on the moves d4, knight d7, and let's go from there. I think white has just small edge. Prague played the move queen c4, and I was trying to understand in my mind why he did that. Christian? Jump in. I mean, you got a good answer?
No, I don't. I don't. And I was trying to understand what's happening after rook to e6, right? Again, we're trying to get our setup. Rook e6, rook d6, and then if I manage to get a knight on f6, brilliant.
Well, look, if you could go 3 moves in a row, rook e6, d6, d4, you're just much better.
I'm better.
Much better.
Yes.
Yeah, you're just blockading the pawn. So whether he likes it or not, Prague is going to have to lift up his pawn and put it on d4 again, whether he likes it or not.
And probably soon also push it to d5.
So I go knight d7.
And then, of course, once the knight lands in front of the pawn, the rook is coming. So more or less, at a certain moment, you're going to have to play d5 too.
And then I like that setup with the rook on d6, knight on f6.
Yep.
Agreed.
I don't think you can break that. I just don't see how.
That's just like a kind of a dream block, right?
Especially if you don't have the idea of h5 and maybe getting a pawn on h6, maybe doing something with that h-pawn.
Mm-hmm.
That has been taken away by his last move, h5, MVLs.
And by the way, as much as
okay,
I like
one question. Can we go back for just 1 second?
Yeah, I can also imagine knight to c5 and queen to f6
instead of d5. So d4, knight d7.
d4, knight d7.
Yeah. Instead of d5, can you go bishop d5?
Bishop d5.
Right.
A very different approach.
And now, how do we assess this position after the tactics? Rook d6, bishop f7, knight e5. Take on e5, I take on d1.
So what do I have? Just a pawn for the moment, yeah?
Ah, just one. Yeah, that's a problem.
But queen e6?
We have two of them.
How do you defend g6? And if you go queen d3, I'm assuming there is queen f6 mate somewhere?
It looks dangerous, but I don't see the mate.
I do. I see the mate.
You do? Show us after queen d3.
So queen d3.
Check.
King h7.
You want to go to h6?
I see the mate if I help you, Yasser. But what if I don't help you?
I didn't see king h7. I genuinely thought.
So the thing is, I'm mating you right now with queen e4, right? That's the problem.
Yes, you are. Okay.
We do have a move. MVL has played queen to d6. Now rook e6.
Sorry. Queen to d6.
Yes.
A useful move because, again, the most logical is d4 and the knight drops back to d7 instead of having...
What do you do with the rook? What's the good square for the black rook?
Well, in the
queen
moment...
took that square.
Well, in the moment, if you allow me a very, very, very poor choice, right?
Mm-hmm.
A2, A3, it doesn't matter. Rook to d8.
No, I meant like after d4, knight d7, which is happening.
Exactly.
Then,
you have to play d4.
Then rook d8 doesn't look so great.
No, I have to play knight to d7
and maybe we switch to the c file, rook c1.
Rook c1 in this position, yes.
With some ideas of queen c7.
Okay. Knight f6.
Okay, now maybe.
I'm defending the rook, so queen c7. I think I can just.
Yeah.
Pardon me, queen
if I
c6.
play d5, you'll go rook d8, right, and force me to go back.
Makes sense.
Yeah, maybe this is also a good setup for black.
The problem is you know, you do get these dark square blockades. And you have this beautiful light squared bishop. Which doesn't help you break the dark square blockade, but it's a beautiful light squared bishop. Nobody will
completely dominates on the white squares, but there's nothing on the white squares. No pieces.
During
no
our break, was it Prague who was taking the clock time? Who burned their clocks?
I think both of them took some time. So now Prague's down to 2.5 minutes.
For how many
Prague
moves?
is the one that's risking a little bit with his clock management.
Prague has to make 7 more moves.
Okay.
8, I think.
8. Sorry, 8, yeah.
But,
I mean, he can just shuffle back and forth with the rook, for example, right? Rook c1, rook d1. But if he wants to have an advantage, then...
The knight?
Ooh, knight e4. And we can't guess any MBL moves.
We just don't know what setup he's trying to achieve.
I like this move. He's headed towards f6 and trying to stay more active than on d7.
Mm-hmm.
Heading towards
kind of the
f6.
same idea.
Yeah.
And now if you move the rook from d1, maybe I'm starting to dream about knight d2 as well.
I'm not saying he was afraid of this or whatever, but maybe he does, in this iteration, prevent the move bishop c6. Sure. I am not sure. But I always like those decisions which narrows your opponent's options. You take away his opportunity for playing a move like bishop c6 again.
And I don't know if you've ever heard this rule, but whenever you have the choice between two very similar looking moves, you choose the more active move. Unless there's a big drawback.
Right.
And in this case, knight e4 is much more active.
Well, for sure. Yeah, definitely a rule, but a guiding principle.
More like if you have 2 moves to choose from, choose the more flexible one.
Flexible.
And in this case, knight e4 is maybe more flexible because after knight d7, it allows more options for white.
By the way,
a4.
A2, A4
That was
on the
unexpected.
board. Well, at a certain moment, there is a majority over there, and you do want to say, hey, down the road...
Don't create a passer.
Yeah, there might be a chance for you to play a move like b5. So let me just curtail that. Again, I'm thinking knight f6 myself in order to start to activate the rook.
I like knight f6, yes.
Probably more good moves as well. Simply rook e7, just standing. Queen f6 even. And I do want knight on d6,
yeah,
but I don't want to weaken the b6 pawn.
Because I think we're channeling the same thought process there. I was also considering the move queen to b4. In this case, unfortunately, I think I can trade and play rook b1.
Queen c6, maybe?
Queen c6, knight d6. I was trying to achieve the ideal blockade with the knight, but probably this one is
rook b1, right?
Is a good enough refutation to the whole concept. So let's not do it. And let's play knight f6.
So still 7 moves to go, and
for Prague, 8 for and
less than
knight
2
f6.
minutes for Prague, almost 6 minutes for MBL. He's played knight f6. It's kind of easy to make next couple of moves for both of these players. You know the setup. Knight goes to d7. The rook might stay on e8, might go to d8. For white, either push to d5 or you shuffle with the rook.
Again, I think there is some obligation to putting the pawn on d5. So if we go, just for argument's sake.
Question, if you were playing d5, should we include bishop c6 and then play d5?
I'm not sure.
Right,
because of e4 square, I might. So if we do nothing, there's I think that this is something that you have to keep in mind as white. That,
Black might get some initiative, yeah.
Like, be careful, because I think this is absolutely no problem for black.
d5 is on the board?
Yeah, so I think you're rather obligated to play d5. But you had asked a very salient question. Imagine that you play this, this, this. So great. You put the pawn on d5, but do you want the bishop on f3 or do you want the bishop on c6? One thought that I have is, it's as weird. It's as weird as it sounds. The king could be vulnerable to a queen e5, which is why Prague played the move d5, in the words of Walter Brown, immediately.
Question now: if knight d7, which was our plan, can I play queen c6?
Yes. Legal.
Do you take? That looks very scary, right?
I don't like. I never like the pawn going. It's strange. I can live with the pawn on d5. Living with the pawn on c6 is
it's a no.
unpleasant.
It's a no-no.
Living with the pawn on b7, that's just death. So I hate that pawn that going down that diagonal.
I think you can take and play knight c5. Because white's queenside pawns are not great either. Well, one pawn on a4.
I wouldn't want to live that. That looks like
it could be, but I don't even
life.
want to calculate that.
Yeah.
Don't go for that.
I'm much more of the let's play rook d8 crowd. Let's play queen e5. Let's play rook to d6, and let's make a draw by being rook super d8. Solid.
Rook d8 on the board.
By the way, did MVL? Yeah, he's a classical.
So now,
player.
if I go queen c6, I can just simply stand with rook d7. So I have
no
threat.
To begin,
maybe I can take now. Maybe I can take now.
You want to go into
maybe
knight
I can go into that endgame because my king is coming to d6 very quickly. So you take, I go knight d5, for example, or knight e8. I'm not sure which one
bishop.
is better.
b3.
I put the knight on c7.
King f3.
Yeah, and this is the question. King
this
f8.
Might be unpleasant for black.
Well, how are you actually?
King e4. Under a minute for Prague, 54 seconds.
I was wondering.
The question is, it could be unpleasant for white also if I get to d6 quickly.
If you get d6, you get b5. But what did you say about Prague's clock?
40 seconds right now, and he's thinking he still has 6 moves to make.
He needs to make a decision. Is he going to go for this queen c6 idea?
He could wait around till he reaches move 40, gets 30 minutes, and then make that decision.
Yes.
So let's start with queen c3 or some useful move.
Right. Again, I was thinking that queen b4 might be a useful move.
To 20 seconds.
Queen c6.
He's going for it.
He's going for it.
Wow.
Big decision.
Big decision.
That
absolutely
was a surprise decision for me. I did not expect him to allow the queen trade, the rook trade, and a blockading knight.
The queen trade favors white big
Okay.
time.
It does? Okay. I'll believe it.
It's not clear why, but
I'll believe it. Yeah. I'm thinking knight E8.
it could play queen b4, but you're allowing d6, which is also scary.
True. True.
Yeah, I'm never allowing d6. I'm going to play rook d7 and just shuffle.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, how does white make any progress after rook d7, let's say?
Yeah. Good question. I think you've kind of maximized your pieces. The rook on d1, the bishop on f3, the queen on c6.
Can't even push pawns.
There's nothing.
Exactly. There's no f3 g4.
Rook d7, rook b1, then I take on d5 perhaps.
Yeah, I was going to say we can take on d5.
But then queen takes d6, followed by rook to
d1?
d1 back.
So I thought I had knight f4, but I don't.
So let's show that.
Can I do, what would you like?
If you go rook d7.
Rook to d7,
Maybe
yes.
I can go rook b1.
Rook to b1, yes.
And if we take on d5, that's losing a piece. Trade on d6 and rook d1.
Exactly.
Right?
There is no surprise discovery because the rook is protected and that wins a piece. So we can't take on d5. So rook d7 actually is unplayable. Rook b1 is the threat.
I think it is playable.
Rook b1, rook d7 is playable? Why?
Knight g4.
Played knight to g4.
He's going for that knight e5 idea. Makes sense. I like it.
The queen on c6 is very powerful. So knight e5 does make a lot of sense.
What if we take on g4? Is it still... We changed the pawn structure. We have slightly better pawn structure now, but it's still a draw, right?
Yeah, a moral victory,
That's
though.
some h5 ideas.
The material is too limited right now.
It's a big achievement. Yeah.
And the thing is, you go queen c4 to attack my pawn on g4. I think
10
finally I
seconds.
make Yasser's move, queen b4.
Pragg is down to 7, 6, and played a rook e1.
How many seconds did
4
he
seconds.
He made a move with 4 seconds.
Wow. Okay, that's
Computer
living.
Does not like rook e1. Now says after either queen f6 or queen b4. Of course, it's still equal, but it's white who is...
I'm setting up that rook d6 followed by knight e5 idea.
Yeah.
Queen b4.
Who's pressing now is the question.
Well, first of all, that's a tempo.
I have to go rook e8, but I'm worried about my f2 pawn. I might blunder a mate.
Guys, I'm starting to see how black can actually win this one.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it is winning by any means.
Of course, but with 34 seconds, anything can happen.
Absolutely.
Well, how do I...
I guess I can always take on g4, so we start with rook e8.
Okay, rook e8. Rook takes e8. Queen takes e8.
And I'm going to take on g4 right away. You don't have queen d5, I'll come back.
That is right. Queen d5.
This should be an easy draw. Yeah.
This should be a draw, yes. Queen d7 should be enough. Queen c6.
Is this...
We got scared for a moment there.
I think with justice. I really did. I mean, I saw the move queen b4 and I thought, wait a minute, I've wrong-footed because I was afraid I'd get to play rook to d6. And you could see...
white needs to act fast.
If any swings in assessments happen in this game, it's going to have to be in the next 4 moves.
And by the way, I had a very, very key moment when the clocks
You know, what's a
25 seconds, big decisions right now.
What's a computer move here? Rook e6.
Oof.
What?
Yeah, nobody's going to play that.
Rook e6.
With 15 seconds, if he makes that move.
He will not play that move.
Let's see.
No way.
Rook e4.
That's much more saying.
More
Rook e6. My mind just exploded. Wow. So I was thinking that MVL wanted to play the move queen d2 so that he could capture this pawn on f2. But queen d2, bishop takes g4, h takes g4. I'm threatening the d5 pawn. I guess.
G pawn for the d pawn?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's...
and I think this is what Pragg is trying to do right now as well. Pull the brakes. Pull the brakes.
He can win the pawn. Queen takes b6 first, and on rook d5 then take on g4 twice. It's probably still a draw, but it's an extra pawn.
Hey, why not play? I like it.
You heard extra pawn, that was enough.
Yeah, you had me as extra pawn. Takes, and yeah. it's likely a draw.
Black is very active.
I'm not sure about that.
I mean, Queen D4 and we will play that.
10
9,
seconds.
8. He's definitely considering Queen B6.
He better do it right away.
4 seconds, 3 seconds, and he played something else.
He played Rook E2
He
with
wants
3
to repeat
seconds.
to gain time.
He did that with 3
Ooh,
seconds.
Queen D4 is a bad move. It got an orange bubble on my screen. Queen C7 now.
Queen
And if you move your rook, there is D6.
Oh my goodness.
Queen C7. Pragg has a chance.
And after Queen F6 is Rook E6 is the idea.
Ooh,
He's
and he's
seen it.
reaching for his queen.
10 seconds.
10 seconds
Queen
again.
C7 is a problem, guys.
He's
Could
hesitating.
he go Rook takes D5?
5 seconds. He has to play it. 3?
3?
Oh my God.
Oh, he didn't play it.
He
And with
played
1
Rook C2
second.
with 1 second.
What?
1 second.
He played
One.
a bad move. He's going to lose a pawn now after 95.
1 second.
He's now worse. Yes.
Well, he
I
saw
was
the move.
holding my breath. Did you?
He was going to make that move, but
Defibrillator.
wow.
Again, if any assessment was changing in anybody's favor, it was happening in the next
The
4 moves.
time trouble.
Because MVL was playing in his opponent's time trouble as well.
course.
And he made mistakes. That Queen C7
And
was
he's-
money.
Yes, he is reaching for his knight. I thought for a moment from his hand movement he was reaching for his queen. But 95, doesn't that win a pawn?
I think what he missed was Queen C7, Knight takes F3, Queen takes D8, Knight E1 check. And I pick up your rook.
On E1.
Yes. I think this is what he missed.
So what Cristian is believing is that Pragg wanted to play Queen C7, but during his time to thinking, he thought about this position was favorable for him and realized during the time that MVL was playing that Knight E1 check wins the rook. So he had to take his move back,
They have rich time control.
and he played instead the move Queen C3, and very happily, Maxime took the knight so that he can simply take this pawn on.
Now it's going to be Pragg, who is down a pawn and will be making a draw, but from the weaker side.
Exactly.
I mean, I wouldn't call this equal. Pawn is a pawn.
No, for sure. I mean, as
Also, he's going to be suffering.
as
This is going to be some suffering.
right.
Oh, he was so close to playing. Let's take a look at Queen C7.
Please, let's.
Instead of Rook E2.
Right.
Sorry, Rook C2. Bless
Excuse
you.
me. Thank you so much. Instead of Rook E2, which
Sorry,
was
next
played
move
in
was
the game.
correct. No, that was fine.
Okay, apologies.
And after
Queen
Queen
D4,
D4.
which we think is a mistake.
Queen C7.
Okay.
Because if you go Queen F6, let's show everyone that it's this Rook E6.
Oh,
That's a winning move.
that's nasty because the rook cannot be captured. That's an illegal move, and we win.
That's
we
it.
just win.
So Maxime would have to move the rook from D8 back to probably F8.
I think he
But
would
now
take on
D6.
D5.
Exactly.
I think he would take on D5.
I think his intention,
Oh, just take on D5.
Yeah.
well, was to sacrifice an exchange.
And I think this is why Pragg was a little bit reluctant to play this and allow this, because now you have to go F3. Otherwise, your king is in danger. In
But
fact, you
even
get
so, it's
Exchange
only a
it?
pawn for an exchange,
Yeah.
and you would think that
But you
Pragg
start-
would embrace
You need to start calculating Knight E3 with
Which?
only a few seconds on the clock.
Knight E3.
Okay,
Now
but we don't.
you have to go King F2, and now I go Knight D1, and where do you go? You know, like all of these things with a weak king and 5 seconds ticking.
But are we
Not that
risking to
easy.
lose? No, right? So
I wouldn't think so. I mean,
this definitely looks good for white.
right. First of all, I didn't see Knight E3. Let's be very clear. I mean,
But these are the type of things that you
I
see
understand.
with 3 seconds, and you need
And
to
you
make a
see-
decision.
and you see a
Maybe
ghost.
panic, yeah.
Do you go for that, or do you not?
Right,
And his decision that he doesn't.
right. So a missed opportunity at the height of time.
I mean, he
time
almost
scramble.
flagged.
And he made a move with a single second on his clock. That is stunning.
On move 39, he was extremely close to flagging.
Extremely close.
Yeah.
And what just happened to me, by the way, and it was a sneeze. And it's gone through my head multiple times. You're down to 3 seconds, and I suddenly and unexpectedly make this horrible sneeze,
That's it.
which freezes you for a split second. Oh, I'm sorry, your flag is down. What is the arbiter going to say?
Nothing. I mean, you lose on time. That's
You
all.
lost on time. Okay,
You
by the
can't
way,
afford
you
to
did.
sneeze when you have
No sneezing.
No.
It's written in the FIDE handbook. By the way, we are getting that rook and pawn ending.
You have to,
Take us through it, Cristian. How does MVL have any chances on the sunny side of the torture?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a 4 versus 3 or a 5 versus 4, depending on what he chooses. Rook takes d5. And by the way, this was somewhat of an important decision. If you take on f3, this is much worse than if you take with the king on f3.
Right.
Because now after rook takes d5, you no longer have this option of going for this queen to c3. Now I can actually take, rook d4, rook b3, and now I can go rook b4.
And now you have
Your
a very
king is not
active rook.
close,
Yeah.
right? With a king on f3, you can take on b4 and then go king e4. Your king enters the square.
The square.
But after rook b4, now you're probably losing.
Yep.
You have to go passive with rook a3.
It looks
That's
like
a no.
Badvini Keres there.
So king f3,
Yeah.
he did play this. Rook takes d5, queen takes d4, take. Now rook to b2 is most likely going to come.
Right.
Rook b4 doesn't work because
we pick up the pawn after king.
White is not winning, but you know you're risking as black, right?
You're
Because
right.
I'm the one that's
Fast.
getting to that pawn quicker. So rook to b2, decision. Do you go rook to d6 and you keep 5 versus 4, or do you go into the technically known endgame, 4 versus 3 with rook takes?
Taking rook before now.
I'm afraid.
Yes,
I'm
you can
afraid
do
that
that.
this is drawn. Dead.
This is draw. Yes.
But if I put the rook on d6 and I bring my king on a sunny day to c6,
in the meantime, I will have to create something on this side. I will have to go king e3, f3, g4, and hope for something. And to be honest, with the rook on b5, which does control the 5th rank,
right?
It does take a very long time to bring your king to c7.
But it's just that I feel I have more chances here.
I'm
than I
not
do.
convinced.
You're not
I'm
convinced?
not convinced, no, because I feel with an active rook, I go rook b5, you go here, I go f3, you go here, and now I go g4.
If you don't mind, f5? Yeah, I'd like to try f5 if you don't mind.
Here?
Yes, sir.
f5.
Like king f4, king g5 is one
Sure.
idea. I'll put my king on c6.
So what do you do now?
King d6.
Oh, you do go for this.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll put my king on c6. On c6.
And what's
So
the plan? What's the next
I'm going to
move?
give you g6, and I'm going to go take on a4, and we're going to have a heck of a race.
Yes.
A race.
A
Yes.
race.
Yes.
That's right.
It's equal, by the way, but I'm trying to understand how difficult it is, right? So I go f4, you go rook d5, right? I cannot take on d5. This is losing. Take, you go b5. You queen first.
Gotcha.
You're much faster.
I agree.
So I'm just going to go rook to b3. What do you do now?
Yeah, a moment ago I was playing rook to d4 to take on a4. But no, I'm not getting the tempo anymore against the rook on b5. So instead of rook d5, and here I'd have to go back with the rook to d6. So yes, take
You
a
want to
look
do
at
this. So I take, you take, I take most likely.
Right.
Yeah, this is a race, but
Some
Black
crazy
is-
race.
Black is
Yeah.
also
Queen-
risking a little bit. Though.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I can do this because I'm in the
not your
studio.
game, yeah.
And I get the queen on b1 with check because your
Yeah.
king's on g6. Well, through the magic of television, for those of you joining us late, this is not a joke. In this game, Prague actually went down to a single second, and we're going to show it to you right now. It was move 39.
Yes, and he had this move queen c7, which would give him an advantage.
Here comes the big sneeze right now.
He's still not moving after 2 seconds. He started moving.
Wow.
That's incredible.
He started moving with 2 seconds on his clock. Let's see
Yes.
that again. So he's got 4 seconds, and he hasn't even reached.
Yeah, at 2 he had reached the rook.
He reached for the rook. How do these guys
So
do
close.
it? I mean,
Well, they
1
have a
second.
sixth sense for actually knowing when the critical moment is. And this was the critical moment of the game.
Right.
This is the biggest difference in assessment. Right now with queen c7, he has a much better position.
By
rook
the
to
way,
c2, he's not happy.
He's not.
Prague did not play rook b2 as we expected. He played the move rook c6.
And
Computer
it might-
doesn't like
Oh, that's
this.
bad.
Yeah, it's not an accurate move.
Computers, and I'm certain the computer doesn't like this because of rook b4.
Rook
Yes.
b4.
Not
yes.
because of
Before,
rook takes
then we
a4.
bring the king over.
That's the problem.
But how is it? Because, okay, you bring your king over, but I also have rook f6.
Okay, so
But
let's
I'll
say
give you
king
to
What do you
F7
do?
pawn.
King e3, right?
King f8.
King f8. Let's say I sit.
Yes.
I sit and wait.
King e7.
I go king e3. Like
Now
what's
pause for a
the
second.
follow-up? King d7, rook f6.
Sorry, Christian, we're not seeing your board yet. Okay.
Oh,
yeah,
there we
got
go.
it. Yeah.
There we go. So just to rewind for a second, King f3, I'm just making random moves. I'm not trying to do anything on this side or improve my position. So I go King e3, King d7, and now I have this extra square, rook f6.
Okay, if I make a crazy random move, King c8.
King c8. But do you have a threat?
Not yet.
I'm waiting.
So you don't have King b7.
I go f3. Generally, I like to put my pawns like this because I want to be ready to go g4 and create my pass pawn.
Fair. King b7.
Okay, I'll take,
King
you go
A6.
King a6. I probably go rook f6. You take on
a
a4,
pawn,
right?
Yeah.
I take on g6.
Got to run with the a pawn now, don't I? Rook a1, or where do I go?
It's a good question.
Rook b4?
Rook to b4. Okay. g4. I have to go for it.
a4, let's go.
g5.
This is so hard to calculate.
Taking is losing. I just want to let you guys
That's not a surprise.
Taking is losing
Rook
because the
h4.
rook takes h4.
That's why I wanted to keep the rook on the 4th rank.
Yes.
That's why I played rook before. But
Yes.
Yeah.
because after g5, I don't have time to take. I mean, I still can.
You can.
I thought you wanted to play a3.
But now I think I go f4 or rook to g8, try to go behind.
Right.
Hey, I have an extra pawn.
Look, we're struggling
Yep.
with the help of the engines.
It's not easy.
Imagine these guys at this exact moment. Rook b4 on the board, NVL thinking.
Technically, I think it's
he's
still a draw.
giving- Yeah.
I think this is still a draw. But it's somewhat becoming slippery, right?
The slippery slope. Yeah.
Slippery for Prague. Also, let's remind everybody, he's not happy. He's a bit on tilt. Some players would go on tilt, knowing that they had a better
because
position.
He had a better position.
They played rook to c2. Now they have to defend for the next hour and a half.
The trend is not your friend. That's right.
And psychologically, you might have some damage left from that situation.
Right.
And maybe he's even thinking in his mind, hey, did I have queen c7? Because that was the critical moment. He knew that that was the critical moment. Was queen c7 just better? Was I just winning? Like, all of these things are going through your mind. But you have to defend this rook endgame.
Right.
That's the task at hand right now.
I have a confession. You're absolutely right. I have so many times at the board had the baggage. I'm carrying the baggage of the fact that I was winning out of the opening and I should have played bishop f5, and now I'm in a slightly worse ending, and I'm still thinking, what was the best way of me winning the position 20 moves earlier? And that is a terrible, terrible thought process.
Because you need to defend.
Of course.
That's
Your focus should
you
be
need
the
to
current
defend.
position, not what's past. Again, rook b4, if you don't mind, the engines eval at this moment?
Just
what's the
minus
score?
0.8, which
So
means
rook c6 wasn't. I mean, it got an orange, but it wasn't
rook
terrible.
to b2 was
Well,
0.2.
I think before it was, almost triple zeros. That's why.
Again, it's because it's closer to a technical endgame. So 4 versus 3, the engine knows that it's a draw.
Okay.
At least technically a draw. This one, the engine is not sure yet. That's why it gives a larger percentage, because we see those races, 2 versus 2. Right.
New idea.
Yes.
King e3, f6.
I wait.
g5.
Which, by the way,
You're giving me the best. You're giving me the best
doesn't seem to be the
opportunity.
right option. I go king g2. Important move, by the way.
King g2 is important move.
Yes.
Wait, after g4, are you
No.
not too limited here?
I have to go f4.
Oh.
This is not easy.
F4.
This is not easy. So king g2 with the idea that if we go g4, I go f4, and now I have this passed pawn, which is going to give me enough compensation. Not so easy to understand.
That's confounding.
Yes.
Wow.
Rook e6 probably works as well, but you're starting to
suffer.
To suffer, yeah. And actually, you see.
By the way, the bar just went down like you blundered.
Yeah, maybe you're just
egregiously.
losing. Maybe you're just losing after king
It's
e7.
still f4 that could save you, but...
And in fact, you are just losing.
Yeah.
If I get
now
king
the
to
engine is
c7.
starting to understand you are just losing.
You have to go f4. That's already an
Not easy.
indication.
Well, it's in trouble, yeah.
Yeah.
I like this plan with f6 g5. I think
Okay.
this is... Now, a question.
Please.
Let's say I don't wait for you to go this g5.
Right.
After f6, I give you a check. How do you improve the position?
f8. King f8.
King f8. If I go here, you go king e7, you still go for g5.
Yeah,
and in fact, it's probably a better position.
Right.
With the king already close.
Because a4 is still hanging. You have to come back to c6.
So I have to go here.
Okay, g5.
King e8.
G5.
I thought you were going to kick the rook out first.
Now I take. Can I go f4?
How's h? No, h4 isn't.
h4 I just take.
Right. Okay.
I think this should be enough. This should be enough.
Are we sure? Rook
But
check?
instead of g5, once rook's on b7, can we go king e8 and
Okay, I'm with Nancy. She
king
is
e8. King d8.
King d8.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna have to go rook g7 at a certain moment.
This is truly not easy.
King
King d3 is maybe
so
the only move in the position. King d3, king c8, and now rook to g7. And I guess with the king on d3, you're closer to the pawn.
But I can take g3 pawn.
You can, yes, but then
And
I have
it's still...
f5.
Wow.
Yeah, this seems to be after f5 or king b5. I'm getting too active.
Okay, that's fair.
But king d3 is not an easy move.
And
I mean,
by
you
the
have
way,
so
in
many
this
ways
position,
you can play this position.
This exact position, instead of king c8, start with f5.
That's an improvement. Yeah.
And then go king c8.
So after king d3?
Yes.
You want to start with f5.
So that when the rook gets to g6, you're not collecting everything.
King c3.
King c8.
Yeah.
Munch, rook b4.
Rook what?
b5.
Rook b4.
b4, rook g5.
Rook b5.
Yeah, but my king is too close to the pawns, I think.
a4.
I'll give you a check.
King b7.
I'll give you another check.
King, you know where?
King a6?
Yes, sir.
Rook h8?
Check.
On b3.
Correct.
Probably king c4, right? Yeah, king c4.
You have to stay.
I have to go king c4, yeah.
b5?
b5, king c5.
Rook
Rook c3, I go king b4.
Yeah,
and I finally am close to the pawns at least.
Took a pawn?
Yeah.
I take on g3?
It's not enough.
Not enough.
It's definitely not enough. Rook h6. Guys,
this is close.
Rook endgames are not easy.
I know.
I mean, it's easy for us.
Yeah, well, it's
for
not
the players.
easy for us.
It's not, yeah.
Even for us, it's not easy with the engine.
Yeah.
For the players, it's extremely difficult. I mean, I have to say, MVL, I think, is building up some chances right now. And if Pragg continues with this trend of thinking and spending his time all the way until he has 30 seconds on his clock and plays on increment, he's going to have some tough decisions to make with 1 second on his clock.
Right.
And we'll see if he makes some poor decisions like he did with the rook to c2 as well. So this can go wrong for Pragg right now. MVL has some real chances to win this one.
It has.
And a win with black. Oof, how costly is that?
I'm thinking of our broadcast as some kind of a game show where it's like, Nazi, can I call my friend Sam Shanklin? I've got a rook ending. He specializes in it. Yeah, he specializes. He just wrote.
But you know what the problem is?
What?
Sam, after writing that book, and it's
lost
a great book, lost like so many rook endgames, just because they're so difficult. Again, they're so difficult. You might be the top expert in rook endgames in the world. When you practically sit at the board without the engine, without the book that you just wrote. Yeah. It's so difficult.
It really
is. So difficult.
And not a lot of time on the clock.
Yeah. It was almost like this incredible karma. You have written a great book about endings. We will punish you by forcing you to play more rook endings. Big turnaround in this game for those of you joining us late. Essentially, Pragg had an advantage, more or less, I want to say, to move 36 or so. He had an opportunity, a single opportunity to play queen c7 and probably get an advantage. He slipped up. He nearly lost the game on time, literally going to a second before pressing his clock. He's now a pawn down in a slightly worse, in a pawn down rook ending, where we think his chances are decent. Let's just put it like that.
Objectively, it should still be a draw, but you have to make all the accurate moves.
And as we know,
not easy.
Not easy. Not easy.
For example, even the rook c6 move he played, the last one. You want to have an active rook. You want to cut off your opponent's king. It makes sense, but apparently rook b2 was a much easier draw.
Exactly. Rook to b2.
So having a passive rook in this case was a better choice.
So, yeah, just to buttress what you were saying, rook b2, if you force the rook back and then you just, you say,
great.
okay, let's compare the rooks.
Mm-hmm.
White has an active rook, black has a passive rook. Funnily enough, if we take a look at the current position, you could say white has an active rook, but so does black. Black's rook is very active, and we can easily imagine that black wants to bring his king to d7, and on a good day, take the pawn on a4 as a trade for the pawn on f7.
Yeah, so look at his next move. He played king g2.
Whoa.
Is he planning f3?
G4? Well, not
But that's
really.
not easy to do.
Again, the rook is
Well, f3,
active.
king h3, and g4 would be the way to go. I don't think that's the right one.
Yeah, I could pull you back from that. I could get you off that decision.
Maybe he just wants to stand and move with the king. So if we go king f8,
Okay,
he goes back king f3.
okay. And we go king e7 as we saw.
Let's
You wanna
just go back.
Okay. So, in the past, I was playing f6 and g5. Okay, how about, once again, I'm just more than curious. We've been looking at some races, if you will. So imagining this as a race, for example, what do you do?
Do I push the f pawn?
I have a new idea for you.
Yes.
I will take. You will take.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to take on f7
No.
in this case. I will play here.
I'll go back to f6.
Yes, you will. Because a moment ago I was thinking rook b7. Okay, just a second. You will go back to f6. I will go rook b7, and I want to play rook
Now I'll go
a7.
rook a6.
Correct.
You'll give me a check.
We'll play rook b5.
Oh. On rook f6, are you going rook f5?
I am. That's exactly right. And I very, very much want to play the move king b7 so that I can play a4. I'm not claiming anything. I'm just saying there are different approaches that Maxime can try to upset the equilibrium.
I don't think Prague is worried, though. I think he evaluates this as an easy draw. or maybe he is just not showing. Not showing.
He has a good poker face. I mean, I wouldn't think of this as.
I would think I'm losing and I have to save this.
Me three. I would be incredibly worried that this black king, with or without f6, g5, is going to disturb the rook, and I don't want to play two pawns. I don't want to play 3 versus 2 on the king side when there's two connected pass pawns.
Of course.
I think I'm just busted.
And what I like is that
Yes.
MVL is playing his moves fast. He's not committing to any plan. He can still go with the plan with f6 and g5.
Right.
He can still go with the plan of king e7, king d7 first.
Yes.
So he still has those plans. Hasn't spent any minutes since
Right.
they entered this second time control. He still has 30.
Right.
And Prague is thinking. Prague is falling behind. And right now, 16 minutes, difficult position. He's the one with the difficult decisions as well.
Just to show, at least I believe this is true, that if you do make a decision like this check, which at first blush doesn't look that terrible, right? You're thinking,
I think
no, you start to think this is precisely the position I was trying
This
to
might be
avoid.
just losing.
Yeah, this should be lost. He's touching the f pawn.
He's going to go for f3.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, f3.
Okay.
So king e7 with the plan of f6, g5, right?
And at the same time, when you play the move f3, it's definitely a prelude to playing the move king h3.
Yes,
king e7?
Sure, king e7.
King h3.
King h3. Exactly.
Now, let's play f6.
Okay.
I don't think g4 is a good idea.
Let's say I go g4.
What else did he?
Well, if I go rook b3 here.
Yes, and I will have to go back to g2. I don't want to play king g3 and allow the
So
position.
you're okay with being cut off on the third?
I'm angry.
I don't think I have options.
I'm not happy about anything.
Take on G4.
Yes.
Then go, let's say King F7.
King F7.
F7, okay.
Okay, pause for a moment because I think I want to trade off the king side. So let me trade off the king side.
The weak pawn.
Which weak pawn? I've got weak
Take King
pawns.
G7.
King G7.
The G4 pawn is... Oh, I walked into that.
Yeah.
That should equalize easily.
Oops. I think so. Sorry. Yeah, okay, we're just going to take the last move back. So I think I'm getting
How do I create F against H here?
Exactly. We're going to go back just a moment to the moment that you played F6. So let's start with Rook B3. King has to come back. Yep.
By the way, I'm mesmerized by the dance of Pragg. If you look at his picture on the wall, as well as he's a little bit delayed, so there's like a dance going on between the Pragg at the board.
The big photo.
Yes.
The big
you see, he's still moving.
Yeah, he's still moving. Now he's moving.
So there's a dance. It's like a very mesmerizing dance.
But which one is live? Because it feels like on the screen he moves first.
So once he stops,
I watched those King Cobra.
Yes, exactly.
The King Cobra videos.
There's like a 3-second delay. Yeah.
How they mesmerize the cobras.
That's the big hour of broadcast, starting to hit.
King H3 on the board. King H3. How can Maxime...
I mean, he's got to try F6, G5, right?
Pause. I'm a little bit curious.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Let's play F6.
All right.
If you play G4,
yes,
it's losing to G5.
You know, I love these pawn. What do you call the pawn breaks? Yeah. What do they? These are. They have the special tactics.
I know what you're talking about.
I know. I just can't think of the name either. G5. Yeah, because this is the dream, right? That we could get a situation like this,
yes,
where the king side is fully harnessed, and I'm going to get 2 versus 1. Okay, pawn breakthroughs. Pawn breakthroughs is what we call
G4
them.
cannot be played after F6. It's just losing.
Wow. Okay, that's a big news.
So king has to go to G2.
Okay.
But now after G5, you don't get to play G4 at all.
Wait, guys.
No?
So again, why was G4 losing?
G4 is losing because of G5.
G5.
But why is this so bad?
Because what do? We take on G5.
Take on G4?
We take on G4.
No, but do I have to take on G5 is the question.
What do you do?
Well, I'm threatening to take on G4, give a check.
Can I take on H5?
Rook H.
Rook H5.
That's fine. King G3.
That's an extra pawn.
But I take on B6.
No.
Yeah, but it's still an extra pawn.
That's an extra 2 pawns.
Ooh, extra 2.
You're getting that as well. That's the problem.
That is a problem. Oh dear. So what Nazi is saying is the idea of Pragg to play F3, G4 runs into a cold shower after F6, G5. I didn't see that. That's a nice catch.
And if you don't have G4 and, let's say, play
Why
King
did I
G2,
play? Yeah.
then you won't get G4 at all.
At all.
But it's still a draw after G5. Just, it looks scarier now because you think you did something wrong.
Correct.
You didn't get G4. It feels worse.
And why am I not terrified?
I'll take and go Rook H6.
You know,
it's hard to evaluate.
You're trying to reassure me. You're not doing a very good job. I
can't convince myself.
I just want you to know I am terrified of this position as black.
Even G4 is interesting.
What?
Even G4 is interesting.
For black?
Yes.
Because you're threatening rook check.
Yeah.
And
this,
who
knows what happens here.
You want to do this. This is not
F6 on the board.
And MBL is feeling opportunity is right around the door.
Let's go with G4 once again.
Okay.
I'm still not convinced. I know I'm stubborn, but I'm still not convinced.
Yeah.
I take on H5.
Take on H5?
Yes, you take on H4. I go King G3, you take on H5. I go F4.
F4?
Yes.
Well, I can take it, go rook c5.
Um,
That would still win a pawn.
Just a second.
You can win the pawn. Yes, you can be 2 pawns up. So
okay,
you have options to be 2 pawns up.
Let me be
Rook
2 pawns
h4
up.
was also an option, right?
I wanted
Rook
to be.
h4 also, yeah.
I wanted
b5, nice.
Nice.
I think b5 is a very
Yeah,
good
b5
move.
is very nice.
Like
That
I'm
was
going to be forcing him.
very tactical way to.
Yeah.
I wanted your rook on a4, but your rook is not going to a4.
Yeah.
Yeah,
See,
b5 is a good move.
Yeah, I was always pressing the journalist and saying, I'm a tactician. No, pardon me. I'm a positional player. And then I got into tactics. And everybody was convinced all I was doing was playing positional chess. B5 looks like a good tactic.
That was the plan all along, right?
Yeah, that was the plan.
Let their guard down.
That's it. That's it. We're thinking, well, you see, Pragg looks a little bit more anxious than he did 10 moves ago.
Yeah, he can also enter another time trouble because here he will spend considerable time calculating g4.
Yep. Reminding our audience, there are only 2 time controls, 30 and 90 with the 30-second bonus, and then you get 30 minutes, and that's it. Pragg and both players will be playing on increment for the rest of the game. They'll get their 30 seconds, but when they go underneath a couple of minutes, it gets really, really dicey for them both, of course. F7, F6. Will Pragg realize that he has to do a move like King G2 and just chill?
It feels like morally you lose after King G2 because you did all this to play G4.
Of course you did. Of course you did. But if you're sitting there at the board, you're calculating, yes, I want to play G4. What does my opponent have in mind? You see the move G5, and it stops you. You go, rut-row. Something's wrong. And then you come to the conclusion you have to play King G2. And just like you said, you have this feeling of like, oh boy, I'm slipping, when you really have not lost the position.
Yeah, this is a very tough moment right now for Pragg. And you can see it on his face as well. He's starting to feel the pressure.
Something is going. Yeah, and the back
now
and
that
forth.
Christian pointed out.
I know.
Yeah, you can't get it out of it.
I know.
Now that's all I say.
Thanks a lot.
I mean, it is mesmerizing. It is mesmerizing.
Yeah.
And G4, by the way, I just checked it with the engine. It's losing.
It
G4,
is.
G5, that's it.
But you have to convince yourself of it. I mean, it's not that easy to do. Yeah. Wow.
But he definitely noticed G5. Otherwise, he would have already pushed G4.
So a lot of chess players have 2 nervous habits. One is the leg pump, right? The leg pump. The other is
what Pragg's doing now.
What Pragg is
There's
doing
a
now.
third one.
And the third is
with
the piece flipping.
Which is Gelfand's specialty.
Did you have the...
I have all 3.
All 3. I've had all 3.
Yeah.
Who hasn't?
I have 10 more. Yeah, especially in time trouble. Oh.
Imagine Boris Gelfand on this Jumbotron, swinging his pawns. And then
it would be absolute
I would
cinema.
go mad.
I think that the camera has this inbuilt function to look for motion.
Right.
And go to it. So it would be mesmerized by the swinging knight.
It's tough right now. And King G2, G5.
Yes. How will that go?
What do you do right now? What's your first instinct? You take. That's losing.
Losing?
Yes.
I have to go back.
Then King
We have to
H3?
go back to King H3.
Okay, that's not easy.
Wow, that's not easy.
This is tough. This is already very tough. Yeah,
Wow.
H takes G5 is just simply losing.
Oh, I thought that was still a draw.
What a shot.
After Rook
Me
H6?
too.
It's not a draw. G4.
Which was what you said. Nasi, you said to me, what do you think about
And the
G4?
thing is, at the beginning, the engine is saying maybe H takes G5 is fine, but once you go through the moves, it realizes
you
that
force
this is
it to
just
calculate.
losing. Yes.
Yeah.
And after F4, this is probably the best move. King D7 is a crucial move.
That picks up a tempo. The
King
rook has to
D7,
go
yes.
F6 or H6?
You choose.
Yeah.
H6, let's say.
I'm not sure.
G4.
Again, the same idea.
Only move, by the way. Only move to win.
Take on H5, take on A4. There's nothing.
This is bad.
to discuss. Rook G5 is way too slow, right?
So what do you do after G4?
Well, my king is so far. I mean, king F2 is like...
I guess you could go try for F5, right?
That makes sense.
Both king E8 to go towards the pawn and king C7 seem to be winning.
Okay, king C7 is
Both.
strange.
Yes. And now if you go F6, now I go back.
Come on.
Now I go back, yes. I don't have time to take on A4, right, because of F7.
Right.
So I have to go back.
No one would play king C7, though. King E8 makes...
Which wins also.
Yeah, which
wins also.
Yeah.
A lot of dangers in the position right now. To play king G2, G5, king H3, this is not easy.
No.
This is truly not easy. I think right now I would give MVL an 80% chance to win this one.
Exactly.
Despite the fact that the position is objectively still a draw, I think MVL has great chances to win.
There's so many pitfalls.
Yes, there's too many, and you don't have time. You might be finding this after you analyze at home forever.
Right.
If you don't have an engine by your side, right?
Right.
Like this type of positions, before the engines were so strong, we used to spend training camps analyzing weeks, analyzing this type of end games and trying to understand,
trying to get this
the
technical
truth,
knowledge.
Time well spent.
And right now, Prague has
saved a lot of half points
10 minutes
by making that commitment.
Prague has 10 minutes to find all of these things.
That's very, very...
He's in trouble.
Difficult.
He's in big trouble.
And he glided into it with this rook c6 move.
The last two plans that started with rook c6 and then g4, both were inaccurate.
Right.
And when you realize that, then you are scared. Like, okay, I messed up.
I'm on the wrong track. I can't play g4. What the heck am I doing? I put my rook on c6 with a specific purpose. Now I feel like I failed.
Also, I think MVL left the board a while ago and has to come back.
Right. Like that's one of the things when your opponent
is not there, that also stresses you out.
Well, when your opponent's on the wrong track, one of the things that you have to do is let them keep going, like a steam engine. Let them do what they need to do.
MVL is doing the best things that he can do in this endgame. He's playing the best moves, but also from a practical perspective.
Nowhere to be seen.
Nowhere
so
let him steam.
All by himself on that big stage.
We talked about the three types of chess players: those who flip the pieces, those who bob and weave with their heads, and finally those who with their legs.
Right, shake the legs.
I have had one which was absolutely unique. Nobody else that I know has had this, and that was I was playing in my first U.S. Open in Chicago, and I was a B player. In the B section, I was playing on board, doesn't matter, 280.
You must have been like 9 years old.
I had 13. And I was playing an elderly man who had a really wonderful smile. He greeted me happily, and we were playing hours. And this big, beautiful smile kind of turned into a grimace. And when we got into time trouble, I had a glass of water next to his board. He took out his dentures and put them in the glass of water.
God.
And I was like, trying to avoid looking at these teeth that were King G2. Bravo, Prague.
That's been made.
Yeah, you know he wanted to play G4. Nobody else I've never
heard of that. No.
Taking out their dentures at the board. That was pretty impressive.
So Prague realized G4 was losing. He's played King G2?
That's very hard to get off the horse that you were riding. And now, he wanted to play G4.
Another test, right, after G5 to go back to H3.
That's crazy.
Because I would just not even think about it. I would take on G5.
Automatically. And that would lose you the game. One move. So, if you don't mind, how is the now? Yes.
Does Rook B2 achieve anything? I can push you back to H3.
I think that's kind of where my king belongs for whatever reasons.
And then play Rook B3 and... Did I improve by having the Rook on B3 instead of B4 is my question.
I thought the Rook on B4 was great.
Better?
Because you were attacking the G pawn, you were controlling G4, and you were also hitting the A pawn. So I don't think so. From the current position...
I think he's going to go G5.
I
think he's going to do it fast.
I still don't know if I fully understand this position. Why is the king great on H3 in this case?
Here, maybe G4 still with black.
It's not great. I'm just trying to defend my pawn. I'm just trying to defend my pawn.
Yeah, you're right. It's not great. Yeah, but
if you take on g5, you're losing. We've seen how, right?
Okay.
And again, it's not clear at all, right? But we do have the engine. It does tell us that it's winning, so it's probably winning.
Okay.
King h3
yeah.
Is the only move to defend that pawn on h4.
Let's take on h4.
Okay. We have to recapture, of course.
I feel like white will be in kind of a Zugzwang zone.
It's weird. I said, of course, and there is the move g4 that maybe is better, because that way I might...
Am I not just winning if I defend b6 pawn and take a4?
Yeah, you might actually be winning. Maybe king h3 is...
might still be losing, right?
Is a loss
we
as
do
well.
have a move by, and we do have g5.
We need
so
a
once
table
again,
base right now.
That's the thing. The more you move,
we're not in a table-based territory yet.
The more you go with the engine, and king h3 is
on the board.
On the board. The more you hold the hand of the engine, the more it tends to swing towards a win for black.
Wow.
For black.
Yes.
So, sorry, Nazi, tell me what you were...
take and king d7, king c7.
So you're just throwing away the f6 pawn. You're not even trying to play f5.
No, I'd rather give you f pawn than h pawn, because my king is still close enough to catch that pawn.
Fair. Okay. So you're going to go all the way
If you start pushing the f pawn, I'll take on a4.
Okay, pause. So
it's a bit of a crazy line, by the way.
Please.
So you go rook h6, right?
No,
you should go rook h6.
Okay.
Yeah, you should go for the h pawn. Rook a4. Rook takes h5. Now there's only one winning move.
The one I'm reaching for is rook a1, but is that not it?
No.
Then it has to be rook f4.
No.
And then rook h8?
No.
He's torturing us. We'll never get it.
We'll never get it. Okay.
It's basically a roll of the dice. Rook d4 is the only
Oh, please.
So random.
No, that's not even on my radar.
Like a 7th move or something.
I was thinking rook f4, king g3, rook f8, and trying to put the rook behind the pawn.
It's a roll of the dice. If they get this position,
yeah,
maybe
is the idea that I want to meet rook here with rook here? No. Am I in the square? Why
I'm just trying to understand why not rook c4. You know,
yeah,
like why not rook c4 and rook d4? The idea being that with the rook on d4, you can cover against the checks.
That was my question. Yeah, you do.
So now you go rook d7. You cover against the checks.
Got it.
This
that makes sense. That I can.
If you go rook to c4, now I'll give you a check.
Right.
King b8, let's say, right,
yeah,
to defend
sure.
against rook a7.
But
and now I go h5.
Right. But
and I'm fast enough.
Yeah. But if you don't mind, Christian, why is it? Sorry. In that ending, instead of rook d4,
rook to a1, right? Or which one?
No, rook f4.
Rook f4, rook h7 first.
Check.
I think it's only move. You go up or
up.
King b8.
The problem is
rook f8.
He
rook
now
f8,
has rook a7.
a7. Yes.
So if my king was on b8, so okay, let's go king b8. I apologize. Okay.
Makes a lot of sense. Now I go king g3.
And now I have to do the passive rook f8 business.
But now I have rook g8. Rook g7, rook g8, right? In the future, maybe.
a5, a4, sorry, a4.
Rook e7.
You
also don't have rook a8. So if you go a3, then I go rook e3.
Yeah, both pawns can't push with the king.
Nicely done.
So you don't have rook a8 anymore.
Gotcha.
That's the problem.
Nicely done. Wow.
What are the chances that he plays rook d4 at that point?
Wow.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Not high in my opinion, but.
Wow.
So king h3, from a practical perspective, we can say that is probably the best chance that Pragg has.
If you don't mind, I had another question for you. Just takes. Yes? Now I want to put my king on f5. So I want to put my king on f5.
I'll just stand with king on g3. What's the plan?
Okay, let's have a look-see. King, king, king. Where you go?
So you're going to go to e5, right?
Yes.
Oh, and my rook won't be able to stay there.
Yes. No, whenever he goes to f5, I have to give him a check. So rook d6.
That's the setup.
Yes, king f5, and I have to give you a check.
I didn't
Even
see
that's not
king
easy to
D6.
see.
Yeah, I didn't see.
And then you have to go
either.
back to the same king c7 idea.
Wow.
I think we're getting somewhere close to the truth in this position. Not easy.
Not easy at all. I know that you and VAR are coaches at major collegiate championship schools, you at Mizzou, do you put your teams, or do your teams put yourself through training of these technical end
Oh,
games?
for sure, yeah. No, this is a large part of what we
Is
do.
it? Yeah.
Yes, and with the caveat that we understand that you're probably going to forget most of the things that you've looked at in the next 3 days at most, you know?
That's not encouraging.
It's sort of problematic, right? Because you're looking at all these end games, and then you realize that practically you probably don't remember anything. I mean,
you're making me laugh because you're reminding me of the children's classes I used to teach at the club. I was the GM in res, so I got all these kids in front of me, 6 to 9 year olds. So I said, okay, I'm going to give you guys a very important principle, but I want everybody to lift up the right hand. So all the kids lift up the right hand. And I said, I want you to press it against your ear. Has everybody got their hand pressed against the ear? You go, yes. And I give them the principle. And then they all look at me like I'm strange. So the reason why I wanted you to have your hand in the ear, because I didn't want it to go in one ear and out the other. I wanted it to stay inside the brain. They all start laughing. No. just like the students that go to Mizzou.
Guys,
It's hard.
I mean, look, this is a rook endgame which at first glance looks simplistic, and you might be thinking in 50 years of your career, you probably have seen it before,
right?
But probably you haven't, right? That's the problem. And even if you have, you don't remember all of these things that we just looked at. It's just impossible to remember everything. It's too much information.
Right.
The best thing you can do is try to attach some sort of an anchor to each of these principles. Like,
what's
hey,
your connection?
in this type of position, maybe I'll give you a slap on the wrist, and now you're going to remember this position. Of course, I'm joking.
Yeah, I know.
I'm exaggerating, but this type of
yeah.
situations, right?
But it's very hurtful because you say to yourself, okay, the principle is to play for an active rook. And then the moment you've got the active rook, I can show you 100 examples.
That was wrong, yeah.
It's the wrong rule.
There's always exceptions to all this.
The exceptions that make it so hard. By the way, we have G5 takes H4 on the board. Okay.
Yeah, I believe Maxime will find all the right moves until that moment of rook d4, and that will be the moment of truth.
Yeah.
Can he find rook d4?
He might find it. Because if we do look at the position and we realize that you have to cover those checks with the rook, maybe he's going to find it based on that principle.
So just to remind our viewers what we've been discussing, G3 takes H4, King D7, give me the rook. Obviously, you're going to take the pawn gleefully. King C7. And now black is gleefully taking this pawn. The problem is the F pawn is not a salient feature in the position because the king
is close enough.
Is actually close enough. So black is forced to go after
for the H pawn.
H pawn, and we get the following position. Now
it's so not intuitive to play rook d4.
Exactly. Now white's H pawn, however, is real counterplay.
I'll show you another crazy line. So you go rook d4.
Yep.
Now you go rook h8.
Okay, and then I go
rook
with the
d8.
rook. Yep.
Now I go rook h7.
And I go with the rook. Or
cover?
Cover?
You can if you want to, but you can go king c6
Wait,
as well.
This is a mistake.
I think we've seen
right?
f4. Is that it?
It has to be a mistake.
Oh no, he played g4.
Is it not a mistake?
It
He
is a
really
mistake.
played it?
No, it is a mistake. But he played it. Yes, he did play it.
G4.
I
Okay,
didn't
so
even see that move as a candidate move.
I considered it for a second, and it does make some sense, but it is a mistake.
Because
So we take
on g4.
which
on
has
g4.
happened. Take 6. Now, of course, what's going on in Prag's mind is the H4 pawn is toast. That he can pick it up and that maybe he will not only win the pawn, but he'll get an active king. The problem is you can't play king takes H4 and allow F5. Ooh.
Yeah.
So there might be a way tactically.
But this is quite incredible.
Okay,
actually.
please.
So
King F7. You can't
king f7,
take
I go
on-
rook d6.
Okay.
Yeah.
King F7, rook D6.
The thing is, you go king g6, I can
Then you
take
take,
now,
yeah.
right? Because you don't have
F-
f5.
F5 anymore.
The winning idea, I will show it to you.
Please.
I'm going to force you to take my pawn. King, rook to b1.
Yes.
So this is like a magic trick. What? King h4?
Rook to b3. You're not coming back now.
Rook
King
to
b3.
King h5?
And now I go rook b4.
Oh, come on.
And there's no king h4 to go back. You cannot go back, you cannot go forward. Because you're losing the pawn on
And
g4.
the rook can't move.
And the rook cannot
Zugzwang.
move.
Wow.
Zugzwang.
And if I go g5?
If you go g5, I can probably take, and then king d7.
And I
King
think
c7,
this
and
is...
that's
King
it.
d7, king c7. This is simple.
Yep. Oh, rook
That's amazing.
b1. Rook b1.
He's played it. Rook b1 is...
He hasn't played yet. No, no.
That's
he
on
just,
your board. Okay.
Yeah, rook b1 and rook b3. The king is trapped. The rook is... Oh, actually, I can move the rook.
Where?
Where do you move the rook?
I don't know, but...
But then I go rook b4, I attack the pawn on a4 and f5.
And you're still
I
threatening
have
Can't
a
move the
double,
rook, yeah.
double attack.
Oh, this is beautiful. It's study-like in game.
It is
As-
study.
exactly.
Wow.
Easy
NBL
to miss, by the way. I mean,
Oh,
obviously
come
easy
on.
to miss.
Yeah.
That is... That, it's so rare to see a kind of a zugzwang where... You know,
So
from...
is king f7 not... If you don't find this idea, there's no other win?
Is
For black?
Difficult. Yeah, difficult. Difficult. You might see some other iterations of the same idea. So, for example, if you do go rook to b3,
For example, yeah.
yes, or king takes h4, and now maybe I have to use triangulation with the king. I go king f7, rook c7, king e6, rook c6, king e7, and now you're once again in the same pattern.
King h5, rook
You're stuck with
b4.
rook b4.
That is craziness.
It
Oh
is a
my
crazy
God.
idea.
Oh my goodness.
Again, something that I don't think I've ever seen in my life.
That's...
Not in a rook end game. That makes...
I don't remember this pattern ever seeing it.
No.
See, that's one of the things about classical chess. On the one hand, we can deride it as being, you know, too slow, and, you know, it's not as stimulating as blitz and boom, 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 boom. But then on the other hand, you get into a situation like this where we find study-like,
I mean, it's
incredible
Yeah.
victories that we would easily overlook in a
Never
blitz
see
match.
it,
We
yes.
never see it because there's no time to spot the potential of a win. But rook b1, rook b3, rook b4, put that in a
So
study,
beautiful.
and it's crazy that is really, really outstanding.
It's hard to convince yourself that that's a win.
Even exists. Agreed. Just totally agreed.
Like if someone now tells MBL you have a study-like win, he finds it in 2 minutes.
Right. But you got to be knocked awake.
Yeah.
Your awareness level has to be...
And Prague looks pretty calm. There's no way he expects anything like that to happen.
Exactly.
He thinks, oh, I've got this. It's going to be a draw.
Right. A quick question for you. Imagine I go king, right? Just king. Or do I need this? Okay, here, I'll tell you
Yeah,
what I'm
play rook
thinking. I take a pawn. I do it in the worst and the most base
Rook
manner
A6.
that I can.
A4.
Right? Because you can never
Still
take this
can't
pawn.
take, yeah.
You
Let's
have to
see.
make a tempo.
Rook A5.
Okay.
Because now
rook
I want to
A5.
take on H4. Yeah.
Ooh, okay, I follow you. I get you.
Uh-huh. No, I can take on H4.
Can
F5,
you?
king G5.
And your king is
Yeah.
in the
Should be.
in the square. I was doing so well up until a moment. But yes,
Yeah,
I
king
agree.
E5, yeah.
I agree. Now, okay. Good, good, good.
Tricky, tricky.
Tricky, tricky. Okay.
But yeah, look at the eval bar. It's completely winning for black. It's like -5. You just have to find this crazy idea.
Yeah, it's -5 on the most narrow path, and the most incredible path ever. So once again, what I did was the most gross. Okay, he did play
Well, king
king
F7.
F7.
King F7.
That
Which
doesn't
still keeps the
spoil
winning
anything.
chances. Yeah, of course.
It doesn't spoil anything. And it basically asks black too.
D6.
Right.
So now you go rook d6. Again, king g6, you take on h4 because there's no f5.
Exactly.
So now you still need to go either rook b1 or rook b2 with the same idea.
Rook b1 or rook b2. crazy.
It's so pretty. I think both of, if they don't find it, after
he's
the
going
game.
to be forced to find it at some point.
It's true.
I think he's going to be forced
draw,
to
right?
find it.
So just a second. So king g7, let's say rook c6.
Yes.
And let's say rook b1. No, in this case,
I might have g5, and I might be
right
too close with my king. And
Exactly.
your king is all the way to
Yeah,
g7. You want your king closer to the b6.
But for sure, that's not the variation I wanted at all. No, absolutely not.
Good news for Pragg is that MVL is spending some time as well. Right now,
Exactly.
down to his last 13 minutes, so he will most likely go into a time trouble situation as well.
Apologies for being so stubborn, but I think that stubbornness is a quality that every grandmaster needs. That you have to believe in your ideas because nobody else is going to believe in your
I'll
ideas.
take on h4.
Rook a6.
A4.
King h4.
f5, king g5.
That's my idea. Okay, he went back to e7.
Okay.
He's repeated for once, but I definitely
What did
expect rook b2 or something. He went back with the king.
Yes, he did.
Now, it's going to be so painful if this game ends in a draw and he realizes it was -5.
Yeah. And the reason it's -5 is because of this absolutely ladder staircase-like way of play where you force your opponent to take a pawn, you force your opponent to activate their king,
It's so
which is
counterintuitive.
two of the most contradictory ideas there are in chess. Win a pawn, activate your pieces, and now you're lost.
You know, because of that, it was better when king was on f7 because at least there is no king h5
You're in Suswan.
Right.
because of the mate.
Yes.
So it's easier to see play this idea with black with the king on f7. It
But then
makes
I
a
have
bit
rook
more
c6.
sense.
Then I can lose a... You still have to go rook king
Yeah.
g7.
I still have to do
Yeah,
that.
you have to do it.
Oh no, he's taken on a4. Now it's no longer winning for black.
Incredible.
He missed it.
Incredible. Wow.
What a chance. What an amazing, amazing
Of course, big relief for Pragg and all of his fans.
Wow. For those of you who have just joined us, we've just seen an amazing turnaround. Pragg was on the precipice of defeat, but he missed it. Rook takes a4, allowing rook takes b6, and the game is now drawn, a rook ending. But there was an incredible feature in the position. Rook b1. That was the winning move. King takes, and it's something that all of us sitting on this panel have rarely, if ever, seen. Force your opponent to take a pawn, force your opponent to activate their pieces, and tell your opponent they're in Zugzwang.
Because now king cannot go anywhere. If I come back to h4, you win the pawn with f5.
That's a winning move.
And that's it. But MVL has missed this winning opportunity, and now it looks like a much easier draw.
Wow. Just wow.
Just wow, I'm speechless.
I've run out of things to
That
say.
position will be printed in a lot of rook endgame books,
Yep.
and study books, and
Yes.
tactical books. Yeah, that was an incredible moment.
Rook a6.
Which, if we didn't have the engine, we would never find it.
No. No. For
Again,
sure.
it's a type of position where masters, grandmasters used to spend weeks and still get it wrong.
And still get it
Print it in a book first and still get it wrong.
Yeah.
Is it that easy? Actually, I called it an easy draw, but now looking at it, maybe it's not that easy still.
Well, it's much easier than before, that's
Of course,
for sure.
yes.
Right? Because it is a draw.
One of the great legendary stories was from the Chess Olympiad. It was Michael Bodden.
Oh, rook a5.
A mistake.
He's
Another
losing
mistake.
again.
What?
The Valbar completely
He
dropped.
is losing again.
What's going on?
What he had to do. All right, let me just explain to you what he had to do because I think it's quite important.
Okay.
He had to give a check.
So now I give a check. I
should
force
have.
your king once again to get more active.
Okay.
So I want your king on the 5th rank.
So that then you
now I can
the
take on
pawn.
h4. And
And
when you
the-
go f5, I'll give you a check on
A5.
Guys,
A5.
MVL did not find the winning move.
All right, I'm going to quiz you guys. Now that you've seen that variation, what do you think the winning move was instead of rook to b3?
It was rook f4, right? We were looking at some analysis.
To defend the pawn on f5. That's going to land on f5.
Yasser was trying to make that work before.
Desperately.
Yeah.
I mean, I was a one-trick pony, actually. I had one idea in the position that was rook f4.
He played rook b3 check, and now looks like after king h4, it's a draw again.
Let's not call it a draw, because yes, he's still alive. Pragg is still alive right now.
But now what's the winning idea anymore? After a3?
After a3,
rook
you have
a6, right?
to play rook a6. Yes.
Which is a most natural move.
Right, because the king is just desperately coming towards
And the next move is going to be g5.
But I do think that you can definitely get tempted by king h5 instead of rook a6.
Yes,
king h5, it looks very tempting.
Exactly. In fact, I'm looking at that move and I'm thinking to myself, what's wrong with that move?
What's wrong is that I'll give you a check. I'll force you to get more active. And now I go rook f3.
Rook f3.
Only move.
Oh, and the king will be cut off. On the
Only move. So king h5, which again, it's very, very tempting to my eyes. It's losing.
And I'm still confused. Why is... Because you're going to go after check, what?
King d6, yes.
d6.
Oh, d6, I apologize.
d6,
We're just heading towards the
I think
A3
both
now.
of them.
And you just and by defending the f pawn,
yes,
you just head towards the a pawn and escort it home.
Should be simple.
That
Simple
makes
enough.
it simple.
Yes.
And you've defended.
And if you play g5 and trade it, your king is just too far and cut off.
Absolutely.
So that's why king h5 looks bad. But rook a6? What's a good move for black?
So what if I go f3? Rook f3, sorry, after rook a6. So rook a6, rook f3 with the same plan.
I loved your concept. Now the king is untethered.
King h5
now you go g5. Only move.
What?
Only move.
And now your king is, because you've
Apparently
got a tempo?
in time. Yes, you're in time right now.
Oh, come on.
That is incredible.
Chess is hard.
Chess is impossible.
Oh my goodness. And
you're right on time?
Yes, right on time.
Crazy.
King b5, rook a8, yeah.
So if the king would be on e4, I think you would be losing. Because the king goes to c4. With the king on d4, you're making a draw.
Wow. Pragg is down to 5 minutes.
I just have to let that settle in, because that is just such a... Conceptually, it's just feels wrong.
MVL thinks he's winning.
Yeah,
MVL thinks he's winning.
Yeah.
And
Pragg probably thinks MVL is winning.
Yeah.
I like the interviews that are coming up. I was very nervous I was lost here. Correct. Oh my
The more I look at it, how do you even play rook a6?
You're just cutting the king off, right?
I mean,
yes.
I really want to play king h5.
Yes.
Well, you can ask the same question, then why not start with g5?
Okay, first of all, let's ask that question. Let's start with the move g5, and let's understand why, in this case...
We're one tempo down?
We're the tempo behind.
You're just a tempo behind, yes.
King d6. King. Now notice that this rook is cutting off the black king, so black's king is rushing towards the rook, so that the rook has to maintain its position behind the pawn.
Rook a8, king b5, king d4. Where
but
am
I go king c5.
And rook c8, king b4.
Yes.
Oh, he's going to play rook a6. He's done it.
First step to surviving.
The only move.
Only move.
And I got to tell you, king h5 is an easy pitfall. I mean, you want to activate your king. These rook and
maybe he just perfectly calculated that after rook f3 he goes g5, and he actually calculated that thing, that whole variation that we've just seen.
Yeah.
All the way until the end.
Because I'm putting my rook actually in the vicinity of white's king. Can I be clever? Can I just pass?
Still g5.
You're not going king h5. You're not.
I'm not wasting a tempo on that move.
But you're going to go g5. But now, can't I try to transpose back to that my winning ways?
But I win a tempo attacking your rook.
Okay, let's take a look.
Yes, king f5.
King.
King e4.
And I can't win the... And you're winning a tempo.
Yes.
My goodness.
I can even go it now, right?
And you're winning the tempo. Oh my word.
Rook f3 played.
G5, only move.
I think you guys just echoed one another. And in MVL's mind, he was playing for this precise moment when he thinks, okay, at last I've unleashed my king and I'm ready to go king.
It looks winning.
Right. And we know, thanks to the engine.
I think it's after
thanks to
g5,
Cristian.
f takes g.
Yeah?
Do you?
G5?
No, you have to take on g5.
No, king g4 is also a draw.
No.
Yes.
Be serious.
Let's see. King g4.
Well, how is that a draw?
King g5.
King d7.
King f4.
Are you in time?
Well, Nazi is saying yes, I am.
King b7.
g5 played, Prague founded.
Wow.
Yeah, rook a4 and
Prague is surviving.
he's saving this game.
That is...
I don't know how
really
it happened, but
remarkable.
Prague is surviving right
Yeah,
now.
it's still a draw.
Incredible.
Remarkable. Wow.
You know,
Incredible.
MVL had that problem during the Grand Chess Tour, converting winning positions.
And
it
he
continues.
had a handful of them here in St. Louis during the Sinkfield Cup. And
g4 played. Now it only moves, but those are the most natural moves for white.
right, rook to b3,
Wow.
king f4, nothing. Yeah, I know.
There's like 3-4 times where it's like, okay, it's -5, it's over. Nope.
Yeah. See, this is one of the reasons too why the human versus computer contests stop being contestable.
Yeah.
Because you have situations like this where they go mate in 47. It's like, what? They just know these endings and we don't.
I mean, the difference between like rook b1 first, then rook b3, then rook b4, that's not human.
That was great. Very, very, very
Now
beautiful.
I think they both know and both have
Yeah.
calculated that it's a draw.
Yeah, I think they're reconciled.
What a crazy game. What a crazy game this was.
And crazy.
All right, can I try one more thing? So, what do you do? What do you play?
King e4.
Or king e5, but e4
I'm
makes.
not so sure. So king e4, king b7.
Rook a4.
Rook a4, rook h3.
You're scaring me.
H
King d5?
3.
King d5, rook h5. Now you go king d6.
Yeah, and you have to go back.
Yeah, you go king d6 and I have to go back.
Well, let's show what Cristian is trying to lure us to do. He's trying to lure us into the 4th rank so that he can skewer our rook.
Correct.
And
that was my devious move.
Those tricky chess coaches, you got to watch out for these guys, you know, like they're devious.
So he did go for this move, rook 2. And in fact, rook a5 probably was losing.
Yeah, because
rook
king
a5,
b6
king
with a
d6,
tempo.
and king c5.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that
So
was just losing.
here it comes. Rook
But there's no
h3.
general rule of where king should be here, right? You have to just calculate move by move.
Yes.
You don't know where it's a draw, where it's
In
lost.
this case,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think rook h3 is the best cheapo potential, you know.
And now you have to hide on the 6th rank.
Yes. Isn't that crazy? Yes.
You hide on the 6th rank, and then I can go for this. Okay, let's keep going with that.
Okay,
variation.
so we're thinking rook h3 in order to go check and skewer the rook. So we go king to d5.
King d5, now I give you a check.
And then we're going to go
Go
king
forward.
to d6.
I'll give you another check, and then I go behind.
Rook
on
a6 is coming. Wait, did we
But
lose?
now you go king c5, and you have rook b4,
And
followed
rook
by rook
b1.
b1 in the last moment.
Right. So you can't cover. And just as you said, now with my king so close, I can play passively with the rook. Wow. Wow.
So many tricks in this simple-looking rook end game.
Yeah.
Who would have
Simple
imagined?
endgames are so difficult.
You know who was absolutely extraordinary about this was Palbenko. Grandmaster Palbenko was a problemist, and he came up with some conceptions that were really mind-numbing. And he showed me one rook ending, and he says, it's a draw. And I said, yes, I see it now. It's a stalemate on h8. He goes, no, it's a stalemate on a1. I was like, what?
One more idea.
Yes, sir.
King b6.
King b6.
Yes.
Yes, and I have to play rook a8.
No.
Only move, right?
I think so.
But okay, king b5.
And now I go rook b8.
I see. And now when I go king a4,
King
hoping
c4.
to cross,
No.
King c4.
you cut me off.
Yeah, and if you give me check, I go to c3 and
Yes.
king.
They're playing out this line.
Oh my
King d5, check. King d6, check.
Yep.
Yeah,
Now
we're
king
gonna see
c5.
rook a6. Of course, king c5 only move that draws.
Is it the only move?
Yes.
Probably.
Why is it the only move?
What
I
do you
think
do?
king d5 might be
King
also,
d5.
might also be. I'm so close now with the
Rook
king.
a6 wins.
Rook b6.
Rook b4 check, king a7.
Rook
b1, rook a4. Your king is cut off. Oh no.
Oh.
That is
Okay.
actually quite funny.
Okay, king to c5. That happened once. Well, you were there in Baku where
At the Olympiad?
Anna
Yeah.
Zatansky's king got cut off by Tanya. Tanya won a crucial half point.
Prague does find the best move.
Yeah. King c7. And we are expecting now rook to b1.
Rook b1.
In the
You're not
variation-
getting cut anymore.
Yeah.
One more trick.
One last
Zero.
trick, right? Can't go to the
We
b
keep
file.
saying last, and it's
And then they find
there's
one
more.
more. So we do get to go king d4.
Which he does.
He's coming to lasso up.
And now finally rook a1, right? And that's it.
It feels like this endgame had a life of its own. It was a whole different game.
Yeah, it was
Let's
quite the
refresh,
drama.
the
Let's
board,
refresh
just because
there.
they've
They've
played
triggered
Yes,
the-
sorry,
few more moves.
excuse me.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, we have seen quite an extraordinary game here. A drawn game, but really with different acts. Almost a Shakespearean-like play where MVL missed some study-like victories that could have brought him 6 points in this semifinal match.
But incredible defense also by Praggnanandhaa in the
Truly.
critical moments. He found the only moves.
Exactly. Our congratulations and thanks to both players. I mean, they're wearing smiles. I think they're still blissfully unaware of how close it all was.
I think everybody in that audience is blissfully aware of what just happened.
Oh, we have some audio
I think
maybe
we can
from
hear
the play.
them talk.
I don't have d5.
Because they're not
Ah,
whispering.
you have that.
Yeah, it's a bit short.
Yeah, I was missing all these tactics for some reason.
Yeah. I mean, I'm much worse for sure, but I shouldn't go with this here. It's
I thought it's good. Bishop g5, just queen g7.
They're talking about
No, I
Yeah,
thought
they're
knight
talking
g6,
about the
but
early
bishop
middle.
d2, knight g5, but bishop g5 it was a bit unpleasant.
I wasn't sure about that. I also thought that I can go bishop g4, right? If I wanted to save the bishop.
You said what? This heavy demon, what should I play? Bishop g5 or what?
No, bishop g5 just queen g7, yeah? Stop taking.
Oh, like this.
I didn't really see anything. I mean, next you put the bishop on b4.
I forgot that I could put it here. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. It's probably going to take a draw.
Yeah.
He was saying that in these bishop g5s that he was going to take a draw if Maxime had simply played the queen g7.
Let's see, I think they're discussing the endgame.
It's up enough for you, but bishop g4, queen g4.
But
Maybe
okay,
I'm
that's-
The
present.
player's still
It should
discussing.
be a draw.
Yes, but at least you're working on g4. So it's
I just think without the engine, they won't be able to
the 5 queen d4.
figure it out.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't do that. I mean,
Yeah.
Especially given
The time.
I think they're going to have a revelation. Maurice just cannot wait.
Maurice is coming. Yes.
He's chomping at the bit to share.
You guys will be chatting.
To ruin their day, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I remember here in the Sinkfield Cup, there was a great game that Levon was playing. And I forget against who. And Irene.
It was against Gukesh.
Yes.
Gukesh
had to
Levon.
come up and say, excuse me, gentlemen, you know.
They both missed that moment.
There was a king G5 or king
And it was
G4
immediately
mode,
lost.
and it was lost. And there was this like look of absolute paralysis.
Yeah, Maxime looks quite happy, and I
Yeah.
know after he sees what he missed.
And tell us what happened today.
Well, we had 2 draws in classical games. Prague versus MVL ended in a draw, but it was a dramatic game. Could have gone either way. And then we had Caruana against Aronian. Less dramatic, however. In the opening, we thought Fabi had an advantage,
Right.
but in the interview, Fabi himself said that it's still equal if you use strong engines, so it ended in a draw.
A very eventful draw between Fabi and Levon. And again, maybe that pawn sacrifice would have brought him success. He was unsure about it. But as you said, a monumental back and forth game that went on there between MVL and Prague. Thank you to those 2 players especially for keeping us on the edge of our
And
seats.
this is our bracket, just to remind our viewers who's going to make it to the finals. And this is also the pairings for tomorrow. Maxime will be playing with the white pieces against Prague, and Levon will be white against Fabi for another classical game.
And whoever loses the match goes to a match for the 3rd place. The top 3 finishers in these playoffs do get automatic invitations to next year's Grand Chess Tour. So everything to play for in these 2 playoff matches. Sum up what we've just seen, because I did not expect that at the end. I did not see
the first
what
game
we just saw
of
coming.
Fabiano getting some incredible chances out of the opening, and then
Very
Levon
hot.
effortlessly looking like he's just back into the game just because of that move G3.
Right.
Terrible move by Fabi. He did explain his reasoning behind it. It wasn't that easy, of course. For us, it's easy. We have the help of the engine. Completely different discussion in this endgame. I mean, we had no idea what's happening with the help of the engine, and the eval was changing back and forth every single move. So right now we're waiting for Maurice to show them what they missed.
Yeah, which is so anxious.
And that's going to be quite an interesting interview.
If you don't mind me saying, that moment when MVL played the move G5 in a bullet game, in a 5-minute game, in a rapid game, in a classical game, I'm taking on G5 as if it's the most natural move in the world. And
both of them are losing.
Prague would have lost.
But both of them are losing. King H3 is losing as well.
Because of that rook d4
because of
line,
this whole crazy
rook
line
d4,
that we've just seen.
So
with rook to d4, yes.
That was just
not easy.
No.
Not easy. Actually, not easy is an understatement.
Yeah.
I would say borderline impossible.
Yeah.
Borderline impossible to play perfectly that endgame.
Exactly. Again, we are waiting for the players to be joined by Maurice Ashley, and we just anticipate Maurice is chomping at the bit to inform them of what they have missed. I hope he gets both of them
together at the same time?
Instead of the one-on-one. That would be nice.
I think that whole rook b1, rook b3 study-like win was impossible to find. But there was another moment, right, when Prague played rook a5, if you can show us.
Yes, even towards the end. Yes.
There was another moment
the rook
with rook
f4 that was much easier to find.
Yeah, just incredible game.
Let's go to Maurice in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Over to you, Maurice.
Well, thanks, guys. We are with Praggnanandhaa after a really Herculean battle that just went multiple ways. Prag, you've been playing a long game, so we don't want to keep you too much. This middle game was super complex. What were your thoughts as you got into time pressure as well? You even came down to 1 second on the clock at one point.
Yeah, I don't know why I panicked here. There was just no reason to panic. Because I wanted to play queen c7, and I was looking at this rook d5 or queen f6. Then for some reason, I suddenly saw rook e8 when I was down to like 7 seconds or something. And then I panicked, and I could have literally played any other move and made a easier draw. And instead, I played this rook c2. But of course, rook e8, bishop g4 is just, wins on the spot. I mean, it's sad to explain.
Time pressure is tough. We know that for sure. Then later, this rook and pawn ending, this was a bit of a crazy thing. We didn't understand it at all, but the engine started showing that in this position, he did have a chance to put you into Zugzwang here. Did you suspect that it was possible with the move rook b1 and they just wait you out from this position because it's your turn to move, you're losing?
Yes, but if let's say rook b1, king h4.
King h4 is rook b3.
This
rook
is
to b4. And
oh.
This is a nasty situation.
Yeah. Okay, now I don't feel too bad.
Good. I'm glad I could cheer you up. They thought I was trying to make you feel bad when you came on, but this was an opportunity for him. A couple opportunities in this ending. Certainly, it's a lot of time spent. This was another moment as well.
This is still winning?
Yeah, rook f4.
King h4?
No, f5 is playable here.
Wait, am I missing something? This is.
Yeah, the tempo is gonna cost you because you can't come back, and the king is gonna come.
No, I just thought f5 king g5. I'm sure Maxime also thought the same. Yeah, I mean, not a great game at all. I don't know about what happened in the early middle game, but I thought we were playing quite decently. But then once we got to down on time, the quality was just so bad.
Usually quite difficult. Well, now you've got to recover and go into tomorrow with the black pieces. How do you reset yourself to play that game?
Yeah, I'll just try to treat it as a normal game. Draw is not a bad result. It should have been a draw earlier. I think he misplayed at some point. I thought this d3 takes a5 was really good, and then and for some reason he got into trouble. I thought we will finish earlier, but I got the chance, then I was worse. So overall, I think draw is fine.
All right. Well, we're gonna let you go. Rest up. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you,
guys.
Thank you, Maurice. A great interview there. I love that moment where Pragg says, "Now I don't feel so bad."
Instant classic.
Yeah, exactly.
Great, yeah.
Wow.
I do think MVL is going to have exact opposite reaction.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was on the back foot for most of the middle game, and DL was. And then it just became a total opportunity. Schedule.
Let's have a look. Day 1 is over. Tomorrow they'll be back for a classical game number 2. And then after that, we move on to rapid and blitz games. We might even see playoffs on Tuesday if there is no winner. And then we move on to the finals and the third place match with the same format. Classical game day 1, classical game day 2, and on the last day, rapid and blitz.
I'm looking at that schedule, Nancy. I'm not sure which is the hardest day of play. Playing a good, long classical game like Pragg just played is pretty taxing, but 2 rapid games
I would
and
say
4
Tuesday is the hardest day.
Yeah, that last day, Coach, what do you think? That's the hardest
2 rapid
day.
games, 4 blitz games, you have to stay focused on all of those, and you also have to come up with new preparation as well in between the games. Not easy.
And you have to keep count of the points to know where you stand
and that's why you
what
have
you
seconds.
need.
That's why you have trainers, because they need to keep count and they need to feed you all the new information that you need to assimilate.
Don't forget the 50 move rule, right? You got to keep count of the score. Have we made 50 moves yet?
Too much to do for the players.
But that third day is going to be the most challenging, and maybe that's where.
I mean, to be honest,
Pragg's
I remember
youth.
this recent match between Fabi and Pragg from the freestyle event. They
In
played
Las Vegas?
for about 11 hours.
Oh dear.
11 hours.
Oh dear.
So this one is probably going to be a bit shorter than that.
But let's go to Maurice. He's with MBL.
We're with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who said to me, a bit unlucky, or lucky and unlucky at the same time. I guess you know some of the details of what this game could have been.
I don't know the details, but I've been warned that some things might have transpired in the endgame, and before the endgame I knew that I was in trouble.
Okay, so we won't touch that because we know you need to get some rest, at least before. But this point in the game, this position in particular, we were ourselves confused as the engine showed us exactly what was going on. But it's really Zugzwang here, if you could just lose a move.
Of course.
And did you realize that was the case, and were you trying to figure that out?
I knew that was the case, but I couldn't see a way.
You couldn't see a way. Okay, so apparently Rook B1 is just a straightforward way to do it, and after takes, I say straightforward. I don't mean straightforward, but this capture, this is the moment where if he plays this, you just go back here. And now he's at a loss for a
And
move.
G5 take is a good version of what I got.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, King D7, King D7. I didn't consider it at all.
Makes sense.
And I thought the Rook endgame was still tricky. This was maybe my downfall, but here, because I think G5 might be losing, simply, yeah.
Right, but I think you got the second opportunity here when he blundered with Rook A5. And here, Rook F4 is apparently also a win, which looks, again, completely ridiculous. He had pointed out that he thought that this was a draw.
Yeah, I thought the same, and here Rook H4, yeah.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, this is, I mean, maybe not that difficult, actually, but after a long day of chess and, many options, weekend games, they're very tricky, and they prove it once again.
The last thing you want to see, for sure. All right, so how do you set yourself up for tomorrow? You do get the white pieces after all.
Absolutely, and, I tried my best to surprise Prague in the opening today. It worked out well. But the problem was in the middle game, these positions. I'm not very familiar with these Catalans, and probably I chose the wrong plan. But there were so many options to calculate from the start. That's why we spent so much time right out of the opening, and it was a fun game to play.
May I ask you, there was this one moment you could have repeated. Instead of taking on G5 with your queen, the bishop, queen takes G5, queen takes B2. You could have.
I could have gone queen G7. I didn't see this, that I could retreat there.
All right, but again, just to finish this point, so how do you go into tomorrow with the reset?
Draw with black is a good result, but of course it's absolutely no guarantee. So tomorrow I'll try to find a way to push, but it's never easy. Like we saw today, that also Fabi didn't get that much, although his opening idea seemed interesting. So lots to play for, but tomorrow I will try to play solid and get the best of my chances.
All right, well, we'll let you rest, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Maurice.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, MVL. Chess on the edge.
It's a good start. It's definitely a good start.
Wow.
Despite the fact that we didn't get those decisive results that we like so much, still we had so much content. And I think we already said it. This endgame might go into chess
100%.
endgame history.
Absolutely.
Because it was so complex and we had so many things to calculate at all times. For us, it was difficult. For them, it was impossible.
Right.
They're just regaling us with all these beautiful moves.
Exactly. And that, come on, that Rook B1, Rook B3. Because in chess, what we're trying to do is win material and possess it. We're also trying to keep our opponent's pieces at bay. You don't passive as possible. So,
especially the king in the endgame.
Yeah.
Hey, get your king active in the endgame.
So what was the winning plan? To give up the pawn, force your opponent to take the material, and to
get the king
activate the king.
As active as possible with king h5, king g6. Just incredible.
Wow. Final thoughts, Brazil. Over to you, Anastasiya and Maurice.
Well, thank you, Yaz. I just love what you just said. Final thoughts, Brazil. It just struck me that we're here in Sa Paulo, Brazil. My first time in the country. And what a way to start, by the way, Anastasiya. It's just a great atmosphere and great games.
Absolutely, fighting games. Despite 2 draws, we had really great fight, and I think all spectators really appreciated it. They were applauding at the end of the round to the players on the stage. It was also really nice to see. Sometimes it was actually funny, Maurice. Sometimes the spectators would run away from the venue to catch the players for some photos, for autographs. And my highlight of the day was when Levon was hugging one Bolivian lady who made all this way to come here and see her, favorite chess players. I mean, it was such a pleasant moment. And all these videos you can find in our Grand Chess Tour social media accounts. And I'm asking everyone to join us, to follow us, and to get even more, information and more videos from there.
It is really a fabulous atmosphere, 100%. And it's really wonderful to see as we start this event. It is only day one. The players are warming into it. Each game is so crucial. They know they can't afford to lose a classical game. So we're going to see some mistakes. We're going to see these kind of time trouble situations as they warm into the tournament. But expect amazing action as we proceed. So we'll be here tomorrow from Sa Paulo, Brazil.
From Brazil.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Maurice and
We'll see you guys.
Anastasiya.
Have a great night.
Absolutely. Thank you. 1 second. 1 second. That was all the whole
Let's
difference.
hope tomorrow is just as exciting.
Nazi, it was so much fun.
I'm sure it will be. I'm sure it will be. Yes.
Thank you,
Cristian.
everyone, for watching us, and join us again tomorrow at the same time.
Good night from St. Louis.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.